Winter Garden by Kristin Hannah. Prologue. 1972. On the banks of the mighty Columbia River, in this icy season when every breath became visible, the orchard called Balai Nochi was quiet. Dormant apple trees stretched as far as the eye could see, their sturdy roots coiled deep in the cold, fertile soil. As temperatures plummeted and color drained from land and sky, the whitened landscape caused a kind of winter blindness. One day became indistinguishable from the next. Everything froze, turned fragile. Nowhere was the quiet more noticeable than in Meredith Whitson's own house. At 12, she had already discovered the empty spaces that gathered between people. She longed for her family to be like those she saw on television, where everything looked perfect and everyone got along. No one, not even her beloved father, understood how alone she often felt within these four walls, how invisible. But tomorrow night, all of that would change. She had come up with a brilliant plan. She had written a play based on one of her mother's fairy tales, and she would present it at the annual Christmas party. It was exactly the kind of thing that would happen on an episode of The Partridge Family. How come I can't be the star? Nina whined. It was at least the 10th time she'd asked this question since Meredith had finished the script. Meredith turned around in her chair and looked down at her 9-year-old sister, who was crouched on the wooden floor of their bedroom, painting a mint-green castle on an old bedsheet. Meredith bit her lower lip, trying not to frown. The castle was too messy, not right at all. Do we have to talk about this again, Nina? But why can't I be the peasant girl who marries the prince? You know why. Jeff is playing the prince and he's 13. You'd look silly next to him. Nina put her paintbrush in the empty soup can and sat back on her heels. With her short black hair, bright green eyes, and pale skin, she looked like a perfect little pixie. Can I be the peasant girl next year? You bet. Meredith grinned. She loved the idea that she might be creating a family tradition. All of her friends had traditions, but not the Whitsons. They had always been different. There was no stream of relatives who came to their house on holidays, no turkey on Thanksgiving or ham on Easter, no prayers that were always said. Heck, they didn't even know for sure how old their mom was. It was because Mom was Russian and alone in this country. Or at least that was what Dad said. Mom didn't say much of anything about herself. A knock at the door surprised Meredith. She looked up just as Jeff Cooper and her father came into the room. Meredith felt like one of those long, floppy balloons being slowly filled with air, taking on a new form with each breath, and in this case the breath was Jeffrey Cooper. They'd been best friends since 4th grade, but lately it felt different to be around him. Exciting. Sometimes, when he looked at her, she could barely breathe. You're right on time for rehearsal. He gave her one of his heart-stopping smiles. Just don't tell Joey and the guys. They'd give me a ton of crap for this. About rehearsal, her dad said, stepping forward. He was still in his work clothes, a brown leisure suit with orange top stitching. Surprisingly, there was no smile lurking beneath his bushy black mustache or in his eyes. He held out the script. This is the play you're doing? Meredith rose from the chair. Do you think she'll like it? Nina stood up. Her heart-shaped face was uncharacteristically solemn. Will she? The three of them looked at one another over the expanse of the Picasso-style green castle and the costumes laid out across the bed. The truth they passed among themselves, in looks alone, was that Anya Whitson was a cold woman. Any warmth she had was directed at her husband. Precious little of it reached her daughters. When they were younger, Dad had tried to pretend it was otherwise, to redirect their attention like a magician, mesmerizing them with the brightness of his affection, but as with all illusions, the truth ultimately appeared behind it. So they all knew what Meredith was asking. I don't know, mere doodle, Dad said, reaching into his pocket for his cigarettes. Your mother's stories. I love it when she tells them, Meredith said. It's the only time she really talks to us, Nina added. Dad lit a cigarette and stared at them through a swirl of gray smoke, his brown eyes narrowed. Yeah, he said, exhaling. It's just. Meredith moved toward him, careful not to step on the painting. She understood his hesitation. None of them ever really knew what would set Mom off, but this time Meredith was sure she had the answer. If there was one thing her mother loved, it was this fairy tale about a reckless peasant girl who dared to fall in love with a prince. It only takes 10 minutes, Dad. I timed it. Everyone will love it. Okay, then, he said finally. She felt a swell of pride and hope. For once, she wouldn't spend the party in some shadowy corner of the living room reading, or in the kitchen washing dishes. Instead, she would be the center of her mother's attention. This play would prove that Meredith had listened to every precious word Mom had ever said, even those few that were spoken softly, in the dark at story time. For the next hour, Meredith directed her actors through the play, although really only Jeff needed help. She and Nina had heard this fairy tale for years. Later, when the rehearsal was over and everyone had gone their separate ways, Meredith kept working. She made a sign that read "One Night Only," a grand play for the holiday, and listed their 3 names. She touched up the painted backdrop. It was impossible to fix entirely. Nina always colored outside of the lines, and then positioned it in the living room. When the set was ready, she added sequins to the tulle ballet skirt turned princess gown that she would wear at the end. It was nearly 2 in the morning by the time she went to bed, and even then she was so excited that it took a long time for her to fall asleep. The next day seemed to pass slowly, but finally, at 6 o'clock, the guests began to arrive. It was not a big crowd, just the usual people, men and women who worked for the orchard and their families, a few neighbors, and Dad's only living relative, his sister, Dora. Meredith sat at the top of the stairs, staring down at the entryway below. She couldn't help tapping her foot on the step, wondering when she could make her move. Just as she was about to stand up, she heard a clanging, rattling sound. Oh no! She shot to her feet and rushed down the stairs, but it was too late. Nina was in the kitchen, banging a pot with a metal spoon and yelling out, "Showtime." No one knew how to steal the limelight like Nina. There was a smattering of laughter as the guests made their way from the kitchen to the living room, where the painting of the castle hung from an aluminum movie screen set up beside the massive fireplace. To the right was a large Christmas tree, decorated with drugstore lights and ornaments Nina and Meredith had made over the years. In front of the painting was their stage, a small wooden bridge that rested on the hardwood floor, and a street lamp made from cardboard, with a flashlight duct taped to the top. Meredith dimmed the lights in the room, turned on the flashlight, and then ducked behind the painted backdrop. Nina and Jeff were already there, in their costumes. There was only a little privacy back here. If she leaned sideways, she could see several of the guests, and they could see her, but still it felt separate. When the room quieted, Meredith took a deep breath and began the narration she'd composed so painstakingly. Her name is Vera, and she is a poor peasant girl, a nobody. She lives in a magical realm called the Snow Kingdom, but her beloved world is dying. An evil has come to this land. It rolls across the cobblestone streets in black carriages sent by a dark, evil knight who wants to destroy it all. Meredith made her entrance, taking care not to trip over her long, layered skirts as she took the stage. She looked out over the guests and saw her mother in the back of the room, alone somehow even in this crowd, her beautiful face blurred by cigarette smoke. For once, she was looking directly at Meredith. "Come, sister," Meredith said loudly, moving toward the street lamp. "We shall not let this cold stop us." Nina stepped out from behind the curtain. Dressed in a ratty nightgown with a kerchief covering her hair, she wrung her hands together and looked up at Meredith. "Do you think it is the Black Knight?" she yelled, drawing a laugh from the crowd. "Is his bad magic making it so cold?" No. I am chilled at the loss of our father. When will he return?" Meredith pressed the back of her hand to her forehead and sighed dramatically. "The carriages are everywhere these days. The Black Knight is gaining power. The Black Knight is gaining power. People are turning to smoke before our eyes. People are turning to smoke before our eyes." "Look," Nina said, pointing toward the painted castle. "It is the prince. It is the prince." She managed to sound reverent. Jeff moved into place on their little stage. In his blue sport coat and jeans, with a cheap gold crown on his wheat blonde hair, he looked so handsome that for a moment Meredith couldn't remember her lines. She knew he was embarrassed and uncomfortable. The red in his cheeks made that obvious, but still he was here, proving what a good friend he was. And he was smiling at her as if she really were a princess. He held out a pair of silk roses. "I have 2 roses for you," he said to Meredith, his voice cracking. She touched his hand, but before she could say her line there was a loud crash. Meredith turned, saw her mother standing in the center of the crowd, motionless, her face pale, her blue eyes blazing. Blood dripped from her hand. She'd broken her cocktail glass, and even from here Meredith could see a shard sticking out of her mother's palm. "Enough," her mother said sharply. "This is hardly entertainment for a party." The guests didn't know what to do. Some stood up, others remained seated. The room went quiet. Dad made his way to Mom. He put his arm around her and pulled her close. Or he tried to. She wouldn't bend, not even for him. "I never should have told you those ridiculous fairy tales," Mom said, her Russian accent sharp with anger. "I forgot how romantic and empty-headed girls can be." Meredith was so humiliated she couldn't move. She saw her father guide her mother into the kitchen, where he probably took her straight to the sink and began cleaning up her hand. The guests left as if this were the Titanic and they were rushing for lifeboats stationed just beyond the front door. Only Jeff looked at Meredith, and she could see how embarrassed he was for her. He started toward her, still holding the 2 roses. "Meredith." She pushed past him and ran out of the room. At the end of the hall, in a shadowy corner, she skidded to a stop and stood there, breathing hard, her eyes burning with tears. She could hear her dad's voice coming from the kitchen. He was trying to soothe his angry wife. A minute later a door clicked shut, and she knew that Jeff had gone home. "What did you do?" Nina asked quietly, coming up beside her. "Who knows?" Meredith said, wiping her eyes. "She's such a bitch." "That's a bad word." Meredith heard the trembling in Nina's voice and knew how hard her sister was trying not to cry. She reached down and held her hand. "What do we do? Should we say we're sorry?" Meredith couldn't help thinking about the last time she'd made her mother mad and told her she was sorry. She won't care. Trust me. "So what do we do?" Meredith tried to feel as mature as she had this morning, but her confidence was gone. She knew what would happen. Dad would calm Mom down, and then he'd come up to their room and make them laugh and hold them in his big, strong arms and tell them that Mom really loved them. By the time he was done with the jokes and the stories, Meredith would want desperately to believe it. Again. "I know what I'm going to do," she said, moving through the entryway toward the kitchen, until she could see Mom's side, just her slim black velvet dress and her pale arm, and her white hair. "I'm never going to listen to one of her stupid fairy tales again. We don't know how to say goodbye. We wander on, shoulder to shoulder. Already the sun is going down. You're moody. I am your shadow." Anna Akhmatova, from Poems of Akhmatova. Translated by Stanley Kunitz with Max Hayward. 1. 2000. Was this what 40 looked like? Really? In the past year Meredith had gone from Miss to Ma'am. Just like that, with no transition. Even worse, her skin had begun to lose its elasticity. There were tiny pleats in places that used to be smooth. Her neck was fuller, there was no doubt about it. She hadn't gone gray yet, that was the one saving grace. Her chestnut-colored hair, cut in a no-nonsense shoulder-length bob, was still full and shiny. But her eyes gave her away. She looked tired. And not only at 6 in the morning. She turned away from the mirror and stripped out of her old t-shirt and into a pair of black sweats, anklet socks, and a long-sleeved black shirt. Pulling her hair into a stumpy ponytail, she left the bathroom and walked into her darkened bedroom, where the soft strains of her husband's snoring made her almost want to crawl back into bed. In the old days, she would have done just that, would have snuggled up against him. Leaving the room, she clicked the door shut behind her and headed down the hallway toward the stairs. In the pale glow of a pair of long outdated nightlights, she passed the closed doors of her children's bedrooms. Not that they were children anymore. Jillian was 19 now, a sophomore at UCLA who dreamed of being a doctor, and Maddie Meredith's baby was 18 and a freshman at Vanderbilt. Without them, this house in Meredith's life felt emptier and quieter than she'd expected. For nearly 20 years, she had devoted herself to being the kind of mother she hadn't had, and it had worked. She and her daughters had become the best of friends. Their absence left her feeling adrift, a little purposeless. She knew it was silly. It wasn't as if she didn't have plenty to do. She just missed the girls, that was all. She kept moving. Lately, that seemed to be the best way to handle things. Downstairs, she stopped in the living room just long enough to plug in the Christmas tree lights. In the mudroom, the dogs leaped up at her, yapping and wagging their tails. "Luke, Leia, no jumping," she scolded the huskies, scratching their ears as she led them to the back door. When she opened it, cold air rushed in. Snow had fallen again last night, and though it was still dark on this mid-December morning, she could make out the pale pearlescence of road and field. Her breath turned into vapory plumes. By the time they were all outside and on their way, it was 6:10 and the sky was a deep purplish gray. Right on time. Meredith ran slowly at first, acclimating herself to the cold. As she did every weekday morning, she ran along the gravel road that led from her house, down past her parents' house, and out to the old single-lane road that ended about a mile up the hill. From there, she followed the loop out to the golf course and back. For miles exactly. It was a routine she rarely missed. She had no choice, really. Everything about Meredith was big by nature. She was tall, with broad shoulders, curvy hips, and big feet. Even her features seemed just a little too much for her pale, oval face. She had a big Julia Roberts-type mouth, huge brown eyes, full eyebrows, and thick hair. Only constant exercise, a vigilant diet, good hair products, and an industrial-sized pair of tweezers could keep her looking good. As she turned back onto her road, the rising sun illuminated the mountains, turned their snow-capped peaks lavender and pink. On either side of her, thousands of bare, spindly apple trees showed through the snow like brown stitches on white fabric. This fertile cleft of land had belonged to their family for 50 years, and there, in the center of it all, tall and proud, was the home in which she'd grown up. Belai Nochi. Even in the half-light, it looked ridiculously out of place and ostentatious. Meredith kept running up the hill, faster and faster, until she could barely breathe and there was a stitch in her side. She came to a stop at her own front porch as the valley filled with bright golden light. She fed the dogs and then hurried upstairs. She was just going into the bathroom as Jeff was coming out. Wearing only a towel, with his graying blonde hair still dripping wet, he turned sideways to let her pass, and she did the same. Neither one of them spoke. By 7:20, she was drying her hair, and by 7:30 right on time she was dressed for work in a pair of black jeans and a fitted green blouse. A little eyeliner, some blush and mascara, a coat of lipstick, and she was ready to go. Downstairs, she found Jeff at the kitchen table, sitting in his regular chair, reading the New York Times. The dogs were asleep at his feet. She went to the coffee pot and poured herself a cup. "You need a refill?" "I'm good," he said without looking up. Meredith stirred soy milk into her coffee, watching the color change. It occurred to her that she and Jeff only talked at a distance lately, like strangers or disillusioned partners, and only about work or the kids. She tried idly to remember the last time they'd made love and couldn't. Maybe that was normal. Certainly it was. When you'd been married as long as they had, there were bound to be quiet times. Still, it saddened her sometimes to remember how passionate they used to be. She'd been 14 on their first date. They'd gone to see Young Frankenstein. It was still one of their favorites, and to be honest, that was the last time she'd ever really looked at another guy. It was strange when she thought about that now. She didn't consider herself a romantic woman, but she'd fallen in love practically at first sight. He'd been a part of her for as long as she could remember. They'd married early too early, really, and she'd followed him to college in Seattle, working nights and weekends in smoky bars to pay tuition. She'd been happy in their cramped, tiny U-District apartment. Then, when they were seniors, she'd gotten pregnant. It had terrified her at first. She'd worried that she was like her mother, and that parenthood wouldn't be a good thing. But she discovered, to her profound relief, that she was the complete opposite of her own mother. Perhaps her youth had helped in that. God knew Mom had not been young when Meredith was born. Jeff shook his head. It was a minute gesture, barely even a movement, but she saw it. She had always been attuned to him, and lately their mutual disappointments seemed to create sound, like a high-pitched whistle that only she could hear. "What?" she said. "Nothing. You didn't shake your head over nothing. What's the matter?" "I just asked you something." "I didn't hear you. Ask me again." "It doesn't matter." "Fine." She took her coffee and headed toward the dining room. It was something she'd done 100 times, and yet just then, as she passed under the old-fashioned ceiling light with its useless bit of plastic mistletoe, her view changed. She saw herself as if from a distance, a 40-year-old woman holding a cup of coffee, looking at 2 empty places at the table, and at the husband who was still here, and for a split second she wondered what other life that woman could have lived. What if she hadn't come home to run the orchard and raise her children? What if she hadn't gotten married so young? What kind of woman could she have become? And then it was gone like a soap bubble, and she was back where she belonged. "Will you be home for dinner?" "Aren't I always?" 7 o'clock, she said. "By all means," he said, turning the page. "Let's set a time." Meredith was at her desk by 8 o'clock. As usual, she was the first to arrive and went about the cubicle-divided space on the warehouse's second floor, flipping on lights. She passed by her dad's office empty now, pausing only long enough to glance at the plaques by his door. 13 times he'd been voted Grower of the Year, and his advice was still sought out by competitors on a regular basis. It didn't matter that he only occasionally came into the office, or that he'd been semi-retired for 10 years. He was still the face of the Belai Nochi orchard, the man who had pioneered golden delicious apples in the early 60s, Granny Smiths in the 70s, and championed the Braeburn and Fuji in the 90s. His designs for cold storage had revolutionized the business and helped make it possible to export the very best apples to world markets. She had had a part to play in the company's growth and success, to be sure. Under her leadership, the cold storage warehouse had been expanded, and a big part of their business was now storing fruit for other growers. She turned the old roadside apple stand into a gift shop that sold hundreds of locally made craft items, specialty foods, and Belai Nochi memorabilia. At this time of year, the holidays when trainloads of tourists arrived in Leavenworth for the world-famous tree lighting ceremony, more than a few found their way to the gift shop. The first thing she did was pick up the phone to call her youngest daughter. It was just past 10 in Tennessee. "Hello?" Maddie grumbled. "Good morning," Meredith said brightly. "It sounds like someone slept in." "Oh, Mom." "Hi. I was up late last night. Studying." Madison Elizabeth was all Meredith had to say to make her point. Maddie sighed. "Okay. So it was a Lambda Chi party. I know how fun it all is, and how much you want to experience every moment of college, but your first final is next week. Tuesday morning, right?" "Right. You have to learn to balance schoolwork and fun. So get your lily-white ass out of bed and get to class. It's a life skill partying all night and still getting up on time. The world won't end if I miss one Spanish class." "Madison." Maddie laughed. Okay. I'm getting up. Spanish 101. Here I come. Hasta la vista." "Hasta la vista." Bye. Meredith smiled. "I'll call on Thursday and find out how your speech went. And call your sister. She's stressed out about her organic chemistry test." "Okay, Mom. I love you." "Love you too, Princess." Meredith hung up the phone feeling better. For the next 3 hours, she threw herself into work. She was rereading the latest crop report when her intercom buzzed. "Meredith?" Your dad is on line 1. Thanks, Daisy. She picked up the call. Hi, Dad. Mom and I were wondering if you could come to the house for lunch today. I'm swamped here, Dad. Please? Meredith had never been able to deny her father. Okay, but I have to be back by 1. Excellent, he said, and she could hear the smile in his voice. She hung up and went back to work. Lately, with production up and demand down, and costs for both export and transportation skyrocketing, she often spent her days putting out one fire after another, and today was no exception. By noon, a low-grade stress headache had crawled into the space at the base of her skull and begun to growl. Still, she smiled at her employees as she left her office and walked through the cold warehouse. In less than 10 minutes, she pulled up in front of her parents' garage. The house was like something out of a Russian fairy tale, with its turret-like 2-story veranda and elaborate fretwork trim, especially this time of year, when the eaves and railings glittered with Christmas lights. The hammered copper roof was dulled today by the gray winter weather, but on a bright day it shone like liquid gold. Surrounded by tall, elegant poplar trees and situated on a gentle rise that overlooked their valley, this house was so famous that tourists often stopped to photograph it. Leave it to her mother to build something so absurdly out of place. A Russian dacha or summer house in western Washington state. Even the orchard's name was absurd. Belai Nochi. White nights indeed. The nights here were as dark as new asphalt. Not that Mom cared about what was around her. She got her way, that was all. Whatever Anya Whitson wanted, her husband gave to her, and apparently she'd wanted a fairy tale castle and an orchard with an unpronounceable Russian name. Meredith knocked and went inside. The kitchen was empty. A big pot of soup simmered on the stove. In the living room, light spilled through the 2-story rounded wall of windows at the north end of the room, the famous Belai Nochi turret. Wood floors gleamed with the golden beeswax that Mom insisted on using, even though it turned the floors into a skating rink if you dared to walk in stocking feet. A huge stone fireplace dominated the center wall. Clustered around it was a grouping of richly upholstered antique sofas and chairs. Above the fireplace hung an oil painting of a Russian troika romantic-looking carriage drawn by matching horses sailing through a field of snow. Pure Dr. Zhivago. To her left were dozens of pictures of Russian churches, and below them was her mother's holy corner, where a table held a display of antique icons and a single candle that burned year-round. She found her father in the back of the room, alongside the heavily decorated Christmas tree, in his favorite spot. He lay stretched out on the burgundy mohair cushions of the ottoman bed, reading. His hair, what he had left of it at 85, stuck out from his pink scalp in white tufts. Too many decades in the sun had blotched and pleated his skin, and he had a basset hound look even when he was smiling, but the sad countenance fooled no one. Everyone loved Evan Whitson. It was impossible not to. At her entrance, his face lit up. He reached out and squeezed her hand tightly, then let go. Your mom will be so glad to see you. Meredith smiled. It was the game they'd played for years. Dad pretended that Mom loved Meredith and Meredith pretended to believe him. Great. Is she upstairs? I couldn't keep her out of the garden this morning. Meredith wasn't surprised. I'll get her. She left her father in the living room and walked through the kitchen to the formal dining room. Through the French doors, she saw an expanse of snow-covered ground, with acres of dormant apple trees in the distance. Closer, beneath the icicle-draped branches of a 50-year-old magnolia tree, was a small rectangular garden defined by antique wrought iron fencing. Its ornate gate was twined with brown vines. Come summer, that gate would be a profusion of green leaves and white flowers. Now it glittered with frost. And there she was, her 80-something-year-old mother, bundled up in blankets, sitting on the black bench in her so-called winter garden. A light snow began to fall. Tiny flakes blurred the scene into an impressionistic painting where nothing looked solid enough to touch. Sculpted bushes and a single bird bath were covered in snow, giving the garden a strange, otherworldly look. Not surprisingly, her mother sat in the middle of it all, motionless, her hands clasped in her lap. As a child, it had scared Meredith all that solitude in her mother, but as she got older, it had begun to embarrass, then irritate her. A woman of her mother's age had no business sitting alone in the cold. Her mother claimed it was because of her ruined vision, but Meredith didn't believe that. It was true that her mother's eyes didn't process color. She saw only white and black and shades of gray, but that had never struck Meredith, even as a girl, as a reason for staring at nothing. She opened the door and went out into the cold. Her boots sank in the ankle-deep snow. Here and there, crusty patches crunched underneath, and more than once she almost slipped. "You shouldn't be out here, Mom," she said, coming up beside her. "You'll catch pneumonia. It takes more cold than this to give me pneumonia. This is barely below freezing." Meredith rolled her eyes. It was the sort of ridiculous comment her mother always made. "I've only got an hour for lunch, so you'd better come in now." Her voice sounded sharp in the softness of the falling snow, and she winced, wishing she had rounded her vowels more, tempered her voice. What was it about her mother that brought out the worst in her? "Did you know he invited me for lunch?" Of course, her mother said, but Meredith heard the lie in it. Her mother rose from the bench in a single fluid motion, like some ancient goddess used to being revered and adored. Her face was remarkably smooth and wrinkle-free, her skin flawless and almost translucent. She had the kind of bone structure that made other women envious. But it was her eyes that defined her beauty. Deep-set and fringed by thick lashes, they were a remarkable shade of aqua flecked with bits of gold. Meredith was sure that no one who had seen those eyes ever forgot them. How ironic it was that eyes of such remarkable hue were unable to see color. Meredith took her mother's elbow and led her away from the bench. Only then, when they were walking, did she notice that her mother's hands were bare and turning blue. "Good God. Your hands are blue. You should have on gloves in this cold. You do not know cold." "Whatever, Mom." Meredith bustled her mother up the back steps and into the warmth of the house. "Maybe you should take a bath to warm up." "I do not want to be warm, thank you. It is December 14th. "Fine," Meredith said, watching her shivering mother go to the stove to stir the soup. The ragged gray wool blanket fell to the floor in a heap around her. Meredith set the table, and for a few precious moments there was noise in the room, an approximation of a relationship at least. "My girls," Dad said, coming into the kitchen. He looked pale and slight, his once wide shoulders whittled down to nothing by weight loss. Moving forward, he put a hand on each woman's shoulder, bringing Meredith and Mom in close. "I love it when we're together for lunch." Mom smiled tightly. "As do I," she said in that clipped, accented voice of hers. "And me," Meredith said. "Good. Good." Dad nodded and went to the table. Mom brought a tray of still-warm feta cheese cornbread slices, drizzled with butter, put a piece on each plate, and then brought over bowls of soup. "I walked the orchard this morning," Dad said. Meredith nodded and took a seat beside him. "I guess you noticed the back of Field Day?" "Yep. That hillside's been giving us some trouble. I've got Ed and Amanda on it. Don't worry about the harvest." "I wasn't, actually. I was thinking of something else." She sipped her soup. It was rich and delicious. Homemade lamb meatballs in a savory saffron broth with silken egg noodles. If she didn't exercise extreme caution, she'd eat it all and have to run another mile this afternoon. "Oh, yeah. I want to change that field to grapes." Meredith slowly lowered her spoon. "Grapes. The Golden Delicious are not our best apple anymore." Before she could interrupt, he held up his hand. I know. We built this place on Golden Delicious, but things change. Hell, it's almost 2001, Meredith. Wine is the new thing. I think we could make ice wine and late harvest at the very least." "In these times, Dad? The Asian markets are tightening and it's costing us a fortune to transport our fruit. Competition is increasing. Hell, our profits were down 12% last year, and this year doesn't look any better. We're barely hanging on." "You should listen to your father," Mom said. "Oh, please, Mom. You haven't even been inside the warehouse since we updated the cooling system. And when was the last time you even looked at one of the year-end statements? Enough, Dad said with a sigh. I didn't want to start an argument. Meredith stood up. I need to get back to work. Meredith carried her bowl over to the sink where she washed it. Then she put the leftover soup in a Tupperware container, stored it in the impossibly full refrigerator, and washed the pot. It hit the strainer with a clang that seemed loud in the quiet room. That was delicious, Mom. Thanks. She said a quick goodbye and left the kitchen. In the entryway, she put her coat back on. She was out on the porch, breathing in the sharp, frigid air, when her dad came up behind her. You know how she gets in December and January. Winters are hard for her. I know. He pulled her into his arms and held her tightly. You two need to try harder. Meredith couldn't help being hurt by that. She'd heard it from him all her life. Just once she wanted to hear him say that Mom should try harder. I will, she said, completing their little fairy tale as she always did. And she would try. She always did, but she and her mother would never be close. There was just too much water under that bridge. I love you, Dad, she said, kissing his cheek. I love you too, Meerdoodle. He grinned. And think about grapes. Maybe I can still be a vintner before I die. She hated jokes like that. Very funny. Turning away, she went to her car and started the engine. Putting the SUV in reverse, she swung around. Through the lacy snow on the windshield, she saw her parents through the living room window. Dad pulled her mother into his arms and kissed her. They began to dance haltingly, although there was probably no music in the house. Her dad didn't need any. He always said he carried love songs in his heart. Meredith drove away from the intimate scene, but the memory of what she'd seen stayed with her. All the rest of the workday, while she analyzed different facets of the operation, looking for ways to maximize profit, and as she sat through endless management and scheduling meetings, she found herself remembering how in love her parents had looked. The truth was, she had never been able to understand how a woman could be capable of passionately adoring her husband while simultaneously despising her children. No, that wasn't right. Mom didn't despise Meredith and Nina. She just didn't care about them. Meredith? She looked up sharply. For a moment there, she'd been so lost in her own life that she'd forgotten where she was. At her desk, reading an insect report. Oh! Daisy. I'm sorry. I guess I didn't hear you knock. I'm going home. Is it that late already? Meredith glanced at the clock. It was 6:37. Shit. I mean, dang it. I'm late. Daisy laughed. You're always staying late. Meredith began organizing her paperwork into neat piles. Drive safely, Miss Daisy. It was an old joke, but they both smiled, and remember Josh from the Apple Commission will be here at 9 for a meeting. We'll need donuts and coffee. You got it. Good night. Meredith got her desk ready for tomorrow and then headed out. Snow was falling in earnest now, blurring the view through her windshield. The wipers were moving as fast as they could, but it was still difficult to see. Every pair of oncoming headlights momentarily blinded her. Even though she knew this road like the back of her hand, she slowed down and hugged the shoulder. It reminded her of the one and only time she'd tried to teach Maddie to drive in the snow. The memory made her smile. It's snow, Mom. Not black ice. I don't have to drive this slow. I could walk home faster. That was Maddie. Always in a hurry. At home, Meredith slammed the door shut behind her and hurried into the kitchen. A quick glance at the clock told her she was late. Again. She put her purse on the counter. Jeff. I'm in here. She followed his voice into the living room. He was at the wet bar they'd installed in the late 80s, making himself a drink. Sorry I'm late. The snow. Yeah, he said. They both knew she'd left late. Do you want a drink? Sure. White wine. She looked at him, not knowing what she even felt. He was as handsome as ever, with dark blonde hair that was only now beginning to gray at the temples, a strong, square jaw, and steel gray eyes that always seemed to be smiling. He didn't work out and ate like a horse, but he still had one of those wiry, rawhide bodies that never seemed to age. He was dressed in his usual style-faded Levi's jeans and an old Pearl Jam t-shirt. He handed her a glass of wine. "How was your day?" "Dad wants to plant grapes." And Mom was in the winter garden again. "She's going to catch pneumonia." Your mom is colder than any snowfield. For a moment, she felt the years that bound them, all the connections that time had created. He'd formed an opinion of her mother more than 2 decades ago, and nothing had happened to change it. Amen to that. She leaned back against the wall. All at once, the crazy/hectic/hurried pattern of her day, her week, her month caught up with her, and she closed her eyes. "I got a chapter written today. It's short. Only about 7 pages, but I think it's good. I made you a copy." "Meredith?" "Mir?" She opened her eyes and found him looking at her. A small frown creased the skin between his eyes, made her wonder if he'd said something important. She tried to recall but couldn't. "Sorry. Long day. You're having a lot of those lately." She couldn't tell if there was a hint of accusation in his voice or just a simple honesty. "You know what winter is like. And spring. And summer." There was her answer. Accusation. Even last year, she would have asked him what was wrong with them. She would have told him how lost she felt in the gray minutiae of her everyday life and how much she missed the girls. But lately, that kind of intimacy felt impossible. She wasn't quite sure how it had happened or when, but distance seemed to be spreading between them like spilled ink, staining everything. "Yeah, I guess. I'm going to the office," he said suddenly, reaching for the jacket he'd draped over the back of the chair. "Now? Why not?" She wondered if it was really a question. Did he want her to stop him, to give him a reason to stay, or did he want to leave? She wasn't sure, and really, she didn't care right now. It would be nice to take a hot bath and have a glass of wine and not have to try to think of what to say over dinner. Even better not to have to cook dinner at all. No reason. "Yeah," he said, kissing her on the cheek. That's what I thought. 2. It had taken 2 weeks hiking through the jungle to find the kill. Bugs had alerted them, and the smell of death. Nina stood beside the guide who had led her here. For a terrible instant, she experienced it all. The flies buzzing in the clearing, the maggots that turned the bloody carcass almost white in places, the stillness of the African jungle that meant predators and scavengers were nearby, watching. Then she began to compartmentalize the scene, to see it as a photographer. She pulled out her light meter and ran a quick check. When that was done, she chose one of the 3 cameras hanging from around her neck and focused on the ruined, bloodied body of the mountain gorilla. Click. She stepped around, kept focusing and snapping shots. Changing cameras, adjusting lenses, checking the light. Her adrenaline kicked in. It was the only time she ever really felt alive, when she was taking pictures. Her eye was her great gift, that and her ability to separate from what was going on around her. You couldn't have one without the other. To be a great photographer, you had to see first and feel later. She paused long enough to put a little more Vicks under her nose and then squatted down closer to focus on the severed neck. From somewhere, she heard the sound of vomiting. It was probably the young journalist who had accompanied Nina. She could hardly worry about that now. Click. Click. The poachers wanted only the head, hands, and feet. The money items. There were places in the world where a gorilla's hand was an ashtray in some rich asshole's library. Click. Click. For the next hour, Nina framed and shot, changing cameras and lenses as often as she needed to, putting used film into canisters and labeling them before tucking them into her pocketed vest. When dusk finally fell, they began the long, hot, slippery trek back down through the jungle. The air was electric with sound bugs, birds, monkeys, and the sky was the color of fresh blood. A tangerine sun played hide-and-seek through the trees. Though they'd all chatted on the way up, the descent was quiet, solemn. The immediate aftermath was always worst for Nina. It was difficult sometimes to forget what she'd seen. Often, in the middle of the night, the images would return as nightmares and waken her from a dead sleep. More often than she liked to admit, she woke with tears on her cheeks. At the bottom of the mountain, the group came to this small outpost that served as a town in this remote part of Rwanda. There, they climbed into the jeep and drove several hours to the conservation center, where they asked more questions and she took more photos. Mrs. Nina? She was standing by the center's door, cleaning a lens, when she heard someone say her name. Putting the camera away, she looked up and saw the center's head guide beside her. She smiled as brightly as she could, given how tired she was. Hello, Mr. Daimonsu. I am sorry to bother you when busy things are happening, but we forgot to give you most important phone message. It from Mrs. Sylvie. She say to tell you to call her. Thank you. Nina took the bulky satellite phone out of her bag and carried all the gear to a clearing in the center of the camp. A quick compass check identified the satellite's direction. She unfolded the dish part of the sat phone, set it on the ground, and pointed it at 60 degrees northeast. Then she hooked the phone up to the dish and turned it on. An LCD panel blinked to orange life, giving her the signal's strength. When it looked good, she made the call. Hey, Sylvie, she said when her editor answered. I got the poacher photos today. Sick bastards. Give me, 10 days to get them to you. You've got 6 days. We're thinking of the cover. The cover. Her two favorite words. Some women liked diamonds. She liked the cover of Time magazine. Or National Geographic. She wasn't picky. She actually hoped someday to get the cover and about 16 pages for her photographic essay titled, Women Warriors Around the World. Her pet project. As soon as she was done whenever the hell that might best submit freelance. You'll have it. And then I'm meeting Danny in Namibia. Lucky girl. Have sex for me. But be ready to be back to work next Friday. The violence in Sierra Leone is escalating again. The peace talks are going to fall apart. I want you there before Christmas. You know me, Nina said. Ready to fly at a moment's notice. I won't call unless a new war breaks out. I promise, Sylvie said. Now go get laid while I try to remember what it's like. A few days later, Nina was in Namibia, in a rented Land Rover, with Danny at the wheel. It was only 7 in the morning and already the December sun was bright and warm. By 1 o'clock, the temperature would be somewhere around 115 degrees, and it could well be hotter. The road, if you could call it that, was really a river of thick reddish-gray sand that sucked at the car's tires and sent them careening one way and then the other. Nina held on to the door handle and sat up straight, trying to make her body work like a shock absorber, rolling with the motion. She used her other hand to steady the camera that hung around her neck so that the strap didn't bite into her flesh. A t-shirt was wrapped around the camera and lens, not a very professional way to battle dust, but in all her years in Africa, it had proven to be the best compromise between protection and use. Here, sometimes you had only an instant to grab your camera and take the shot. No time to fumble with straps and cases. She stared out at the desolate, blistering landscape. As the hours passed, taking them farther and farther from any semblance of civilization and deeper into one of the last true wildernesses of southern Africa, she noticed more herds of starving animals standing by dry riverbeds. In this summer heat, they were dropping to their knees, dying where they stood as they waited for the rains to come. Bleaching bones lay everywhere. You sure you want to find the Himba? Danny asked, flashing her a grin as they slammed sideways and almost found themselves stuck in the sand. The dirt on his face made his white teeth and blue eyes look startlingly bright. Dust powdered his collar-length black hair and shirt. We haven't had a week to ourselves in months. The so-called road became passable again, and she brought up her camera, studying him through the viewfinder. Focusing on him, widening the shot just a little, she saw him as clearly as if he'd been a stranger, a handsome 39-year-old Irishman with pronounced cheekbones and a nose that had been broken more than once. Pub fights as a lad, he always said, and just now, when he was looking ahead, concentrating on the road, she could see the tiny frown lines around his mouth. He was worried that he'd followed bad advice on the wrong road, though he'd never say such a thing. He was a war correspondent and used to being in the shit, as he liked to say, used to following a story to hell and back. Even if it wasn't his story. She took the shot. He flashed her a smile and she took another. Next time you want to photograph women, I suggest waitresses at a poolside bar. She laughed and put the camera in her lap again, covering the lens with its cap. I owe you one. Indeed you do, love, and I'll be collecting, you CN be sure. Nina leaned back into the torn, uncomfortable seat and tried not to close her eyes, but she was exhausted. After 2 weeks tracking poachers through the jungle and 4 weeks before that in Angola watching people kill each other, she was tired to the bone. And still, she loved it. There was nowhere in the world she'd rather be and nothing she'd rather be doing. Finding the shot was an adrenaline-fueled fun ride, and one she never tired of, no matter what sacrifices she had to make along the way. She'd known that 16 years ago, when at 21, with a journalism degree under her belt and a used camera in her backpack, she'd gone in search of her destiny. For a while she'd taken any job that required a photographer, but in 1985 she'd gotten her big break. At Live Aid, the concert for famine relief, she'd met Sylvie Porter, then a newbie editor at Time, and Sylvie introduced Nina to a different world. The next thing Nina knew, she was on her way to Ethiopia. What she saw there changed everything. Almost immediately her pictures stopped being only images and began to tell stories. In 1989, when Typhoon Gaze smashed into Thailand, leaving more than 100,000 people homeless, it was Nina's photograph of a single woman, up to her chest in dirty water, carrying her crying baby above her head. That graced the cover of Time magazine. 2 years ago, she'd won the Pulitzer Prize for her coverage of the famine in Sudan. Not that it came easily, this career of hers. Like the Himba tribe of this region, she'd had to become a nomad. Soft mattresses and clean sheets and running water were luxuries she'd learned to live without. Look. There, Danny said, pointing. At first all she saw was an orange and red sky, full of dust. The world felt scorched and smelled of smoke. Gradually, the silhouettes on the ridge materialized into thin people, standing tall, gazing down at the dirty Land Rover and its even dirtier occupants. That them? He asked. Must be. Nodding, he closed the last distance between them and the ridge, and at the bend in a dry riverbed he parked the vehicle and got out. The Himba tribe stood back, watching. Danny walked slowly forward, knowing the chief would present himself. Nina followed his lead. At the elder's hut, they paused. The sacred fire burned in front of it, sending a stream of smoke into the now purple sky. They both bent down, moved carefully, making sure not to pass in front of the fire. That would be seen as disrespectful. The chief approached them and, in halting Swahili, Nina sought permission to take pictures, while Danny showed the tribe the 15 gallons of water he had brought as a gift. For a people that walked miles for a handful of water, it was an overwhelming gift, and suddenly Nina and Danny were welcomed like old friends. Children surged at them, surrounded Nina in a giggling, jumping pack. The Himba swept her and Danny into the village, where they were fed a traditional meal of maize porridge and sour milk and were entertained by the tribe. Later, when the night was blue with moonlight, they were led to a rounded mud hut called a rondovel, where they lay together on a mat of woven grass and leaves. The air smelled sweet of roasted corn and dry earth. Nina rolled onto her side to face Danny. In the shadowy blue light, his face looked young, although, like her, he had old eyes. It was a hazard of the trade. They'd seen too many terrible things. But it was what had brought them together. What they had in common. The yearning to see everything, no matter how terrible, to know everything. They'd met in an abandoned hut in the Congo during the First War, both of them taking cover from the worst of the fighting, she to reload her camera, him to bandage a wound in his shoulder. That looks bad, she'd said. Can I wrap it for you? He looked up at her. All that prayin' must have worked. God has sent me my own angel. From then on, they'd been together all over the world. In the Sudan, Zimbabwe, Afghanistan, Congo, Rwanda, Nepal, Bosnia. They'd both become specialists on Africa, but wherever the big news was happening, they were likely to be there. Both had London apartments that did little more than collect junk mail, messages, and dust. Often their interests took them to separate hotspot him to civil wars, her to humanitarian tragedies, and they spent months without seeing each other, which was just fine with Nina. It only made the sex better. "I'm going to be 40 next month," he said quietly. She loved his accent. The simplest sentence sounded edgy and sexy when he said it. "I'm going to be 40 next month. Don't worry, 25-year-olds still swoon when they see you. It's the I used to be in a rock band look of you." It was a punk rock band, love. She snuggled closer to him, kissed his neck while her hand slid down his bare chest. His body responded as quickly as she expected, and within moments he had her undressed and they were doing what they'd always done best. Afterward, Danny pulled her close. "How come we can talk about anything but us?" "Who was talking about us?" "I said I was almost 40. And I'm supposed to see that as a conversation starter? I'm 37. What if I miss you when you're gone?" "You know who I am, Danny. I told you at the very beginning. That was more than 4 years ago, for God's sake. Everything in the world changes except you, I guess." "Exactly." She rolled over, spooning her body against his. She'd always felt safe in his arms, even when gunfire was exploding all around them and the night was full of screaming. Tonight, though, there was only the sound of a fire crackling outside and of bugs buzzing and chirping in the dark. She moved the tiniest bit away from him, but his arms closed around her, held her in place. "I didn't ask for anything," he whispered into her ear. "You did," she thought, closing her eyes. An unfamiliar anxiety settled in the pit of her stomach. "You just don't know it yet." On a ridge high above the makeshift village, Nina squatted on the crumbling edge of a riverbed. Her thighs burned from the effort it took to remain motionless. It was 6 in the morning, and the sky was a gorgeous blend of aqua and orange. Already the sun was gaining strength. Below her, a Himba woman walked through the village with a heavy pot balanced on her head and a baby positioned in a colorful sling at her breast. Nina raised the camera to her eye and zoomed in the telephoto lens until she could see perfectly. Like all the women of this nomadic African tribe, the young woman was bare-breasted and wore a furry goatskin skirt. A large conch shell necklace handed down from mother to daughter through the generations, a valued possession, showed the world that she was married, as did the style of her hair. Covered from head to toe in red ochre dust and butterfat to protect her skin from the terrorizing sun, the young mother's skin was the color of old bricks. Her ankles, considered her most private part, were hidden beneath a row of thin metal bands that made a tinkling sound when she walked. Unaware of Nina, the woman paused at the riverbank and looked out over the scar on the land where water should run. Her expression sharpened, turned desperate as she reached down to touch the child in her arms. It was a look Nina had seen in women all over the world, especially in times of war and destruction. A bone-deep fear for her child's future. There was nowhere to go to find water. Nina caught it on film and kept shooting until the woman walked on, went back to her rounded mud hut and sat down in a circle of other women. Together, talking, the women began crushing red ochre on flat rocks, collecting the sandy residue in calabash bowls. Nina covered the lens and stood up, stretching her aching joints. She'd taken hundreds of pictures this morning, but she didn't need to look through them to know that the one was of the woman at the riverbank. In her mind, she cropped, framed, printed, and hung the image among the great ones she'd collected. Someday her portraits would show the world how strong and powerful women could be, as well as the personal cost of that strength. She unloaded the film, labeled the canister, tucked it away and reloaded, then walked through the village, smiling at people, handing out the candies and ribbons and bracelets she always carried. She took another great picture of 4 Himba women emerging from the smoke and herb sauna that was their method of keeping clean in a land devoid of water. In the picture, the women were holding hands and laughing. It was an image that captured a universal feminine connection. She heard Danny come up beside her. "Hey you." She leaned against him, feeling good about her shots. "I just love how they are with their kids, even when the odds are impossible. The only time I cry is when I see their faces with their babies." "Why is that with all we've seen?" "So it's mothers you follow." "I thought it was warriors." Nina frowned. She'd never thought of it that way, and the observation was unsettling. Not always mothers. Women fighting for something. Triumphing over impossible odds. He smiled. "So you're a romantic after all." She laughed. "Right. You ready to go?" "I think I got what I needed, yeah. Does this mean we can go lie by a pool for a week?" "There's nothing I'd rather do." She put her camera equipment away and repacked their gear while Danny spoke to the village elder and thanked him for the pictures. She set up her satellite phone on the desert floor, unfolding the silver wings and positioning it until she found a signal. As she expected, the magazine offices were closed, so she left a message for her editor and promised to call from the Chobe River Lodge in Zambia. Then she and Danny climbed back into the busted-up old Land Rover, drove through the lunar landscape of Kayakovold, and hopped on a plane headed south. By nightfall, they were at the Chobe River Lodge on their own private deck, watching the sun set over a herd of elephants on the opposite shore. They were being served gin and tonics while 100 yards away lions were hunting in the tall grass. In a bikini that had seen better days, Nina stretched out on the luxurious two-person lounge chair and closed her eyes. The night smelled of murky water and dry grass and mud baked to stone by the unforgiving sun. For the first time in weeks, her pixie-cut black hair was clean and there was no red dirt under her fingernails. Pure luxury. She heard Danny coming through their room toward the deck. He took an almost imperceptible pause before each step, a tiny favoring of the right leg, which had taken a bullet in Angola. He pretended it didn't bother him, told people there was no pain, but Nina knew about the pills he swallowed and the way he sometimes couldn't find a comfortable position in which to sleep. When she massaged his body, she put extra effort into that leg, although he didn't ask her to, and she didn't admit that she'd done it. "Here you go," he said, putting 2 glasses onto the teak table beside her. She tilted her face up to thank him and noticed several things at once. He hadn't brought a gin and tonic. Instead, he'd put down a straight shot so big it was practically a tumbler full of tequila. He'd forgotten the salt, and worst of all, he wasn't smiling. She sat up. "What's wrong?" "Maybe you should take a drink first." When an Irishman told you to take a drink first, there was bad news coming. He sat down beside her on the lounger. She eased sideways to make room for him. The stars were out now, and in the pale silvery glow she could see his sharp features and hollow cheeks, his blue eyes and curly hair. She realized in that moment, when he looked so sad, how much he laughed and smiled, even when the sun was broiling or the dust was choking or the gunshots were exploding in the air. He could always smile. Except now he wasn't. He handed her a smallish yellow envelope. "Telegram. Did you read it?" "Course not. But it can't be good news now, can it?" Journalists and producers and photojournalists the world over knew about telegrams. It was how your family delivered bad news, even in the satellite phone and internet age. Her hands were unsteady as she reached for the envelope. Her first thought was, thank God, when she saw that it had come from Sylvie, but that relief died as she read on. "Nina, your father has had a heart attack. Meredith says it looks bad." "Sylvie." She looked up at Danny. "It's my dad. It's my dad." "I need to go now." "Impossible, love," he said gently. "The first flight out of here is at 6. I'll get us tickets to Seattle from Johannesburg. Is it best to drive from there?" "Us. I want to be there for you, Nina." "Is that so terrible?" She didn't know how to respond to that, what to say. Relying on people for comfort had never felt natural to her. The last thing she wanted was to give someone the power to hurt her. Self-preservation was the one thing she'd learned from her mother. So she did what she always did at times like these. She reached down for the buttons on his pants. "Take me to bed, Daniel Flynn." Get me through this night. Interminable was the word that came to mind to describe the wait, but that only made Meredith think terminal, which made her think death, which brought up all the emotions she was trying to suppress. Her usual coping mechanism, keeping busy, wasn't working for her now, and she'd tried. She'd buried herself in insurance information, researched heart attacks and survival, and come up with a list of the best cardiologists in the country. The second she put her pen down or looked away from the screen, her grief came rushing back. Tears were a constant pressure behind her eyes. So far, though, she'd kept them from falling. Crying would be its own defeat, and she refused to give up. She crossed her arms tightly, staring at the multicolored fish in the waiting room tank. Sometimes, if she was lucky, one of them actually caught her attention, and for a nanosecond she forgot that her father might be dying. She felt Jeff come up behind her. Though she hadn't heard footsteps on the carpet, she knew he was there. "Mir," he said quietly, putting his hands on her shoulders. She knew what he wanted, for her to lean back into him, to let herself be held. There was a part of her that wanted it, too, longed for that comfort, in fact, but the larger part of her, the part that was hanging on to hope one breath at a time, did dare soften. In his arms, she might fall apart, and what good would that do? "Let me hold you," he said into her ear. She shook her head. How was it he didn't understand? She worried about her father in a way that consumed her. It felt as if a knife had plunged deep in her chest, tearing past bone and muscle. The sharp point lay poised at her heart. One wrong move and the tender organ would be punctured. Behind her, she heard him sigh. He let go. "Did you get hold of your sister?" "I left messages everywhere I could. You know Nina. She'll be here when she's here." She looked at the clock again. "What is taking that damn doctor so long? He should be giving us a report. In 10 minutes I'm calling the head of the department." Jeff started to say something. Honestly, she was barely listening. Her heart was beating so fast she couldn't hear much above it. But before he was finished, the door to the waiting room opened, and Dr. Watanabe appeared. In an instant, Meredith, Jeff, and Mom came together, walked to the doctor. "How is he?" her mother asked in a voice that carried throughout the room. How could she possibly sound so strong at a time like this? Only the heaviness of her accent showed that she was upset. Otherwise, she looked as calm as ever. Dr. Watanabe smiled briefly, barely, and said, "Not good. He had a second heart attack when we were taking him to surgery. We were able to resuscitate him, but he's very weak." "What can you do?" Meredith asked. "Do?" Dr. Watanabe said, frowning. The compassion in his eyes was terrible. "Nothing. The damage to his heart is too extensive. Now we just wait. And hope he makes it through the night." Jeff slipped his arm around Meredith's waist. "You can see him if you'd like. He's in the cardiac care unit. But one at a time, okay?" Dr. Watanabe said, taking Mom by the elbow. Details, Meredith thought, watching her mother walk down the hallway. Focus on the details. Find a way to fix this. But she couldn't do it. Memories gathered at the periphery of her vision, waiting to be invited near. She saw her dad in the stands at her high school gymnastic meets, cheering with embarrassing vigor, and at her wedding, weeping openly as he walked her down the aisle. Only last week he'd taken her aside and said, "Let's go get a couple of beers, mere doodle, just the two of us, like we used to." And she'd blown him off, told him they'd do it soon. Had it really been so important to drop off the dry cleaning? "I guess we should call the girls," Jeff said. "Fly them home." On that, Meredith felt something inside her break, and although she knew it was irrational, she hated Jeff for saying it. He'd given up already. "Mir?" He pulled her into his arms and held her. "I love you," he whispered. She stayed in his arms as long as she could bear and then eased away. Saying nothing, not even looking at him, she followed the path her mother had walked, feeling utterly, dangerously alone in the austere, busy CCU. People in blue scrubs moved in and out of her field of vision, but she had eyes only for her father. He lay in a narrow bed, surrounded by tubes and 4 lines and machines. Beside him, her mother stood vigil. Even now, as her husband lay connected to life by the most tenuous strands, she looked strangely, almost defiantly, serene. Her posture was perfect, and if there was a shaking in her hands it would take a seismologist to detect it. Meredith wiped her eyes, unaware until that moment that tears were seeping out. She stood there as long as she could. The doc had said one at a time, and Meredith wasn't one to break rules, but finally she couldn't stand it. She went to him, stopped at the foot of his bed. The whir of machinery seemed absurdly loud. "How is he?" Her mother sighed heavily and walked away. Meredith knew her mom would head straight for a window somewhere and stare out into the snowy night alone. Normally, it pissed Meredith off how alone her mother liked to be, but just now she didn't care, and for once, she didn't judge her mother harshly. Everyone broke and held themselves together in their own way. She reached down and touched her father's hand. "Hey, Daddy," she whispered, trying her best to smile. "It's your Doodle. I'm here and I love you. Talk to me, Daddy." The only answer was the wind, tapping on the glass while the snow flurried and danced beneath the outside light. 3. Nina stood in the confusing jumble that was the Johannesburg airport and looked up at Danny. She knew he wanted to go with her, but she couldn't imagine why. She had nothing to give him right now, nothing to give anyone. She just needed to go, to be gone, to be home. "I need to do this alone." She could see that she'd hurt him. "Of course you do," he said. "I'm sorry." He ran a deeply tanned hand through his long, messy black hair and stared down at her with an intensity that made her draw in a sharp breath. It got through, that look, hit her hard. He reached out slowly, pulled her into his arms as if they were alone, 2 lovers with all the time in the world. He claimed her with a kiss that was deep and intimate, almost primal in its power. She felt her heartbeat quicken and her cheeks heat up, although it made no sense, that reaction. She was a grown woman, not a scared virgin, and sex was the last thing on her mind. "Remember that, love," he said, drawing back but not looking away. It was a kiss that almost softened her grief for a second, lessened her load. She almost said something, almost changed her mind, but before she found even the start of a word, he was pulling away, turning his back on her, and then he was gone. She stood there a minute, almost frozen. Then she grabbed her backpack from the floor beside her feet and started walking. 34 hours later, she parked her rental car in the dark, snow-coated hospital parking lot and ran inside, praying as she had for every hour of the transcontinental flight that she wasn't too late. In the waiting room on the 3rd floor, she found her sister positioned like a sentinel next to an absurdly cheery aquarium full of tropical fish. Nina skidded to a stop, afraid suddenly to say anything. They'd always handled things differently, she and Meredith. Even as girls. Nina had fallen often and picked herself back up. Meredith had moved cautiously, rarely losing her balance. Nina had broken things. Meredith held them together. Nina needed that now, needed her sister to hold her together. "Mir," she said quietly. Meredith turned to her. Even with the length of the waiting room between them and bad fluorescent lighting above, Nina could see how drawn and tired her sister looked. Meredith's chestnut brown hair, usually so flawlessly styled, was a mess. She wore no makeup, and without it, her brown eyes looked too big for her pale face. Her oversized mouth was colorless. "You're here," she said, moving forward, taking Nina into her arms. When Nina drew back, she was unsteady. Her breathing was a little erratic. "How is he?" "Not good. He had a second massive heart attack. At first they were going to try to operate. But now they're saying he won't survive it. The damage is too extensive. Dr. Watanabe doesn't think he'll make it through the weekend. But they didn't really think he'd make it through the first night either." Nina closed her eyes at the pain of that. Thank God she had made it home in time to see him. But how could she lose him? He was her level ground, her North Star. The one person who was always waiting for her to come home. Slowly, she opened her eyes and looked at her sister again. "Where's Mom?" Meredith stepped sideways. And there she was, a beautiful white-haired woman sitting in a cheap upholstered chair. Even from here, Nina could see how controlled her mother was, how scarily contained. She hadn't risen to welcome her youngest child home, hadn't even looked her way. Rather, she was staring straight ahead. Those eerie blue eyes of hers seemed to glow against the pallor of her skin. As usual, she was knitting. They probably had 300 sweaters and blankets, each neatly folded in stacks in the attic. "How is she?" Nina asked. Meredith shrugged, and Nina knew what that movement meant. Who knew about Mom? She was alien to them, indecipherable, and God knew they'd tried. Meredith most of all. Until the night of the Christmas play, all those years ago, Meredith had followed Mom like an eager puppy, begging to be noticed. After that humiliating night, her sister had drawn back, kept her distance. In the years between then and now, nothing had changed, neither had softened. If anything, the distance between them had grown. Nina had handled it differently. She'd given up on the hope of intimacy earlier and chosen to accept her mother's solitude. In many ways they were alike, she and Mom. They didn't need anyone except Dad. Nodding at her sister, Nina left her and crossed the room. At her mother's side, she sank to her knees. An unfamiliar longing caught her off guard. She wanted to be told that he would be okay. "Hey, Mom," she said. "I got here as quickly as I could." "Good." She heard a tiny fissure in her mother's voice, and that slim weakness connected them. She dared to touch her mother's thin, pale wrist. The veins were blue and thick beneath the white skin, and Nina's tanned fingers looked almost absurdly vibrant against it. Maybe for once it was Mom who needed to be comforted. He's a strong man with a will to live. Her mother looked down at her so slowly it was as if she were a robot with a dying battery. Nina was shocked by how old and weary her mother looked, yet how strong. It should have been an impossible combination, but her mother had always been a woman of contradictions. She'd worried acutely about letting her children leave the yard, but hardly looked at them when they were in the house. She'd claimed that there was no God, even as she decorated her holy corner and kept its lamp lit. She ate only enough food to keep her body moving, but wanted her children to eat more than they could stand. "You think that is what matters?" Nina was taken aback by the ferocity in her mother's voice. "I think we have to believe he'll get better. He is in room 434. He has been asking for you." Nina took a deep breath and opened the door to her father's room. It was quiet except for the mechanical sound of machines. She moved slowly toward him, trying not to cry. He looked small, a big man who'd been whittled down to fit in a child's bed. "Nina." His voice was so soft and breathy she hardly recognized it. His skin was frighteningly pale. She forced herself to smile, hoping it looked real. Her father was a man who valued laughter and joy. She knew it would hurt him to see her in pain. "Hey, Daddy." The little girl word slipped out. She hadn't said it in years. He knew, and he smiled. It was a faded, tired version of his smile, and Nina reached down to wipe the spittle from his lip. "I love you, Daddy. I want. He was breathing hard now. Go home." She had to lean close to hear his quietly spoken words. "You can't go home, Dad. They're taking good care of you here." He reached for her hand, holding it tightly. "Die home." This time she couldn't will her tears away. She felt them streak down her face and land in tiny gray petals on the white blanket. Don't. He stared up at her, still breathing hard. She saw the light go out of his eyes and the weakening of his will, and that hurt more than words had. "It won't be easy," she said. "You know Meredith likes everything in its place. She'll want you here." The smile he gave her was so sad and sloppy it broke her heart. You hate easy." "I do," she said quietly, stung by the sudden thought that without him, no one would know her that well. He closed his eyes and exhaled slowly. For a second, Nina thought she'd lost him, that he'd simply fallen away from her and sunk into the darkness, but this time the machine soothed her. He was still breathing. She sank into the chair beside him, knowing why he'd asked this favor of her. Mom could do it, of course, could force his move home, but Meredith would hate her mother for it. Dad had spent his life trying to create love where none existed between his wife and his daughters, and he couldn't give up even now. All he could do was hand his need to her and hope she could accomplish what he wanted. She remembered how often he'd called her his rule breaker, his Spitfire, and how proud he'd been of her courage to go into battle. Of course she would do as he'd asked. It was perhaps the last thing he'd ask of her. That night, after the arrangements had been made to have Dad discharged, Nina went out to her rental car. She sat there a long time, alone in the dark parking lot, trying to let go of the fight she and Meredith had had about moving Dad. Nina had won, but it hadn't been easy. Finally, with a tired sigh, she started the engine and drove away from the hospital. Snow patterned her windshield, disappearing and reappearing with each swipe of the wiper blades. Even with limited visibility, her first view of Bali Noche made her breath catch. The house looked as beautiful and out of place as ever in its snowy valley, tucked as it was in a V of land between the river and the hills. Christmas lights made it even more beautiful, almost magical. It had always reminded her of the fairy tales they'd once been told, full of dangerous magic and handsome princes and dragons. In short, it reminded her of her mother. On the porch, she stomped the snow off her leather hiking boots and opened the door. The entry was cluttered with coats and boots. The kitchen counters were a graveyard of coffee cups and empty plates. Her mother's precious brass samovar glinted in the light from an overhead fixture. She found Meredith in the living room, all alone, staring at the fireplace. Nina could see how fragile her sister was right now. Her photographer's eye noticed every tiny detail, the trembling hands, the tired eyes, the stiff back. She reached out and pulled her sister into a hug. "What will we be without him?" Meredith whispered, clinging to her. "Less," was all Nina could think of to say. Meredith wiped her eyes, straightening suddenly, pulling away as if she'd just realized that she'd gone weak for a moment. "I'll stay the night. Just in case Mom needs something. I'll take care of her." "You?" "Yes. We'll be fine. Go make wild, crazy love to that sexy man of yours." Meredith frowned at that, as if perhaps the idea of pleasure were impossible to contemplate. "You sure you'll be okay?" "I'm sure." "Okay. I'll be back over early to get the place ready for Dad. He'll be home at 1, remember?" "I remember," Nina said, walking Meredith to the door. As soon as her sister was gone, she grabbed her backpack and camera bags off the kitchen table and headed up the steep, narrow stairway to the second floor. Passing her parents' room, she went into the bedroom she and Meredith had shared. Although it appeared symmetrical, 2 twin beds, a pair of matching desks, and 2 white dressers, a closer look revealed the 2 very different girls who'd lived here and the separate paths their lives would take. Even as girls, they'd had little in common. The last thing Nina really remembered them doing together was the play. Mom had changed that day, and so had Meredith. True to her word, her sister had never listened to another of Mom's fairy tales, but it had been an easy promise to keep, as Mom never told them a story again. That was what Nina had missed the most. She'd loved those fairy tales. The white tree, the snow maiden, the enchanted waterfall, the peasant girl, and the prince. At bedtime, on the rare nights Mom could be coaxed into telling them a story, Nina remembered being entranced by her mother's voice and comforted by the familiarity of the words. All the stories were memorized and were the same every time, even without a book from which to read. Mom had told them that it was a Russian tradition, the ability to tell stories. After the play, Nina had tried to repair the breach caused by Mom's anger and Meredith's hurt feelings, as had her dad. It hadn't worked, of course, and by the time Nina was 11, she understood. By then, Nina's own feelings had been so hurt so often she'd pulled back, too. She left the room and shut the door. At her parents' bedroom, she paused and knocked. "Mom? Are you hungry?" There was no answer. She knocked again. "Mom?" More silence. She opened the door and went inside. The room was neat as a pin and Spartan in decor. A big king-sized bed, an antique dresser, one of those ancient Russian trunks, and a bookcase overflowing with small hardcover novels from the club her mother belonged to. The only thing missing was her mother. Frowning, Nina went downstairs again, calling out for her mother. She was just beginning to panic when she happened to glance outside. There she was, sitting on her bench in the winter garden, looking down at her own hands. Tiny white Christmas lights entwined the wrought iron fence, made the garden look like a magical box in the middle of all that night. Snow fell softly around her, making the substantial look illusory. Nina went to the entryway and grabbed some snow boots and a coat. Dressing quickly, she went outside, trying to ignore the tiny burn-like landings of snowflakes on her cheeks and lips. This was exactly why she worked near the equator. "Mom," she said, coming up beside her. "You shouldn't be out here. It's cold." "It is not cold." Nina heard the exhaustion in her mother's voice, and it reminded her of how tired she was, and how terrible this day had been, and the awful day that was coming, and so Nina sat down beside her mother. For what seemed like an eternity, neither one of them spoke. Finally, Mom said, "Your father thinks I cannot handle his death." "Can you?" Nina asked simply. "You would be amazed at what the human heart can endure." Nina had seen the truth of that all over the world. Ironically, it was what her warrior women photographs were all about. That doesn't mean the pain isn't unbearable. In Kosovo, during the fighting, I talked to. "Do not tell me about your work. These are discussions you have with your father. War does not interest me." Nina wasn't hurt by that, at least that was what she told herself. She knew better than to reach out to her mother. "Sorry. Just making conversation." "Do not." Mom reached down to touch the copper column that stood amid a messy coil of dead brown vines. Here and there red holly berries peeked through the snow, framed by glossy green leaves. Not that her mother could see these colors, of course. Her birth defect precluded her seeing the true beauty in her garden. Meredith had never understood why a woman who saw the world in black and white would care so much about flowers, but Nina knew the power of black and white images. Sometimes a thing was its truest self when the colors were stripped away. "Come on, Mom," Nina said. "I'll make us some dinner. You do not cook." "And whose fault is that?" Nina said automatically. A mother is supposed to teach her daughter how to cook. I know. It is my fault. All of it." Mom stood up, grabbed her knitting needles, and walked away. 4. The dogs greeted Meredith as if she'd been gone for a decade. She scratched their ears without any real enthusiasm and went into the house, turning on the lights as she made her way from the kitchen to the living room. "Jeff," she called out. Silence answered her. At that, she did exactly what she didn't want to do. She made herself a rum, heavy on the rum, and Diet Coke and walked out to the porch. There, she sat down on the white love seat and stared out at the moonlit valley. In this light, the orchard looked almost sinister, all those bare, crooked limbs jutting up from the dirty layer of snow. Reaching down to the left, she grabbed the old wool blanket from its place in a basket and wrapped it around her. She didn't know how to survive this grief, how to accept what was coming. Without her father, Meredith feared she would be like one of those dormant apple trees, bare, vulnerable, exposed. She wanted to believe she wouldn't be alone with her grief, but who would be there for her? Nina? Jeff? Her children? Mom? That was the biggest laugh of all. Mom had never been there for Meredith. Now it would be the two of them alone, connected by the thin strand of a dead man's love and precious little more. Behind her, the door squeaked open. "Mir? What are you doing out here?" "It's freezing. I've been waiting for you." "I needed to be alone." She saw that she'd hurt him, and she wanted to take it back, undo it, but the effort was beyond her. I didn't mean that. Yes, you did. She stood up so quickly the blanket fell away from her shoulders and landed in a heap on the love seat. Forcing a smile, she edged past him and went inside. In the living room, she sat down in one of the club chairs by the fireplace, grateful that he'd made a fire. She was suddenly freezing. Her fingers tightened around the glass and she took a big gulp of her drink. It wasn't until he came up beside her and looked down that she realized she should have sat on the sofa so he could be beside her. He made himself a drink and sat down on the hearth. He looked tired. And disappointed, too. I thought you'd want to talk about it, he said quietly. God, no. How can I help? He's dying, Jeff. There, I said it. We're talking. I feel much better now. Damn it, Mir. She looked at him, knowing she was being a bitch and unfair, too, but she couldn't stop herself. She just wanted to be alone, to crawl into some dark place where she could pretend this wasn't happening. Her heart was breaking. Why couldn't he see that, and why did he think he could somehow hold it together in his hands? What do you want from me, Jeff? I don't know how to handle this. He moved toward her then, pulled her to her feet. The ice rattled in her glass. She was shaking. Why hadn't she known that? And he took the drink from her, put it on the table beside her chair. I talked to Evan today. I know. He's worried. Of course he's worried. He's. She couldn't say it again. Dying, Jeff said softly. But that's not what's bothering him. He's worried about you and Nina and your mother and me. He's afraid this family will fall apart without him. That's ridiculous, she said, but the softness of her voice betrayed her. Is it? At the touch of his lips to hers, she remembered how much she'd once loved him, how much she wanted to love him now. She wanted to put her arms around him and cling to him, but she was so cold. Numb. He held her as he hadn't held her in years, as if he'd fall apart if she let him go, and he kissed her ear, whispering, "Hold me." She almost cracked right there, almost broke apart. She tried to lift her arms and couldn't do it. Jeff drew back, letting her go. He stared at her a long time, so long she wondered what it was he saw. For a moment, he looked like he was going to say something, but in the end, he just walked away. What was there to say, really? Her father was dying. Nothing could change that. Words were like pennies, fallen into corners and down the cracks, not worth the effort of collecting. Nina had spent a lot of time with injured or dying people, standing witness, revealing universal pain through individual suffering. She was good at it, too, able to somehow be both completely in the moment and detached enough to record it. As terrible as it had often been, her place beside makeshift hospital beds, watching people with catastrophic injuries, everything that came before paled in comparison to this moment, when she was suffering herself. On this day when her father came home from the hospital, she couldn't hold back, couldn't put her grief in a box and lock it shut. She was standing in her parents' bedroom, beside the big window that overlooked the winter garden and the orchard beyond. Outside, the sky was a bold cerulean blue, cloudless. A pale winter sun shone down, its warm breath melting the crusty layer of yellowing snow. Water dripped from the eaves, no doubt studding the snow along the porch rail below. She brought the camera to her eye and focused on Meredith, who was looking down at Dad, trying to smile. Nina captured the frailty in her sister's face, the sadness in her eyes. Next, she focused on her mother, who stood beside the bed, looking as regal as Lauren Bacall, as cold as Barbara Stanwyck. From his place in the big bed, with stark white pillows and blankets piled around him, Dad looked thin and old and fading. He blinked slowly, his mottled eyelids falling like flags to half-mast and then lifting again. Through the viewfinder, Nina saw his roomy brown eyes focus on her. The shock of it, of the directness of his gaze, surprised her. "No cameras," he said. His voice was frayed and tired, not his voice at all, and somehow that loss, the very sound of him, was worse than all the rest. She knew why he'd said that. He knew her, knew why the camera was important to her now. Nina lowered the camera slowly, feeling naked, suddenly vulnerable. Without that thin layer of a glass lens, she was here instead of there, looking at her father, who was dying. She moved in toward the bed, stood beside Meredith. Mom was on the other side. All of them were tucked in close. "I will be back in a moment," Mom said. Dad nodded at her. The look that passed between her parents was so intimate that Nina felt almost like an intruder. As soon as Mom was gone, Dad looked at Meredith. "I know you're afraid," he said quietly. "We don't need to talk about it," Meredith said. "Unless you want to talk about it," Nina said, reaching down for his hand. "You must be afraid, Dad. You must be afraid, Dad." "Of dying?" "Oh, for God's sake," Meredith said, stepping back from the bed. Nina didn't want to explain to her sister, not now, but she'd lived alongside death for years. She knew there were peaceful passings and angry, desperate ones. As hard as it was for her to contemplate his dying, she wanted to help him. She brushed the white hair away from his age-spotted forehead, remembering suddenly how he'd looked as a younger man when his face had been tanned from working in his orchard. All except for his forehead, which was always pale because of the hats he wore. "Your mom," he said, speaking with obvious effort. "She'll break without me. She'll break without me. I'll take care of her, Dad." "I promise," Meredith said unsteadily. "You know that. She can't do it again. She can't do it again," Dad said. He closed his eyes and let out a tired sigh. His breathing became labored. "Can't do it again?" Nina asked. "Who are you, Barbara Walters?" Meredith snapped. "Back off. Let him sleep." "But he said. He told us to take care of Mom." Like he even had to ask. Meredith busied herself with his blankets and fluffed his pillows. She was like an uber-competent nurse. Nina understood. Meredith was so afraid that she had to keep busy. Next, she knew, her sister would run away. "Stay," Nina said. "We need to talk." "I can't," Meredith said. "The business doesn't stop just because I want it to. I'll be back in an hour." And then she was gone. Nina reached instinctively for her camera and started taking pictures, not to show anyone, just for herself. As she looked down at him, focused on his pale face, the tears she'd been fighting turned him into a gray and white smear in the midst of that huge four-poster wooden bed. She wanted to say, "I love you, Dad," but the words had hooks that wouldn't let go. Quietly, she left his room and shut the door. In the hallway, she passed her mother, and for a split second, when their pain-filled gazes met, Nina reached out. Mom lurched away from Nina's hand and went into the bedroom, shutting the door behind her. There it was. The whole of her childhood repeated in a too-quiet hallway. The worst part was, Nina knew better. Her mother was not a woman one reached out to. Meredith and Jeff met the girls at the train station that night. It was a subdued homecoming, full of sad looks and unspoken words, not what it should have been at all. "How's Grandpa?" Jillian asked when the car doors shut and they were all together in the quiet. Meredith wanted to lie, but it was too late to protect them. "Not good," she said quietly. "He'll be glad to see you, though." Maddie's eyes filled with tears. Of course they did. Her youngest daughter had always been the emotional one. No one laughed louder or cried harder than Maddie. "Can we see him tonight?" "Of course, honey. He's waiting for us. And your Aunt Nina is here, too." Maddie smiled at that, but it wasn't her real smile. It was a tattered version of it. Cool. And somehow, with all of it, that quiet, subdued cool hurt Meredith most of all. And it was the change that was coming, the grief that would reconfigure their family. Maddie and Jillian adored Nina. Usually they treated her like a rock star. But now it was just that quiet, whispered cool. "Maybe he should see another specialist," Jillian said. Her voice was soft and calm, and in it Meredith heard an echo of the doctor her daughter would someday become. Steady and collected. That was Jillian. "He's seen several really good doctors," Jeff said. He waited a minute, let those words sink in, and then he started the car. Usually, they would have talked and laughed and told stories on the drive, and once at home they would have gathered around the kitchen table for a game of hearts or in the living room to watch a movie. Tonight, though, the drive was quiet. The girls tried to make conversation, told dull stories about classes and sorority rules and even the weather, but their words had trouble rising above the pall that hung in the car. At the La Noche, they went into the house and made their way up the narrow stairway to the second floor. At the top of the stairs, Meredith turned to them and almost warned them that he looked ill. But that was what a mother did with young children. Instead, with a little nod, she opened the door and led the way into the bedroom. "Hey, Dad. Look who is here to see you." Nina was sitting on the stone hearth, her back to a bright orange fire. At their entrance, she stood. "These can't be my nieces," she said, but her usual booming laugh was gone. She went to the girls, hugged them tightly. Then she hugged her brother-in-law. "Your grandfather has been waiting for you too," Mom said, rising from her place in the rocking chair by the window. "As have I." Meredith wondered if she was the only one who heard the change in her mother's voice when she spoke to the girls. It had always been like that. Mom was as warm to her granddaughters as she was cold to her daughters. For years it had wounded Meredith, that obvious preference for Jillian and Maddie, but in the end she'd been grateful that her mother made the girls feel cared for. The girls took turns hugging their grandmother and then turned to face the big four-poster bed. In it, Dad lay motionless, his face startlingly pale, his smile unsteady. "My granddaughters," he said quietly. Meredith could see how affected they were by the sight of him. For the whole of their lives he'd been like one of the apple trees on this property. Sturdy and dependable. Jillian was the first to lean down and kiss him. "Hey, Grandpa." Maddie's eyes were damp. She reached over for her sister's hand and held it. When she opened her mouth to say something, no words came out. Dad reached up a mottled, shaking hand and pressed it to her cheek. "No crying, princess." Maddie wiped her eyes and nodded. Dad tried to sit up. Meredith went to his bedside to help him. She fluffed and arranged the pillows behind him. Coughing hard, he said, "We're all here." Then he looked at Mom. "It's time, Anya." "No," Mom said evenly. "You promised," he said. Meredith felt something swirling about the room like smoke. She glanced at Nina, who nodded. So she felt it, too. "Now," Dad said with a sternness that Meredith had never heard before. Mom folded beneath that command, just sank into the rocking chair. Meredith barely had time to process the stunning capitulation when her father spoke again. "Your mother has agreed to tell us one of her fairy tales. After all these years. Like she used to." He looked at Mom. His smile was so loving it broke Meredith's heart to see. "The Peasant Girl and the Prince, I think. That was always my favorite one." "No," Meredith said, maybe she just thought it. She took a step back from the bed. Nina crossed the room and sat down on the floor at Mom's feet, just as she'd done years ago. As they'd both done. "Here, Mad," Nina said, patting the floor. "Come sit by me." Jeff was the next to move. He chose the big armchair by the fireplace and Jillian snuggled in alongside him. Only Meredith had yet to move, and she couldn't seem to make her legs work. For decades she'd told herself that her mother's fairy tales meant nothing. Now she had to admit what a lie that had been. She'd loved hearing those stories, and during the telling, she'd accidentally loved her mother. That was the truth about why Meredith had stopped listening. It hurt too much. "Sit. Sit." "Meerdoodle," Dad said gently, and at the nickname, she felt her resistance give way. Woodenly, she crossed the room and sat on the oriental rug, as far away from her mother as possible. In the rocking chair, Mom sat very still, her gnarled hands tented in her lap. "Her name is Vera and she is a poor peasant girl. A nobody. Not that she knows this, of course. No one so young can know such a thing. She is 15 years old and she lives in the Snow Kingdom, an enchanted land that now is rotting from within. Evil has come to the kingdom. He is a dark, angry knight who wants to destroy it all." Meredith felt a chill move through her. She remembered suddenly how it once had been. Mom would come into their room at night and tell them wondrous tales of stone hearts and frozen trees and cranes who swallowed starlight. Always in the dark. Her voice was magic back then, as it was now. It would bring them all together for a time, but in the morning, those bonds would be gone, the stories never spoken of. He moves like a virus, this night. By the time the villagers begin to see the truth, it is too late. The infection is already there. Winter snow turns a terrible purplish black. Puddles in the street grow tentacles and pull unwary travelers down into the muck. Trees argue among themselves and stop bearing fruit. The fair villagers can do nothing to stop this evil. They love their kingdom and are the kind of people who keep their heads down to avoid danger. Vera does not understand this. How can she at her age? She knows only that the Snow Kingdom is a part of her, like the soles of her feet or the palms of her hands. On this night, for some reason she cannot name, she wakes at midnight and gets out of bed quietly, so as not to waken her sister, and she goes to her bedroom window, opening it wide. From here, she can see all the way to the bridge. In June, when the air smells of flowers, and the night itself is as brief as the brush of a butterfly's wing, she cannot help imagining her own bright future. It is the time of white nights, when at its darkest the sky is a deep, royal purple smattered with stars. In these months, the streets are never quiet. At all hours, villagers gather on the streets, lovers walk across the bridge. Courtiers leave the cafes very late, drunk on mead and sunlight. But as she is breathing in the summer night, she hears her parents arguing in the other room. Vera knows she should not listen, but she cannot help herself. She tiptoes to the chamber door, pushing it open just a crack. Her mother stands by the fire, wringing her hands as she looks up at Papa. "You cannot keep doing these things, Peter. It is too dangerous." The Black Knight's power is growing. Every night, it seems, we hear of villagers who are turned to smoke. You cannot ask me to do this. I do ask you. I do. Write what the Black Knight tells you to. They are just words. Just words. Peter, her mother says, crying now, and that frightens Vera. Never has she heard her mother weep. I am afraid for you. And then, even more softly, I am afraid of you. He takes her in his arms. I am careful always. Vera closes the door, confused by what she has heard. She does not understand all of it, or perhaps even part of it, but she knows that her strong mother is afraid, and that is something she has never seen before. But Papa will never let anything bad happen to them. But Papa will never let anything bad happen to them. She means to ask her mother about the argument the next day, but when she wakens, the sun is shining and she forgets all about it. Instead, she rushes outside. Her beloved kingdom is in bloom, and so is she. How can anything be bad when the sun shines? She is so happy that even taking her younger sister to the park doesn't bother her. Vera, look. Watch me, 12-year-old Olga calls out to her, launching into a series of cartwheels. Nice, Vera says to her sister, but in truth she is barely watching. She leans back into the bench and tilts her chin upward to the sun, closing her eyes. After a long, cold winter, this heat feels wonderful on her face. 2 roses do I bring to thee. Vera opens her eyes slowly and finds herself looking up at the most handsome boy she has ever seen. Prince Alexander. Every girl recognizes his face. His clothes are perfectly made and decorated in golden beads. Behind him stands a gleaming white carriage, drawn by 4 white horses. And in his hand, 2 roses. She responds with the poem's next line, grateful that her father has made her read so much. You're young to know poetry, he says, and she can tell that he is impressed. Who are you? She straightens, sitting up, hoping he notices her new breasts. Veronica. And I am not that young. Really? I'll wager your father would not let you go walking with me. I don't need anyone's permission to go out, Your Highness, she lies, feeling her cheeks redden. He laughs, and it is a sound like music. Well, then, Veronica, I will see you tonight. At 11 o'clock. Where shall I find you? 11 o'clock. She is supposed to be in bed by then. But she cannot say that. Perhaps she can feign an illness and put blankets in her place in bed and climb out the window. And she will need some kind of magic to find a dress worthy of a prince. Surely he will not want to go walking with a poor peasant girl in a worn linen gown. Perhaps she can sneak over to the Alaki swamp, where the witches sell love for the price of a finger. At that, her glance shoots to her sister, who has noticed the prince and is walking this way. On the enchanted bridge, she says. I think you will leave me standing there alone. Olga comes closer, yells her name. No. Honestly, I won't. She glances at Olga, wincing at her approach. I won't. Go, Prince Alexander. I'll see you then. Call me Sasha, he says. And just like that, she falls in love with this smiling young man who is all wrong for her. Above her station. And dangerous to her family as well. She looks down at her pale, slim hands, seeing calluses from washing clothes on rough stones, and she wonders, which finger would she lose for love? She looks down at her pale, slim hands, seeing calluses from washing clothes on rough stones, and she wonders, which finger would she lose for love? And how many will it take to make the prince love her in return? But these are questions that have no answers and do not matter, not to Vera, anyway, for already love has begun. She and her handsome prince sneak away and fall in love and get married, and they live happily ever after. Mom stood up. The end. Anya, Dad said sharply. We agreed. No more. Mom smiled briefly at her granddaughters and then walked out of the room. Honestly, Meredith was relieved. Against her best intentions, the fairy tale had sucked her in again. Let's go, girls. Your grandpa needs his rest. Don't run away, Dad said to her. Run away? It's almost 10, Dad. The girls have been traveling all day. They're exhausted. We'll be back early in the morning. She went to his bedside, leaned down to kiss his stubbly cheek. Get some sleep, okay? He touched her face, let his dry palm linger on her cheek as he stared up at her. Did you listen? Of course. You need to listen to her. She's your mother. She wanted to say she didn't have time for fairy tales, and listening to a woman who rarely spoke wasn't easy, but instead she smiled. Okay, Dad. I love you. He pulled his hand back slowly. Love you too, Meerdoodle. The fairy tales had always been among Nina's best childhood memories, and though she had not heard one in decades, she remembered them well. But why would her father bring them back up now? Surely he knew it would end badly. Meredith and Mom hadn't been able to leave the room fast enough. She went to stand beside him. They were alone now. Behind her, the fire snapped and a log crashed downward, crumbling to orangey black bits. I love the sound of her voice, he said. And Nina suddenly understood. Her father had employed the only device known to actually make Mom talk. You wanted us all to be together. Dad sighed. It was a sound as thin as tissue, and afterward, he seemed to grow even more pale. You know what a man thinks about. You know what a man thinks about. Now. She reached for his hand, held it. What? Mistakes. You didn't make many of those. She tried to talk to you girls. Until that god-awful play. Until that god-awful play. I shouldn't have let her hide. She's just so broken and I love her so much. Nina leaned forward and kissed his forehead. It doesn't matter, Dad. Don't worry. He grabbed her hand and looked up at her through watery brown eyes. It matters, he said, his mouth trembling, his voice so weak she could barely hear him. She needs you. She needs you. And you need her. Promise me. Promise you what? After I'm gone. Get to know her. How? They both knew that there was no way to get close to her mother. I've tried. She won't talk to us. You know that. Make her tell you the story of the peasant girl and the prince. As he said it, he closed his eyes again, and his breathing turned wheezy. All of it this time. I know what you're thinking, Dad. Her stories used to bring us together. For a while, I even thought. But I was wrong. She won't. Just try, okay? You've never heard it all. But promise me. She touched the side of his face, feeling the prickly white outcroppings of a beard that hadn't been shaved and the wet trail of his tears. She could tell that he was almost asleep. This afternoon, and maybe this conversation, had cost him too much and he was fading into the pillows again. He'd always wanted his daughters and his wife to love each other. He wanted it so much he was trying to believe a nice story hour would make it happen. Okay, Dad. Okay, Dad. Love you, he whispered, his voice slurred. Only the familiarity of the words made them decipherable. I love you too. Leaning down, she kissed his forehead again and pulled the covers up to his chin. Turning off the bedside light, she slipped her camera around her neck and left him. Drawing in a deep, steadying breath, she went downstairs. In the kitchen, she found her mother standing at the counter, chopping beets and yellow onions. A giant pot of borscht simmered on the stove. Of course. In times of trouble, Meredith did chores, Nina took photographs, and Mom cooked. The one thing the Whitson women never did was talk. Hey, Nina said, leaning against the doorway. Her mother turned slowly toward her. Her white hair was drawn back from her angular face and coiled in a ballerina bun at the nape of her neck. Against the pallor of her skin, those Arctic blue eyes seemed impossibly sharp for a woman of her age. And yet, there was a brittle look to her that Nina didn't remember noticing before, and that new fragility made her bold. I always loved your stories, she said. Mom wiped her hands on her apron. Fairy tales are for children. Dad loves them. He told me once that you told him a story every Christmas Eve. Maybe you could tell me one tomorrow. I'd love to hear the rest of The Peasant Girl and the Prince. He is dying, Mom said. It is a little late for fairy tales, I would say. Nina knew then, her promise couldn't be kept, no matter how hard she tried. There was simply no way to get to know her mother. There never had been. 5. Meredith threw back the covers and got out of bed. Reaching for the robe on her bathroom door, she was careful to brush her teeth without looking in the mirror. Reflective surfaces would not be her friend today. The minute she left her room, she heard noise. The dogs were jumping downstairs, barking, and a television was on somewhere. Meredith smiled. For the first time in months, it felt like home again. Downstairs, she found Jillian in the kitchen, setting the table. The dogs were positioned beside her, waiting for breakfast scraps. Dad told me to let you sleep, Jillian said. Thanks, Meredith said. Where's your sister? Still in bed. Jeff handed Meredith a cup of coffee. You okay? He asked quietly. Rough night, she said, looking at him above the rim of her cup. The fairy tale had stirred up a lot of old emotions, and that, combined with her worry about her dad's weakness, had caused a restless night. Did I keep you awake? No. She remembered how entwined they used to sleep. Lately, they slept far enough apart that one's restless night didn't affect the other. Mom? Jillian said, putting down napkins. Can we go see Grandpa and Baba again this morning? Meredith reached past Jeff to the stack of buttered toast on the counter. Tearing off a tiny piece, she said, I'm going to go now. Why don't you all come after breakfast? Jeff nodded. We'll take the dogs for a walk and be right down. She nodded and took her coffee upstairs, where she exchanged her robe and pajamas for a pair of comfortable jeans and a cable-knit turtleneck sweater. Saying a last quick goodbye, she hurried out of the house. It was a surprisingly sunny day. Her breath was visible as she walked the quarter-mile downhill to her parents' house. All night she dreamed about her dad. Maybe she'd been awake, really, and it had been memories that spiraled through her mind. Or maybe a combination of the two. All she really knew for sure was that she needed to sit beside him, let him tell her some stories from his life so she could hold that knowledge close and pass it on someday. They'd forgotten to do that pass-along family stories, put photographs in scrapbooks, that kind of thing. They knew a little about Dad's relatives in Oklahoma and how the Great Depression had ruined them. They knew he'd joined the Army and met Mom while on active duty, but that was pretty much it. Most of their family stories dated from the start of Belai Nochi, and Meredith, like many kids, had been more concerned with her own life than his. Now she needed to rectify that mistake. And she wanted to apologize for running out after the fairy tale. She knew it had hurt his feelings, and she hated that. This morning she'd give him a kiss and tell him how much she loved him and how sorry she was. If it mattered to him, she'd listen to every damn stupid story her mother had to tell. At the front door, she knocked once and went inside. "Mom?" she called out, closing the door behind her. She could tell immediately that coffee hadn't been made. "Nice, Nina," she muttered. She put the coffee on and went upstairs. At her parents' closed bedroom door, she knocked. "Hey, guys. I'm here. Are you in there?" There was no answer, so she opened the door and found her parents cuddled together in bed. "Morning. I've got coffee going downstairs, and I started the samovar." She went to the windows and threw open the heavy curtains. "The doctor said Dad should try to eat. How do poached eggs and toast sound?" Sunlight shone through the huge bowed windows, illuminating the honeyed oak floors and landing on the ornate Eastern European bed that dominated the room. As with most of the house, there were few splashes of color in here. Just white bedding and dark wood. Even the chair and ottoman in the corner were upholstered in snowy white damask. Mom had done the decorating, and since she didn't see color, she tended not to use it. The only art on the walls were Nina's more famous photographs, all in black and white, framed in black walnut. Turning, she looked at her parents again. They lay spooned together, with Dad on his left side, facing the dresser, and Mom tucked up against his back with her arms around him. She was whispering to him. It took Meredith a second to realize that Mom was speaking Russian. "Mom?" Meredith said, frowning. For all of her mother's Russianness, she never spoke that language in the house. "I am trying to warm him up. He is so cold." Mom rubbed her hands vigorously along Dad's arms, his sides. "So cold." Meredith couldn't make herself move. She thought she'd known pain before, but she hadn't, not until this moment. Her father lay too still in bed, his hair a mess, his mouth slack, his eyes closed. He looked peaceful, as if he were simply sleeping late, but a pale blue cast rimmed his lips. It was just barely there, but she, who had looked at this face so often, saw that the man she loved wasn't there anymore. His skin was a terrible gray color. He'd never reach for her again and pull her into a bear hug and whisper, "I love you, Mirdoodle." At that, her knees buckled. She remained standing only by force of will. She went to the bed, touched his pale cheek. He was cold. Mom made a sobbing sound and rubbed his shoulder and arms harder. "I have some bread saved for you. Wake up." Meredith had never heard her mother sound so desperate. In truth, she'd never heard anyone sound like that, but she understood. It was the sound you made when the floor dropped out from beneath you and you were falling. The last thing Meredith wanted to think about was what she should have said to her father, but there it was, a shadowy reminder of last night, standing beside her, whispering poison. Had she told him she loved him? She felt the sting of tears, but knew she couldn't give in now. If she did, she'd be lost. She wished sharply, desperately, that it could be different, just this once, that she could be the child, taken into her mother's arms, but that wasn't how this would go. She went to the phone and dialed 911. "My father has died," she said softly into the receiver. When she'd given out all the information, she returned to the bed and touched her mother's shoulder. "He's gone, Mom." Her mother looked up at her, wild-eyed. "He's so cold," Mom said, sounding plaintive and afraid, almost childlike. "They always die cold. They always die cold." "Mom?" Her mother drew back, staring uncomprehendingly at her husband. "We'll need the sled." Meredith helped her mother to her feet. "I'll make you some tea, Mom. We can have it while they... Take him. You found someone to take him away? What will it cost us?" "Don't worry about that, Mom. Come on. Let's go downstairs. She took her mother by the arm, feeling like the stronger of the two for the first time ever. He is my home, her mother said, shaking her head. How will I live without him? We'll all still be here, Mom, Meredith said, wiping away her own tears. It was a hollow reassurance that did nothing to ease this pain in her chest. Her mother was right. He was home, the very heart of them. How would they stand life without him? Nina had been out in the orchard since before dawn, trying to lose herself in photography. For a short time, it had worked. She'd been mesmerized by the skeletal fruit trees, turned into crystalline works of art by the icicles that hung from the limbs. Against a tangerine and pink dawn sky, they were stunning. Her dad would love these portraits of his beloved trees. She would do today what she should have done decades ago: enlarge and frame a series of apple tree shots. Each tree was a representative of her father's life's work, and he'd love the reminders of how much he'd accomplished. Maybe she could even go through the family photos, not that there were many, and find old pictures of the orchard. Recapping her lens, she turned slightly, and there was Belai Noche, its peaked roof on copper fire in the new light. It was too early yet to take her dad some coffee, and God knew her mother wouldn't want to sit at the kitchen table with her youngest daughter, so Nina packed up her gear and walked the long way up to her sister's house. She'd started from a spot deep in the back of the orchard. By the time she reached the road, she was actually breathing hard. Really, she couldn't believe that her sister did this run every day. When she reached the old farmhouse, she couldn't help smiling. Every inch of the place was decorated for Christmas. Poor Jeff must spend months putting up lights. It wasn't a surprise. Meredith had always loved the holidays. Nina knocked on the front door and opened it. The dogs appeared immediately, greeting her with enthusiasm. Aunt Nina! Maddie ran toward her, throwing her arms around Nina and giving her a big hug. Last night's meeting had been too reserved for both of them. Hey, Mad, Nina said, smiling. I hardly recognize you, kiddo. You're gorgeous. And I was what, a total bow wow before? Maddie teased. Total. Nina grinned. Maddie took her by the hand and led her into the kitchen, where Jeff was at the table reading the New York Times and Jillian was making pancakes. Nina actually paused. Last night had been so artificial with the dark room and the fairy tale and all that unspoken grief that Nina hadn't had time to really see her nieces. Now she did. Maddie looked young, still gangly and coltish, with her long, wild brown hair and thick eyebrows and oversized mouth, but Jillian was a woman, serious and composed. It was already easy to picture Jillian as a doctor. There was an invisible line, straight and true, from the pudgy blonde girl who'd caught bugs all summer and studied them in jars, to the tall young lady at the stove. And Maddie was still the spitting image of Meredith at that age, but more buoyant than Meredith had ever allowed herself to be. Strangely enough, Nina felt the passing of her own years when she looked at her nieces' adult faces. It occurred to her for the first time that she was edging toward the middle of her life. She wasn't a kid anymore. Of course, she should have had this thought before, but when you lived alone and did what you wanted, when you wanted, time seemed somehow not to pass. Hey, Aunt Neens, Jillian said, removing the last pancake from the griddle. Nina hugged Jillian, took a cup of coffee from her, and went to stand by Jeff. Where's Meredith? She asked, squeezing his shoulder lightly. He put the paper on the table. She went down to see your dad. 20 minutes ago, maybe. Nina looked at Jeff. How is she? I'm not the one you should be asking, he said. What do you mean? Before Jeff could answer, Maddie was beside her. You want some pancakes, Aunt Nina? No, thanks, hon. I better get down to the folks' house. Your mom is going to tear me a new one for not making coffee. Maddie's wide mouth stretched into a smile. She sure will. We'll be down in 30. Nina kissed both girls, said goodbye to Jeff, and headed down the road. Back at the house, she hung her borrowed coat on the entryway hook and called out for her sister. The smell of freshly brewed coffee drew her into the kitchen. Her sister was standing at the sink with her head bowed, watching the water run. Aren't you going to yell at me for not making coffee? No. Something about the way her sister said it made Nina stop. She glanced back at the stairs. Is he awake? Meredith turned slowly. The look in her eyes was all Nina needed, the world tilted off its axis. He's gone, Meredith said. Nina drew in a sharp breath. Pain that was unlike anything she'd ever known collected in her chest, in her heart maybe. An absurd memory flashed through her mind. She was 8 or 9, a black-haired tomboy following her dad through the orchard, wishing she could be anywhere else. Then she'd fallen, caught her toe, and gone flying. Nice trip, Neener Beener, he'd said. See you in the fall. Laughing, he'd scooped her into his arms and positioned her on his big shoulders and carried her away. She walked forward, her vision blurred by tears, and stepped into her big sister's arms. When she closed her eyes, he was beside them, in the room with them. Remember when he taught us to fly kites in ocean shores? But like the other, it was a silly memory, not the best by far, but it was here now, making her cry. Had she said everything to him last night? Had she told him how deeply she loved him, explained enough why she was gone so much? I don't remember if I told him I loved him, Meredith said. Nina drew back, looked into her strong sister's ruined face and tear-filled eyes. You told him. I heard you. And he knew it anyway. He knew. Meredith nodded, wiped her eyes. They'll be coming for him soon. Nina watched her sister regain composure. And Mom? She's up with Dad. I couldn't get her to leave him. They exchanged a look that said everything, and Nina said, I'll go try. And then. What? We start making plans. And phone calls. The thought of it, of watching his life turn into the details of death, was almost more than Nina could bear. Not that she had a choice. She told her sister she'd be back and left the kitchen. Every step took effort, and by the time she reached the second floor, she was crying again. Softly, quietly, steadily. She knocked on the door and waited. At the silence, she turned the knob and went inside. Surprisingly, the room was empty except for her father, lying in the bed, with the covers drawn so tightly to his chin that they looked like a layer of new-fallen snow on his body. She touched his face, pushed a snow-white strand of hair away from his closed eyes, and then leaned down and kissed his forehead. The cold of his skin shocked her, and the thought slipped in, he'll never smile at me again. She drew in a deep breath and straightened, staring down at him for a long time, memorizing every detail. Goodbye, Daddy, she said softly. There were more words, of course, hundreds of them, and she knew when she'd say them later, at night, when she felt lonely and disconnected and far away from home. Backing away from the bed, she had to make herself move, leave. Now before she completely broke, she picked up the phone to call Danny, but hung up before she'd even heard a tone. What would she say to him? How could words ease a pain like this? Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a blur of movement in the yard, dark blurring across white. She moved to the window. Mom was out there, in the snow, trudging toward the greenhouse. Nina hurried downstairs and slipped back into her borrowed coat and wet boots, then walked across the porch, passing the kitchen window. Inside, she saw Meredith talking on the phone, her face chalky, her lips trembling. Nina didn't even know if her sister saw her pass by. She went down the side steps and into the thick snow at the corner of the house. After a few feet, she picked up Mom's trail and stepped in her footsteps. At the greenhouse, she stopped just long enough to gather courage and then opened the door. Her mother was in her lawn nightgown and snow boots, kneeling in the dirt, pulling up tiny potatoes and throwing them in a pile. Mom? Nina said it twice more and got no answer. Finally, sharply, she said, Anya, and moved closer. Mom stopped and looked back. Her long white hair was unbound and fell in tangles around her pale face. There are potatoes. Food will help him. Food will help him. Nina knelt beside her mother in the dirt. It scared her to see her mother this way, but in a strange way, it soothed her, too. For once, they were feeling the same thing. "Hey, Mom," she said, touching her shoulder. Mom stared at her, slowly frowning. Confusion clouded those brilliant blue eyes. She shook her head and made a sound, like a hiccup. Fresh tears glazed her eyes and the confusion lifted. "Potatoes won't help." "No," Nina said quietly. "He's gone. Evan is gone." "Come on," Nina said, taking her by the elbow, helping her to her feet. They walked out of the greenhouse and into the snowy yard. "Let's go inside," Nina said. Mom ignored her and walked into the calf-deep snow, her hair and nightgown billowing out behind her in the slight breeze. At last she sat on the black bench in her garden. "Of course." Nina followed her mother. Unbuttoning her own coat, she took it off and draped it over Mom's thin shoulders. Shivering, Nina drew back and sat down. She thought she knew what her mother loved about this garden. It was contained and orderly. In the sprawling acreage of the orchard, this one square felt safe. The only color in the garden, besides summertime and autumn leaves, belonged to a single copper column, simple in design and accentuated with scripted decorations, that supported a white marble bowl that, come spring, would be filled with white, trailing flowers. "I do not want him buried," her mother said. "Not in ground that freezes. We'll scatter his ashes." Nina heard the familiar steel in her mother's voice again, and she almost missed the craziness of a minute ago. At least the woman in the greenhouse felt things. This woman, her mother, was back in control. Nina longed to lean against her, to whisper, "I'm going to miss him, Mommy," as she might have done as a little girl, but some habits were so ingrained by childhood that there was no way to break them, even decades later. "Okay, Mom," she said finally. A minute later, she stood up. "I'm going to go in. Meredith will need some help. Don't stay out here too long." "Why not?" her mother said, staring at the copper column. "You'll catch pneumonia." "You think I could die from the cold?" "I am not a lucky woman." Nina put a hand on her mother's shoulder, felt her flinch at the contact. As ridiculous as it was, that little flinch hurt Nina's feelings. Even now, with Dad's death between them, Mom wanted only to be alone. Nina went back into the house and found Meredith still in the kitchen making calls. At her entrance, Meredith hung up and turned. In the look that passed between them was the realization that this was who they were now. The three of them, she and Mom and Meredith. From now on they'd be a triangle, distantly connected, instead of the circle he'd created. The thought of that made her want to run for the airport. "Give me a list of numbers. I'll help with the calls." More than 400 people filled the small church to say goodbye to Evan Whitson. Several dozen of them had come back to Belai Nochi to show their respects and raise a glass. Judging by the dishes Meredith had washed, a lot of glasses had been raised. As expected, Nina had been a marvelous host, drinking easily and letting people talk about Dad. Mom had moved through the crowd with her head held high, rarely stopping for longer than a moment, and Meredith had done all the heavy lifting. She'd organized and set out all of the food people had brought. She'd made sure there were plenty of napkins, plates, utensils, and glasses on hand, as well as ice, and she'd washed dishes almost continuously. There was no doubt that she was doing what she always did when stressed, hiding out behind endless organizing and chores. But honestly, she wasn't ready to mingle with friends and neighbors yet, to listen to memories about her father. Her grief was too new, too fragile to be handed back and forth in drunken hands. She was elbow-deep in soapy water when, at about midnight, Jeff came into the kitchen to find her. He took her in his arms and hugged her. It was like coming home after a long journey, and the tears she'd held back during the last few days, and the wrenching memorial service today, came pouring out. He held her, stroking her hair as if she were a child, and saying the great lie, "It will be okay," over and over again. When there was nothing left inside, she drew back, feeling shaky, and tried to smile. "I guess I've been holding that in." "That's what you do. You say that like it's a bad thing." "Should I fall apart?" "Maybe." Meredith shook her head. It only made her feel more separate when he said things like that. He seemed to think she was a vase that could break and be glued back together, but she knew that if the worst happened, if she shattered like glass, some pieces could be lost forever. "I've been there," he said. "You helped me through my parents' deaths. Let me help you." "I'm fine." "Really? I'll fall apart later." "Meredith, don't." She hadn't meant to say it so sharply, and she could tell she'd hurt his feelings, but she was barely hanging on here. She had no energy to worry about anyone else. "I mean, don't worry about it. I'll take care of things here. The girls are tired. Why don't you take them home?" "Fine," he said, but there was a guarded look in his eyes she didn't recognize. After everyone had gone, Meredith stood in the clean, orderly kitchen, alone, and wished almost immediately that she'd made a different choice. How hard would it have been to say, "Sure, Jeff, take me home and hold me"? How hard would it have been to say, "Sure, Jeff, take me home and hold me"? She threw the dish rag on the counter and left the hiding place of her mother's kitchen. In the living room, she found Nina alone, standing in front of a large easeled picture of Dad. In a pair of crumpled khaki pants and a black sweater, with her short black hair a mess, she looked more like a teenager ready for her first safari than a world-famous photographer. But Meredith saw the grief in her sister's bottle-green eyes. It was like too much water in a glass, spilling over, and she knew Nina was like her. Neither of them knew how to express it or even really feel it as fully as they should, and she hurt for both of them, and for the woman who lay upstairs in her empty bed, feeling the same loss. She wished that they could come together, dissipate some of this pain by pooling it. But that wasn't who they were. She put down her wine glass and went to Nina, the little sister who'd once begged her to remember Mom's fairy tales and tell them in the dark when she couldn't sleep. "We have each other," Meredith said. "Yeah," Nina agreed, although their eyes betrayed them both. They knew it wasn't enough. Later that night, when Meredith was at home, tucked into bed beside her husband, it occurred to her that she'd made a terrible mistake, and regret haunted her, kept her awake. She'd been wrong to attend her father's wake as a caterer instead of as a daughter. She'd been so afraid of her feelings that she'd boxed them up and shoved them away, but it had made her miss it. Unlike Nina, Meredith hadn't heard the stories his friends had had to tell. Sometime around 3 in the morning, she got out of bed and went to the porch, where she sat wrapped in a blanket, staring at little beyond the vapor of her own breath. But it wasn't cold enough to numb her grief. For the next 3 days, Nina tried to be a real part of this family, but her every attempt was a failure. Without Dad, they were like random pieces of a board game, without a common goal or a rule book. Mom stayed in bed, staring straight ahead, knitting. She refused to come down for meals, and only Meredith could coax her into showering. Nina had always felt vaguely useless next to her sister's uber-competence, but it had never been as apparent as it was now. Meredith was like MS. Pac-Man, moving steadily forward, ticking chores off her list. Somehow, impossibly, she'd gone back to work the very day after the funeral, so she was running the orchard and warehouses, taking care of her family, and still she managed to come to Balai Nochi at least 3 times a day to micromanage Nina's chores. Nothing Nina did was right. Meredith did everything again. Vacuum, dishes, laundry. All of it. Nina would have said something, but honestly, she didn't give a shit, and Meredith moved like a frightened bird, all wing flapping and chirping. She looked scared, too, like a woman on a cliff about to jump or fall. But all of that Nina could handle. It was the grief that was killing her. She thought, "He's gone," at the oddest times, and it hurt so badly she caught her breath or stumbled or dropped a glass. Meredith had loved that. She needed to get the hell out of here. That was all there was to it. She wasn't doing anyone any good, least of all herself. Once she'd had that thought, there was no getting rid of it. All day today, she tried to talk herself out of it, told herself she couldn't run away, certainly not so close to Christmas, but at 3 o'clock, she went upstairs to her room, closed the door behind her, and called Sylvie in New York. "Hey, Sylvie," she said when her editor answered. Hi, Nina. I've been thinking about you. How's your dad? Gone. She tried not to react to that word, but it took effort. She went to the window of her girlhood room and stared out at the falling snow. It was mid-afternoon, and already it was darkening. Oh, Nina. I'm sorry. Yeah, I know. Everyone was sorry. What else was there to say? I need to get back to work. There was a pause. So soon? Yeah. Are you sure? You can never get this time back. Believe me, Sylvie, the last thing I want is this time back. All right. Let me do some checking. I know I need someone in Sierra Leone. A war zone sounds perfect, Nina said. You have serious issues, you know that, right? Yeah, she said. I know. They talked for a few more minutes and Nina hung up. Feeling better and worse, she went downstairs and found Meredith in the kitchen, doing the dishes. Of course. Nina reached for a towel. I was going to do that, you know. These are lunch and dinner dishes from yesterday, Nina. When exactly were you going to wash them? Whoa, slow down. It's dishes, not people dying of hunger. I know. I get it. You do things that matter. Me, I just run the family business and take care of our parents and clean up after my important sister. I didn't mean that. Meredith turned to her. Of course not. Nina felt impaled by that look, as if all her faults had just been laid bare. I'm here, aren't I? No, not really. Meredith reached for the cleanser and began scrubbing the white porcelain sink. Nina moved toward her sister. I'm sorry was all she could think to say. Meredith turned to face her again. She wiped her forehead with the back of her hand, leaving a soapy trail behind. How long are you staying? Not long. The situation in Sierra Leone. Spare me. You're running away. Meredith finally almost smiled. Hell, I'd do the same thing if I could. Nina felt as bad about herself as she ever had. She was running from her ice-cold mother, from this too-empty house, from her brittle, competent sister, and from the memories that lived here. Perhaps those most of all. She cared about what her selfishness would cost her sister, and about the promise to her father she was ignoring, but God help her, she didn't care enough to stay. What about his ashes? She wants to scatter them on his birthday in May, when the ground isn't frozen. I'll come back for that. Twice in 1 year, Meredith said. Nina looked at her. It's some year. For a moment, it looked like Meredith might crumble, just let go and cry, and Nina felt the start of her own tears. Then Meredith said, Be sure and say goodbye to the girls. You know how much they idolize you. I will. Meredith nodded curtly and wiped her eyes. I have to be back at work in an hour. I'll vacuum before I go. Nina wanted to say she'd do it, make one last effort, but now that she'd decided to leave, she was like a thoroughbred at the starting gate. She wanted to run. I'll go pack. Late that night, when Nina's few things had been put in her backpack and stowed in the rental car, she finally went in search of her mother. She found her wrapped in blankets, sitting in front of the fire. So you're leaving, her mother said without looking up. My editor called. They need me for a story. It's terrible, what's happening in Sierra Leone. She sat down on the hearth, her body shivered at the sudden heat. Someone needs to show the world what's happening there. People are dying. It's so tragic. You think your photographs can do that? Nina felt the sting of that remark and the insult. War is a terrible thing, Mom. It's easy to sit here in your nice, safe home and judge my work. But if you'd seen what I've seen, you'd feel differently. What I do can make a difference. You can't imagine how some people suffer in the world, and if no one sees it. We'll scatter your father's ashes on his birthday. With or without you. Okay, Nina said evenly, thinking, Dad understood, and hurting all over again. Goodbye then. Happy Christmas to you. On that note, Nina left Balai Nochi. At the porch she paused, looking up the valley, watching the snow fall. Her practiced I took it all in, cataloging and remembering every detail. In 39 hours, it would be dust that rained down on her shoulders and swirled around her boots, and the images of this place would bleach out like bones beneath a punishing sun, until, in no time at all, they'd be too pale to see at all. Her family, especially her mother, would become shadowy memory beings whom Nina could love. Her family, especially her mother, would become shadowy memory beings whom Nina could love. From a distance. 6. In the weeks following her father's death, Meredith held herself together by strength of will alone. That and a schedule as tight and busy as a boot camp recruit's. Grief had become her silent sidekick. She felt its shadow beside her all the time. She knew that if she turned toward that darkness just once, embraced it as she longed to, she'd be lost. So she kept moving. Doing. Christmas and New Year's had been disastrous, of course, and her insistence on following tradition hadn't helped. The turkey and all the fixings dinner had only highlighted the empty place at the table. And Jeff didn't understand. He kept saying that if she'd just cry, she'd be okay. As if a few tears could help her. It was ridiculous. She knew crying wouldn't help, because she cried in her sleep. Night after night she woke with tears on her cheeks, and none of it helped one bit. In fact, the opposite was true. The expression of grief didn't help. Only its suppression would get her through these hard times. So she went on, smiling brightly at work and moving from one chore to the next with a desperate zeal. It wasn't until the girls went back to school that she realized how exhausted she was by the pretense of ordinary life. It didn't help, of course, that she hadn't slept through the night since the funeral, or that she and Jeff were having trouble finding anything to talk about. She'd tried to explain it to him, how cold she felt, how numb, but he refused to understand. He thought she should let it out, whatever the hell that meant. Still, she wasn't trying very hard to talk to him, that much was true. Sometimes they went whole days with little more than a nod in passing. She really needed to try harder. She rinsed out her coffee cup, put it in the strainer, and went to the downstairs office he used for writing. Knocking quietly, she opened the door. Jeff sat at his desk, the one they'd bought at least a decade ago, dubbed his writer's space, and christened by making love on it. "You'll be famous someday. The new Raymond Chandler." She smiled at the memory, even as it saddened her to think that somewhere along the way their dreams had untangled, gone on separate paths. "How's the book going?" she asked, leaning against the doorframe. "Wow! You haven't asked me that in weeks." "Really?" "Really?" Meredith frowned at that. She'd always loved her husband's writing. In the early days of their marriage, when he'd been a struggling journalist, she'd read every word he wrote. Even a few years ago, when he'd first dared to try his hand at fiction, she'd been his first, best critic. At least that was what he'd claimed. That book hadn't sold to a publisher, but she'd believed in it, in him, heart and soul. And she was glad that he'd finally started another book. Had she told him that? "I'm sorry, Jeff," she said. "I've been a mess lately. Can I read what you have so far?" "Of course." She saw how easy it was to make him smile and felt a pang of guilt. She wanted to lean down and kiss him. It used to be as easy as breathing, kissing him, but now it felt strangely bold, and she couldn't quite make herself move toward him. She mentally read Jeff's book to her to-do list. He leaned back in his chair. The smile he gave her was a good effort, only their 20 years together allowed her to see the vulnerable underside to it. "Let's go to dinner and a movie tonight." "You need a break." "Maybe tomorrow." "Tonight I need to pay Mom's bills." You're burning the candle at both ends. Meredith hated it when he said ridiculous things like that. What exactly was she supposed to stop doing? Her job? Caring for her mother? The chores at home? It's only been a few weeks. Cut me some slack. Only if you cut yourself some. She had no idea what he meant by that, and right now she didn't care. "I gotta go. See you tonight." She bent down, patted his shoulder, and left the house. She put the dogs in the fenced part of their yard and then drove down to her parents' house. Her mother's house. The reminder came with a pinch of grief that she pushed aside. Inside, she closed the door behind her and called out for her mother. There was no answer, which was hardly a surprise. She found her mother in the rarely used formal dining room, muttering to herself in Russian. On the table, spread out in front of her, were all the pieces of jewelry Dad had bought her over the years, as well as the ornately decorated jewelry box that had been a long-ago Christmas gift from her daughters. Meredith saw the mess grief had made of her mother's beautiful face. It had sucked in her cheeks and made her bones appear more prominent. It had drawn the color from her skin until her flesh nearly matched her hair. Only her eyes startlingly blue against all that pallor held any semblance of who she'd been a month ago. "Hey, Mom," Meredith said, coming up to her. "What are you doing?" "We have these jewels. And the butterfly is somewhere. Are you getting dressed up for something?" Her mother looked up sharply. Only then, when their gazes really met, did Meredith see the confusion in those electric blue eyes. "We can sell them." "We don't need to sell your jewelry, Mom. They'll stop handing out money soon. You'll see." Meredith leaned over and gently scooped up the costume jewelry. There was nothing of real value here. Dad's gifts had always been more heartfelt than expensive. "Don't worry about the bills, Mom. I'll be paying them for you." "You?" Meredith nodded and helped her mother to her feet, surprised at the easy acquiescence. Mom let herself be led up the stairs easily. "Is the butterfly safe?" Meredith nodded. "Everything is safe, Mom," she said, helping her mother into bed. "Thank God," Mom said with a sigh. She closed her eyes. Meredith stood there a long time, staring down at her sleeping mother. She reached out finally and felt her brow. It wasn't hot, and gently brushed the hair from her eyes. When she was confident that Mom was sleeping deeply, she went downstairs and called the office. Daisy answered on the first ring. Meredith Whitson Cooper's office. "Hey, Daisy," Meredith said, still frowning. "I'm going to work from Belai Nochi today. My mom's acting a little strange. Grief will do that to a person." "Yeah," Meredith said, thinking of the tears that were always on her cheeks when she woke. Yesterday she'd been so exhausted she'd added orange juice to her coffee instead of soy milk. She'd drunk half the cup before she even noticed. It will. If Meredith had been burning the candle at both ends then, by the end of January, there was nothing left but the flame. She knew Jeff had grown impatient with her, even angry. Time and again, he told her to hire someone to help take care of her mother, or to let him help her, or worst of all, make time for them. But how was she supposed to accomplish that amid all her other chores? She tried to get Mom a housekeeper, but that had been a disaster. The poor woman had worked at Belai Nochi a week and quit without giving notice, saying that she couldn't stand the way Mom watched her all the time and told her to quit touching things. So, with Nina gone off God knew where and Mom growing stranger and colder every day, Meredith had no choice but to pick up the slack. She'd made a promise to her father to care for Mom, and she would never let him down. So she kept moving, doing everything that needed to be done. As long as she was moving, she could contain her grief. Her routine had become her salvation. Every morning she woke early, ran 4 miles, made her husband and her mother breakfast, and left for work. By 8 o'clock, she was at her desk, working. At noon, she returned to Belai Nochi to check on Mom, pay a few bills, or do a little cleaning. Then it was back to work until 6, grocery shopping on her way home, stop at Mom's until 7 or 8, and if Mom wasn't acting too we're home by 8:30 for whatever dinner she and Jeff could throw together. Without fail, she fell asleep on the sofa by 9 and woke up at 3 in the morning. The only good part about this crazy routine was that she could call Maddie early because of the time zone difference. Sometimes, just hearing her daughter's voices could get her through the day. Now it was barely noon and she was already exhausted as she hit the intercom button and said, "Daisy, I'm going home for lunch. I'll be back in an hour. Can you get the shed reports to Hector and remind Ed to get me that information on grapes?" The door to her office opened. "I'm worried about you," Daisy said, closing the door behind her. Meredith was touched. "Thank you, Daisy, but I'm fine. You're working too hard." He wouldn't like it. I know, Daisy. Thanks. Meredith watched Daisy leave the office, then gathered up her purse and keys. Outside, snow was falling again. The parking lot was a slushy, muddy mess, as were the roads. She drove slowly out to her mom's house, parked, and went inside. At the entryway, she took off her coat and hung it up, calling out, "Mom, I'm here." There was no answer. She dug through the refrigerator, found the pierogies she defrosted last night, and a Tupperware container full of lentil soup. She popped the pierogies in the microwave and warmed them up. She was just about to go upstairs when she caught a glimpse of a dark shape in the winter garden. This was getting old. This was getting old. She got her coat and trudged through the falling snow to the garden. "Mom," she said, hearing the exasperation in her voice and unable to temper it. "You've got to quit this. Come on inside. I'll make some pierogies and soup for you." From the belt? Meredith shook her head. Whatever the hell that meant. "Come on." She helped her mother to her feet bare again and blew with cold and led her into the kitchen, where she wrapped her up in a big blanket and sat her down at the table. "Are you okay?" "I am not the one to be worrying about, Olga," Mom said. "Check on our lion." "It's me, Meredith." "Meredith," she said, as if trying to make sense of the name. Meredith frowned. Her mother seemed more confused than made sense. This wasn't just ordinary grief. Something was wrong. "Come on, Mom. I think we need to see Dr. Burns. What have we to trade?" Meredith sighed again and took the plate of pierogies from the microwave. Placing the golden lamb-filled pastries on a cooler plate, she set them in front of her mother. "They're hot. Be careful. I'm going to get your clothes and call the doctor. Stay here." "Okay." She went upstairs for some clothes, and while she was there, she called Daisy and asked her to make an emergency appointment with Dr. Burns. Then she came down with the clothes and helped Mom to her feet. "You ate all of them?" Meredith said, surprised. "Good." She put a sweater on Mom, then helped her into socks and snow boots. "Put on your coat. I'll go warm up the car." When she came back into the house, Mom was in the entryway, buttoning up her coat incorrectly. "Here, Mom." Meredith unbuttoned the coat and rebut-toned it. She had almost finished when she realized that the coat was warm. She reached into the pockets and found the pierogies, still hot from the oven, wrapped in greasy paper towels. "What the hell?" "They're for Anya," Mom said. "I know they're yours," Meredith said, frowning. "I'll leave them right here for you, okay?" she said, putting them in the ceramic bowl on the entry table. "Come on, Mom." She led her mother out of the house and into the SUV. "Just lean back, Mom. Go to sleep. You must be exhausted." She started up the car and drove to town, parking in one of the angled spots in front of the Kashmir Medical Group's brick office. Inside, Georgia Edwards was at the desk, looking as perky and beautiful as she had in her cheerleading days at Kashmir High. "Hey, Mir," she said, smiling. "Hi, Georgia. Did Daisy get an appointment for my mom? You know Jim. He'd do anything for you Whitsons. Take her down to exam A." As they approached the exam room, Mom seemed to realize suddenly where they were. "This is ridiculous," she said, yanking her arm away. "Disagree all you want," Meredith said, "but we're seeing the doctor." Her mother straightened, lifted her chin, and walked briskly to the first exam room. There, she took the only seat for herself. Meredith followed her inside and closed the door. A few moments later, Dr. James Burns walked into the room, smiling. Bald as a cue ball, with compassionate gray eyes, he made Meredith think of her father. They'd been golf partners for years. Jim's father had been one of her father's best friends. He hugged Meredith tightly. In the embrace was their shared grief and a silent "I miss him, too." "So," he said when he stepped back. "How are you today, Anya?" "I am fine, James. Thank you." "Meredith is jumpy. You know this." "Do you mind if I examine you?" he asked. "Of course it is fine," Mom said. "But unnecessary." Jim conducted an ordinary flu-type examination. When he finished with that, he made a few notes on her chart and then said, "What day is it, Anya?" "January 31st, 2001, she said, her gaze steady and clear. "Wednesday. We have a new president. George Bush, the younger. And Olympia is the state capital." Jim paused. "How are you, Anya?" "Really?" "My heart beats. I breathe. I go to sleep and I wake up." "Maybe you should see someone," he said gently. "Who?" "A doctor who will help you talk about your loss. Death is not something to talk about. You Americans believe words change a thing. They do not." He nodded. "My daughter needs help, perhaps." "Okay," he said, making a few more notes on the chart. "Why don't you go to the waiting room while I speak to her?" Mom left the room immediately. "There's something wrong with her," Meredith said as soon as they were alone. "She's confused a lot. She's hardly sleeping." Today she put her lunch in her pockets and talked about herself in the third person. "She's constantly worried about a lion, and she called me Olga. I think she's confusing the fairy tales with real life. Last night I heard her reciting one of them to herself." As if Dad were listening. "You know she's always been depressed in the winter, but this is something else. Something's wrong. Could she have Alzheimer's?" "Her mind seems to be fine, Meredith. But she's grieving. Give her some time." "But there's no normal way to handle a thing like this. They were married for 5 decades and now she's alone. Just listen to her, if you can. Talk to her. And don't let her be alone too much. Believe me, Jim, my mom is alone whether I am in the room or not. So be alone together." "Yeah," Meredith said. "Right. Thanks, Jim, for seeing us. Now I need to get her home and get back to work. I have a 2:15 meeting. Maybe you should try slowing down. I can give you a sleeping pill prescription if you'd like." Meredith wished she had $10 for every time someone, especially her husband, had given her that advice. She'd be on a Mexican beach with the money. "Sure, Jim," she said. "I'll stop and smell the roses." On a blistering hot day, more than 1 month after she'd left Washington state, Nina stood amid a sea of desperate, starving refugees. As far as she could see, there were people huddled in front of dirty, sagging tents. Their situation was critical. Many of them had come in bleeding or shot or raped, but their stoicism was remarkable. Heat and dust beat down on them. They walked miles for a bucket of water, waited hours for a measure of rice from the Red Cross, but still there were children playing in the dirt. Every now and then the sound of laughter rose above the crying. Nina was as filthy and tired and hungry as those around her. She'd lived in this camp for 2 weeks now. Before that, she'd been in Sierra Leone, ducking and hiding to avoid being shot or raped herself. She squatted down in the dry, dirty red soil. The humming sound of the camp was overwhelming, a combination of bugs and voices and distant machinery. Off to the left, a tattered medical flag fluttered above an army-issue tent. Hundreds of injured people stood patiently in line for help. In front of her, sprawled half in and half out of a tent, an old, wizened black man lay in his wife's arms. He'd recently lost a leg, and the bloody stump seeped red beneath the blanket that was wrapped around him. His wife had been with him for hours, propping him up, although her own emaciated body had to be aching. She tipped precious drops of water into his mouth. Nina capped her lens and stood up. Staring out over the camp, she felt an exhaustion that was new for her. For the first time in her career, the tragedy of it all was nearly unbearable. It wasn't worse here than where she'd been before. That wasn't it. The situation hadn't changed. She had. She carried grief with her everywhere, and the burden of it made compartmentalization impossible. People usually thought her work was about being there, as if anyone could just point and shoot, but the truth was that her photographs were an extension of who she was, what she thought, how she felt. It took perfect concentration to capture the exquisite pain of personal tragedy on film. You had to be there 100% in the moment, but it had to be their moment. She opened her pack and pulled out her satellite phone. Walking as far east as she dared, she set up the equipment, positioned the satellite, and called Danny. At the sound of his voice, she felt something in her chest relax. "Danny," she said, yelling to be heard over the static. "Nina, love. I thought you'd forgotten me. Where are you?" She winced at that. "Guinea." "You?" "Zambia." "I'm tired," she said, surprising herself. She couldn't remember ever saying that before, not while she was working. "I can be at Nemba Island by Wednesday. Blue water. White sand. Ice. Sex. I'm in." She disconnected the call and packed her phone back up. Slinging the strap over her shoulder, she headed back to the camp. A line of new Red Cross trucks had arrived and the pandemonium of food distribution was going on. She sidestepped a pair of women carrying a box of supplies and went past the tent where she'd been taking pictures. The man in the bloody bandages had died. The woman still sat behind him, rocking him in her arms, singing to him. Nina stopped and took a picture, but this time the lens was no protection, and when she eased the camera from her eye, she realized she was crying. From her comfortable, air-conditioned seat in the back of an SUV, Nina stared through the window at the scenery of Zanzibar. The narrow, twisting streets were teeming with people, women draped in the traditional Muslim veils and robes, school children in blue and white uniforms, men standing in groups. On the side of the road, vendors tried to sell anything they could, from fruits and vegetables to tennis shoes to barely used t-shirts. In the jungle behind the road, women most with babies on their backs or in their arms picked cloves, the spices lay in cinnamon-colored swatches on the sides of the road, drying in the hot sun. When the cab finally left the main road and turned onto the dirt path that led to the beach, Nina hung onto the door handle for dear life. The road here was pure Corlos was the island and tires could blow in a second. Their speed slowed. They inched past villages set up in the middle of nothing, cattle penned in makeshift corrals, women in brightly colored veils and dresses gathering sticks, children pumping together at the well for water. The houses were small and dark and made of whatever was handy sticks, mud, chunks of coral, and everything wore the red cast of the dirt. At the end of the road, the beach was a hive of activity. Wooden boats bobbed in the shallow water, while men tended to nets spread out on the sand. Raggedly dressed boys haunted the area, hoping for tourists, offering to pose for photographs in exchange for American dollars. The minute she stepped onto the sleek white motorboat, she realized how tense she'd been. A knot in her neck relaxed. She felt the sea air on her dirty face, whipping through her matted hair as they sped across the flat sea. It occurred to her, as she breathed in the salty air, how lucky she was in this life, even with her grief. She could leave the terrible places behind, change her future with a phone call and an airplane ticket. The private island Nemba was a small atoll in the Zanzibar archipelago, and when she arrived, the island's manager, Zoltan, was there with a glass of white wine and a cool, wet rag. When he saw Nina, his dark, handsome face broke into a wide grin. "I am glad to see you again." She jumped out of the boat and into the warm water, making sure to hold her gear bag high above her head. "Thanks, Zoltan. I'm glad to be here." She took the wine from him. "Is Danny here?" "He's in number 7. She slung the camera bag and backpack strap over her shoulder and made her way down the beach. The sand was as white as the coral from which it had been formed, and the water was a remarkable shade of aquamarine. Almost exactly the color of her mother's eyes. There were 9 private bondas on the island thatch-roofed, open-sided cottages each hidden from view by dense vegetation. The only time guests saw each other, or the staff, was for meals in the dining hut or at sunset, when cocktails were set up on a table at the beach in front of each bonda. Nina saw the discreet 7 sign on the beachside lounge chairs and followed the sand path to the bonda. A pair of tiny antelope, no larger than rabbits, with antlers as sharp as ice picks, bounded across the path and disappeared. She saw Danny before he saw her. He was in one of the woven bamboo chairs, with his bare feet propped on a coffee table, sipping a beer and reading. She leaned against the wooden railing. That beer isn't quite the best-looking thing in the room, but it's close. Danny tossed down his book and stood up. Even in his worn, overwashed khaki shorts, with his long black hair in need of a good cutting, and his shadowy, stubble-coated jaw, he looked beautiful. He pulled her into his arms and kissed her until she pushed him away, laughing. "I'm filthy," she said. "It's what I love best about you," he said, kissing the grimy palm of her hand. "I need a shower," she said, unbuttoning her shirt. He took her by the hand and led her through the bedroom and down the wooden walkway to the bathroom and the outside shower. Beneath the spray of hot water, she peeled out of her bra and shorts and panties, kicking the sopping garments aside. Danny washed her in a way that was pure foreplay, and when the soap was still sliding down her slick body and she reached for him, all it took was a touch. He picked her up and carried her to the bedroom. Later, when they both could breathe again, they lay entwined on the net-draped bed. "Wow," she said, her head cradled in the crook of his arm. "I forgot how good we are at that. We're good at a lot of things." "I know. But we're really good at that." There was a pause, and in it she knew he was going to say what she didn't want to hear. "I had to hear from Sylvie that your dad died." What was I supposed to do? Call and cry? Tell you he was dying? He rolled onto his side, pulling her with him until they lay facing each other. His hand slid down her back and rested on the curve of her hip. "I'm from Dublin, remember? I know about losing people, Nina. I know how it sits inside you like battery acid, burning through. And I know about running from it. You're not the only one in Africa, are you? What do you want from me, Danny?" "What?" "Tell me about your dad." She stared at him, feeling cornered. She wanted to give him what he wanted, but she couldn't. Her feelings, her loss, were so intense that if she let herself feel all of it, she'd never find a way back. "I don't know how. He was my son, I guess." "I love you like that," he said quietly. Nina wished that made her feel better, but it didn't. She knew about unequal love, how you could be crushed from the inside if one person was more in love than the other. Hadn't she sometimes seen that kind of wreckage in Dad's eyes when he looked at Mom? She was sure she had. And once you'd seen that kind of pain, you didn't forget it. If Danny ever looked at her like that, it would break her heart. And he would. Sooner or later, he'd figure out that she might have loved her dad, but she was more like her mom. "Can't we just?" "For now," he said, but she knew it wouldn't end here. The thought of losing him made her feel strangely anxious, so she did what she always did when her emotions were too sharp to bear. She let her hands slide down his bare chest, to the line of hair from his navel and still downward. And when she touched him and felt how hard he was for her, she knew he was still hers. For now. The sky is slate gray and swollen with clouds. A lone seagull wheels overhead, battling the wind, cawing. She is little, a girl with long brown pigtails and skin knees. Running after him. A kite skips on the sand in front of her, twisting. It flips away before she can reach it. "Daddy," she yells, knowing he is too far ahead. He can't hear her. "I'm back here." Meredith awoke in a panic. She sat up in bed and looked around, knowing he wouldn't be here. It was another dream. Still tired and aching from a night spent turning beneath the covers, she eased out of bed, being careful not to waken Jeff. She went to the window and stared out at the darkness. Dawn hadn't shown its face yet. She crossed her arms tightly, trying to hold herself together. It felt as if pieces of her soul were falling away lately, like some ugly form of spiritual leprosy. "Come back to bed, Mir." She didn't look back. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to wake you. Why don't you sleep in today?" It sounded good, the idea that she could bury herself in his arms and under the blankets and just sleep while life ticked on without her. "I wish I could," she said, already thinking of what she needed to do this morning. As long as she was up, she could get to work on the quarterly taxes. She had a meeting with the accountant next week and she needed to be ready. Jeff got out of bed and came up behind her. She saw a silvered image of their faces in the blackened window. "You take care of everything and everyone, Mir. But who takes care of you?" She turned to him, Let him hold her. You do. Me? He said sharply. I'm one more thing on your to-do list. At another time last year, maybe she would have told him that wasn't fair, fought with him about it, but she was too depleted now to bother. Not now, Jeff, was all she could think to say. I can't have this conversation. I know how much you're hurting. Of course I'm hurting. My dad died. There's more to it than that. You're doing too much, he said quietly. You're still hell-bent on getting her attention, just like. What am I supposed to do? Ignore her? Or maybe I should quit my job. Hire someone. She doesn't give a shit if you're there. I know it hurts, baby, but she's never cared. I can't. She won't let me. And I promised Dad. What if she breaks you? Is that what your dad wanted? Does she ever even look at you? She knew he was right. In times like these, she wished they hadn't been together so long, that he hadn't seen so much. But he'd been there on the night of the play and other nights like it, and he knew her heart and how much pain it sometimes held. It's not about her, even. You know that. It's about me. Who I am. I just can't let it. Let her go. Your dad was worried about this, remember? He was afraid our family would break apart without him, and he was right. We're falling apart. You're falling apart, and you won't let anyone help you. Doc Burns says Mom will be okay in a little while. Once she's fine, I promise I'll hire someone to clean her house and pay her bills, okay? You promise? She kissed him lightly on the lips. It was over. For now. I'll be back for breakfast, okay? I'll make us omelets and fruit. Just you and me. Easing away from him, she headed for the bathroom. As she was closing the door, she thought she heard him say something. She caught the word worried and closed the door. In the dark, she dressed in her running clothes and left the bedroom. Downstairs, she turned on the coffee pot and collected the dogs and headed out into the cold, early February darkness. She pushed herself harder than ever before, desperate to clear her mind. Physical pain was so much easier to handle than heartache. Beside her, the dogs yelped and played with each other, occasionally running off into the deep snow on the sides of the road, but always coming back. By the time she had come to the golf course and doubled back, dawn had gilded the valley. It hadn't snowed in almost 2 weeks, and the top layer was crusty and glittery in the pale sunlight. She veered into Balai Nochi and fed the dogs on Mom's porch. It was one of the many changes in Meredith's new schedule. She always did at least 2 things at once. She slipped out of her running shoes and went into the kitchen, where she started the samovar and then climbed the stairs. She was still red-faced and breathing heavily when she opened Mom's door. And found the bed empty. Shit. Meredith went outside to the winter garden and sat beside her mother, who wore the lacy nightdress that Dad had given her for Christmas last year, with a blue mohair blanket draped around her shoulders. Her lower lip was bleeding from where she'd bitten it. Her feet were covered in stockings that were gray with damp and brown with dirt. Meredith dared to reach out and cover her mother's cold hand with her own, but she couldn't find any words to go along with the intimate act. Come on, Mom, you need to eat something. I ate yesterday. I know. Come on. She held her mother's hand and helped her to rise. After too much time spent on this metal bench, her mother's body straightened slowly, popping and creaking at the new movement. As soon as she was fully upright, Mom pulled away from Meredith and walked up the flagstone path toward the house. Meredith let her go on ahead. Meredith followed her into the kitchen, where she called Jeff and told him she wouldn't be home for breakfast after all. Mom was in the garden again, she said. I think I'd better work here today. Big surprise. Come on, Jeff. Be fair. He hung up. Stung by the sound of the dial tone, she called Jillian instead. They immediately fell into their easy routine, talking about school and Los Angeles and the weather. Meredith listened to her eldest daughter in amazement. As was happening more and more often lately, she heard this confident young woman talking about chemistry and biology and medical schools, and Meredith wondered how it had happened, this growing up and moving on. Only yesterday, Jilly had been a pudgy girl with gaps in her teeth who could spend an entire afternoon staring at an apple bud, waiting for it to blossom. It's coming, Mommy. The flower will be here any second. Should I go get Grandpa? And teaching Jillian to drive had taken about 10 minutes. I read the manuals, Mom. You don't have to grit your teeth. Trust me. I love you, Jilly, Meredith said, realizing a second too late that she'd interrupted her daughter. She'd been saying something about enzymes. Or maybe Ebola. Meredith laughed. She'd been caught not listening. And I'm really proud of you. I'm putting you into a coma, aren't I? Just a deep sleep. Jillian laughed. Okay, Mom. I gotta run anyway. Love you. Love you too, Beetle. When Meredith hung up, she felt better. Whole again. Talking to her girls was always the best prescription for the blues. Except, of course, when those same conversations caused the blues. For the rest of the day, she worked from her mother's kitchen table, in addition to paying taxes and reading crop reports and overseeing warehouse costs. She cajoled her mother into eating and paid her bills and washed her clothes. Finally, at 8 o'clock, when the dinner dishes were done and the food was put away, she went into the living room. Mom sat in Dad's favorite chair, knitting. A floor lamp glowed beside her. The light gave her face a softness that was illusory. To her left, the candle on the altar of the holy corner sputtered and sent smoke spiraling upward. Mom's eyes were closed, even while her fingers wielded the knitting needles. Shadowy lashes fanned down her pale cheeks, giving her an eerily sad look. It's time for bed, Mom, Meredith said, striving to sound neither impatient nor tired. She flicked on the ceiling light, and in an instant the intimacy of the room was gone. I can manage my own schedule, Mom said. And so it began, the endless grind of getting Mom upstairs into bed. They fought about all of it, brushing teeth, changing clothes, taking off socks. At just past 9, Meredith finally got her mom settled into bed. She pulled the covers up to her chin, just as she'd once done for Jillian and Maddie. Sleep well, Meredith said. Dream of Dad. It hurts to dream, Mom said quietly. Meredith didn't know what to say to that. So dream of your garden. The crocuses will be blooming soon. Are they edible? That was how it happened lately. One moment her mother was there, behind her blue eyes, and then just as suddenly she'd be absent. Meredith wanted to believe it was grief that was causing these changes in her mother, all of this confusion. With grief, there would be an end to it. But each day it went on, each time Mom seemed disconnected to the world and confused by it, Meredith lost a little bit of faith in Dr. Burns's assessment. She worried that it had to be Alzheimer's instead of grief. How else to explain her mother's sudden obsession with leather shoes and pounds of butter, which Meredith now found hidden all through the house, and the fairy tale lion that she sometimes found her mother talking about? Meredith touched her not-mother again, soothing her as she would a frightened child. It's okay, Mom. We have plenty of food downstairs. I'll sleep for a minute, then I'll go to the roof. No going to the roof, Meredith said tiredly. Mom sighed and closed her eyes. Within moments, she was asleep. Meredith went around the room picking up the blankets and other items Mom had dropped. Downstairs, she put a load of clothes in the washer so they'd be ready to go when she got here tomorrow. Then she finished the 2 care packages for Jillian and Maddie. It was 10 o'clock by the time she was done. At home, she found Jeff in his office, working on his book. Hey, she said, coming into the room. He didn't turn around. Hey, how's the book going? Great. I still haven't read it. I know. He turned to her then. The look he gave her was familiar, full of disappointment, and suddenly she saw the two of them and this moment from a distance, and the new perspective changed everything. Are we in trouble, Jeff? She could see that he was a little relieved by her question, that he'd been waiting for her to ask it. Yeah. Oh! She could see that she'd disappointed him again, that he wanted to talk about these troubles she'd suddenly excavated and tripped over, but she didn't know what to say. Frankly, this was the last thing she needed now. Her mom was crossing the road into crazy and her husband thought they were in trouble. Knowing it was a mistake and unable to correct it, she left his office and his sad, disappointed look and went up to the bedroom they'd shared for so many years. She stripped down to her underwear and put on an old t-shirt and climbed into bed. A pair of sleeping pills should have helped, but they didn't, and later, when he crawled into bed, she knew he knew she was still awake. She rolled over and pressed up against his back, whispered, "Good night." It wasn't enough, wasn't anything, and they both knew it. The conversation they needed to have was out there, like a storm cloud, gathering mass in the distance. 7. In mid-February, green was the color of defiance. White crocuses and snowdrops blossomed overnight, their thin, velvety green stalks pushing up through the glittering white blanket of snow. Every day, Meredith vowed to talk to Jeff about their troubled marriage, but each time she made such a promise to herself something would happen that moved her in a different direction. And the truth was that she didn't want to talk about it. Not really. She had enough on her plate with her mother's increasing confusion and weird behavior. A newlywed might not be able to understand how troubles in a marriage could be ignored, but any woman who'd been married for 20 years knew that almost anything could be overlooked if you didn't mention it. One day at a time, that was how you made it through. Like an alcoholic who doesn't reach for the first drink, a couple could simply not say the sentence that would begin a conversation. But it was always there, hanging in the air like secondhand smoke, an unexpected carcinogen. And today, finally, Meredith had decided to begin it. She left the office early, at 5 o'clock, and ignored the errands that needed to be done on the way home. The dry cleaning could be picked up later, and they could go a day without groceries. She drove straight to her mother's house and parked out front. As expected, she found Mom in the winter garden, dressed in 2 nightgowns and wrapped in a blanket. Meredith buttoned her coat as she went out there. Nearing her mother, she heard the soft, melodic cant of her voice saying something about a hungry lion. The fairy tale again. Her mother was out here alone, telling stories to the man she loved. "Hey, Mom," Meredith said, daring to place a hand on her mother's shoulder. She'd learned lately that she could touch her mother at times like this. Sometimes Meredith's touch could even help ease the confusion. "It's cold out here. And it will be dark soon. Don't make Anya go alone. She's afraid." Meredith let out a sigh. She was about to say something else when she noticed the new addition to the garden. There was a bright new copper column standing next to the old verdigris-aged one. "When did you order that, Mom? I wish I had some candy to give him. He loves candy." Meredith helped her mother to her feet. She led her back into the bright, warm kitchen, where she made her a cup of hot tea and reheated a bowl of soup for her. Her mother huddled over the table, shivering almost uncontrollably. It wasn't until Meredith gave her a slice of bread, slathered with butter and honey, that she finally looked up. "Your father loves bread and honey." Meredith felt a surprising sadness at that. Her father had been allergic to honey, and the fact that Mom had forgotten something so concrete was somehow worse than the previous confusions. "I wish I could really talk to you about him," she said, more to herself than to her mother. Meredith needed her father lately, more than ever. He was the one she could have talked to about the trouble in her marriage. He would have taken her hand and walked out in the orchard with her and told her what she needed to hear. He'd tell me what to do. "You know what to do," her mother said, tearing off a chunk of bread and putting it in her pocket. "Tell them you love them. That's what matters. And give them the butterfly." It was perhaps the loneliest moment of Meredith's life. "That's right, Mom. Thanks." She busied herself around the kitchen while her mother finished eating. Afterward, she helped Mom up the stairs to her bedroom and brushed her teeth for her, just as she used to do for her daughters when they were small, and like them, her mother did as she was bid. When Meredith began to undress her, the usual battle began. "Come on, Mom, you need to get ready for bed. These nightgowns are dirty. Let me get you something clean." No. For once, it was too much for Meredith. She was too tired to fight, so she gave in and let her mother go to bed in a dirty nightgown. Outside the bedroom door, she waited until her mother fell asleep, began to softly snore, and then she went downstairs and locked up the house for the night. It wasn't until she was in the car, driving home, that she really thought about what her mother had said to her. You know what to do. Tell them you love them. The words might have been tossed in a bowl of crazy salad, but it was still good advice. When had she last said those precious words to Jeff? They used to be commonplace between them, not lately though. If reparations had to be started, and a conversation undertaken, those 3 words had to be the beginning. At home, she called out for Jeff and got no answer. He wasn't home yet. She had time to get ready. Smiling at that, she went upstairs to shower, not realizing until she reached for her razor how long it had been since she'd shaved. How had she let herself go so much? She dried and curled her hair and put on makeup and then slipped into a pair of silk pajamas that she hadn't worn in years. Barefooted, smelling of gardenia body lotion, she opened a bottle of champagne. She poured herself a glass and went into the living room, where she started a fire in the fireplace and sat down to wait for her husband. Leaning back into the sofa's soft down cushions, she put her feet up on the coffee table and closed her eyes, trying to think of what else she would say to him, the words he needed to hear. She was wakened by the dogs barking. They were running down the hallway, falling over each other in their haste to get to the door. When Jeff walked into the house, he was engulfed by the dogs, their tails thumping on the hardwood floor as they struggled to greet him without jumping up. "Hey," Meredith said when he came into the room. Without looking up from Leia, whose ears he was scratching, he said, "Hey, Mir. Would you like a drink?" she said. "We can, you know. Talk. I've got a killer headache. I think I'll just take a shower and crash." She knew she could remind him that they needed to talk and he'd change course. He'd sit down with her, and they'd begin this thing that so frightened her. She probably should force it, but she wasn't sure she wanted to hear what he had to say anyway. And what difference would a day make? He was clearly exhausted, and she knew that feeling in spades. She could show him how much she loved him later. "Sure," she said. "Actually, I'm tired too." They went up to bed together, and she snuggled close to him. For the first time in months, she fell into a deep and dreamless sleep. At 5:45, she was awakened by the phone. Her first thought was someone's hurt, and she sat up sharply, her heart racing. She grabbed the phone and said, "Hello? Meredith? It's Ed. I'm sorry to bother you so early." She flicked on the bedside lamp. Mouthing work to Jeff, she leaned back against the headboard. "What is it, Ed?" "It's your mother. She's in the back of the orchard. Field day. She's dragging that old toboggan of yours. Shit. Stop her. I'll be right there." Meredith threw back the covers and got out of bed. Running around the room, she looked for something to put on. "What the hell?" Jeff said, sitting up. "My 80-some-year-old mother is out sledding. But I'm wrong. She doesn't have Alzheimer's. She's just grieving." "Yeah, right. I've told Jim." She found a pair of sweats on the floor of her closet and started dressing. He's seen her 3 times in the last month, and every time she's as rational as a judge. He says it's just grief. She saves her crazy for me. She needs professional help. She grabbed her purse off the bench at the end of the bed and ran out without saying goodbye. By spring, Meredith and Jeff had settled into silence. They both knew they were in trouble. The knowledge was in every look, every non-touch, every fake smile, but neither of them brought it up. They worked long hours and kissed each other goodnight and went their separate ways at dawn. Mom's bouts of confusion had become less frequent lately, so much that Meredith had begun to hope that Dr. Burns was right and that she was finally getting better. Meredith closed the ledger on her desk and put her mechanical pencil in the drawer. Then she hit the intercom. "I'm going to the house for lunch, Daisy. I should be back in an hour." "Sure thing, Meredith." She grabbed her hooded parka and headed down to her car. It was a lovely late March day that lifted her spirits. Last week a warm front had swept through the valley, pushing Old Man Winter aside. Sunlight had left its indelible mark on the landscape. Ice-blue water ran in gullies on either side of the roadways. Sparkling droplets fell from the wakening apple trees, creating lacy patterns in the last few patches of slushy snow. She turned onto Mom's driveway, parked, and walked up to the gate. Off to her right, a man in coveralls was checking the red smudge pots. She waved to him and covered her mouth and nose as she walked through the thick black smoke. Inside the house, she called out, "Mom." "I'm here," as she took off her coat. In the kitchen, she stopped short. Her mother was standing on the counter, holding a piece of newspaper and a roll of duct tape. "Mom, what the hell are you doing? Get down from there." Meredith rushed over and reached out, helping her mother climb down. "Here, take my hand." Mom's face was chalky, her hair was a mess. She was dressed in at least 4 layers of mismatched clothes, but her feet were bare. Behind her, on the stove, something was boiling over, popping and hissing. "I need to go to the bank," Mom said. "We need to take our money out while we can. We haven't much to trade." "Mom, your hands are bleeding. What have you done?" Mom glanced toward the dining room. Meredith walked slowly forward, past the cold samovar and the empty fruit basket on the counter and into the dining room. The large oil painting of the Neva River at sunset had been taken down and propped against the table. Wallpaper had been torn away in huge strips. In places, dark blotches stained the blank walls. Dried blood? Had her mother worked so feverishly that she'd scraped the skin off her fingertips? Ragged strips of wallpaper had been placed in a bowl on the center of the table, like some weird wilted floral arrangement. Behind her, the pot on the stove continued to boil over, water sizzling and popping. Meredith rushed to the stove and turned it off, seeing now that the pot was full of boiling water and strips of wallpaper. "What in the hell?" "We will be hungry," Mom said. Meredith went to her mother, gently took hold of her bloody hands. "Come on, Mom. Let's get you washed up." "Okay." Mom seemed hardly to hear. She kept mumbling about the money in the bank and how badly she wanted it, but she let Meredith lead her upstairs to the bathroom, where they kept the first aid kit. Meredith sat Mom on the closed toilet seat and then knelt in front of her to wash and bandage her hands. She could see several precise cuts Lesesto the fingertips. These wounds hadn't been caused by feverish scraping. They were cuts. Slices. "What happened, Mom?" Her mother kept looking around. "There's smoke." "I heard a gunshot." "It's the smudge pots. You know that. And you probably heard Melvin's truck backfire. He's here to make sure the pots are all working." "Pots?" Mom frowned at that. When Meredith had her mother cleaned and bandaged, she put her into bed and pulled up the covers. That was when she noticed the bloodied X-Acto knife on the bedside table. Mom had cut herself on purpose. "Oh, God." Meredith waited until her mother closed her eyes. Then she went downstairs and just stood there, looking at the damage around her, the boiling wallpaper, the ruined walls, the freaky table arrangement, and fear settled in. She went out to the porch just as Melvin drove away. It took every scrap of willpower she had not to scream out loud. Instead, she pulled the cell phone out of her pocket and called Jeff at work. "Hey, Mir." "What is it?" "I'm just about ready to." "I need you, Jeff," she said quietly, feeling as if she were coming apart. She'd tried so hard to do everything right, to fulfill her promise to her father, and somehow she had failed. She didn't know how to handle this alone. "What is it?" "Mom has gone way around the bend this time. Can you come over?" "I'll be there in 10 minutes. "Thanks." She made a call to Dr. Burns next and told him she needed him to come over immediately. She didn't hesitate to use the word emergency. This definitely qualified as one in her book. As soon as the doctor said he'd be right over, Meredith disconnected that call and dialed Nina's number. She had no idea what time it was in Botswana or Zimbabwe, wherever her sister was now, and she didn't care. She only knew that when Nina answered, Meredith was going to say, "I can't do this alone anymore." But Nina didn't answer. Instead, her perky recorded voice said, "Hey, thanks for calling. God knows where I am right now, but leave a message and I'll get back to you when I can." Beep. Meredith hung up the phone without leaving a message. What was the point? She stood there, the phone in her hand, staring through the slowly dissipating smoke. It stung her eyes, but it hardly mattered. She was crying anyway. She didn't even remember when it had started, her crying, and for once, she didn't care. True to his word, Jeff showed up in less than 10 minutes. He got out of the car and came toward her. At the top of the porch steps, he opened his arms and she walked into them, letting his embrace hold her together. "What did she do?" he finally said. Before she could answer, there was a loud crash in the kitchen. Meredith spun on her heels and ran back inside. She found her mother sprawled on the dining room floor, clutching a strip of wallpaper in one hand and her ankle in the other. A chair lay on its side beside her. She must have fallen off of it. Meredith went to her, bent down. She tested the already swelling ankle. "Help me get her into the living room, Jeff. We'll put her on the ottoman bed." Jeff bent down to her mother. "Hey, Anya," he said in a voice so gentle it made Meredith remember what a wonderful father he was, how easily he dried his daughter's tears and made them laugh. He was such a good man. After all Mom had put him through over the years, all the silence she'd heaped on him, still he managed to care about her. "I'm going to carry you into the living room, okay?" "Who are you?" Mom said, searching his gray eyes. "I'm your prince, remember?" Mom calmed down instantly. "What have you brought for me?" Jeff smiled down at her. "2 roses," he said, scooping her into his arms. He carried her into the living room and put her down on the ottoman bed. "Here, Mom," Meredith said. "I've got an ice pack. I'm going to put it on your ankle, okay? Keep your feet on this pillow." "Thank you, Olga." Meredith nodded and let Jeff lead her into the kitchen. She fell off the chair, he asked, glancing into the ruined dining room. "That would be my guess." "Wow." "Yeah." She stared at him, not quite knowing what to say. She heard Dr. Burns drive up and relief propelled her forward. He came into the house, looking more than a little harried, holding a half-eaten sandwich. "Hello, you two," he said as he came inside. "What happened?" Mom was tearing down wallpaper and fell off a chair. "Her ankle is swelling up like a balloon," Meredith said. Dr. Burns nodded and set his sandwich down on the entryway table. "Show me." But when they went into the living room, her mother was sitting up, knitting, as if this were just an ordinary afternoon instead of the day she'd tried to cook wallpaper and cut her own flesh. "Anya," Jim said, going to her. "What happened here?" Mom gave him one of her dazzling smiles. Her blue eyes were completely clear. "I was redecorating the dining room and I fell." "Silly of me." "Redecorating? Why now?" She shrugged. "We women. Who knows? May I take a look at your ankle?" "Certainly." He gently examined Mom's ankle and wrapped it in an ace bandage. "This pain is nothing," she said. "And what about your hands?" he asked, examining her fingertips. "It looks like you cut yourself on purpose." "Nonsense. I was redecorating." "I told you this." Dr. Burns studied her face for a few more minutes and then smiled gently. "Come on. Let Jeff and me help you to your room." "Of course." "Meredith, you stay here." "Gladly," she said, watching nervously as they made their way up the stairs and disappeared. Meredith paced impatiently, chewing on her thumbnail until it started to bleed. When Jeff and Dr. Burns came back down the stairs, she looked at the doctor. "Well?" "She's sprained her ankle. It will heal if she stays off it." "That's not what I mean, and you know it," Meredith said. "You saw her fingers. And I found an X-Acto knife by her bed. I think she did it on purpose. She must have Alzheimer's. Or some kind of dementia anyway. What do we do?" Jim nodded slowly, obviously gathering his thoughts. "There's a place in Wenatchee that could take her for a month or 6 weeks. We could call it rehabilitation for her ankle. Insurance would cover that, and at her age, healing is slow. It's not a long-term solution, but it would give her and you some time to deal with what's happened. It's possible that time away from Balai Nochi and the memories here might help. You mean a nursing home? Meredith said. No one likes a nursing home, the doctor said. But sometimes it's the best answer. And remember, it's only a short-term solution. Will you tell her she's going there because she needs rehab? Jeff asked, and Meredith could have kissed him. He knew how hard this decision was for her. Of course. Meredith drew in a deep breath. She knew she would replay this moment over and over, probably hating herself more every day. She knew her father would never make this choice and wouldn't have wanted her to make it. But she couldn't deny how much this would help her. She sleeps outside. Tears down wallpaper. Falls off chairs. What will be next? God help me, she said softly, feeling alone, even with Jeff right beside her. She'd never known before how profoundly a single decision could separate you from other people. Okay. That night, Meredith couldn't sleep. She heard the clicking of digital minutes into one another as she lay in bed. Everything about her decision felt wrong. Selfish. And that was what it was in the end, her decision. She stayed in bed as long as she could, trying to relax. At 2 o'clock, she dropped the pretense and got up. Downstairs, she roamed through the shadowy, quiet house, looking for something to help her sleep or to occupy her mind while she was awake. TV, a book, a cup of tea. Then she saw the telephone and knew exactly what she needed, Nina's complicity. If Nina agreed about the nursing home, Meredith would shoulder only half the guilt. She dialed her sister's international cell phone number and sat down on the sofa. Hello, said a heavily accented voice. Irish, Meredith thought. Or Scottish. Hello? I'm calling Nina Whitson. Did I get the wrong number? No. This is her phone. Who am I speaking to? Meredith Cooper. I'm Nina's sister. Brilliant. I'm Daniel Flynn. I suppose you've heard of me. No. That's disappointing, isn't it? I'm a good friend of your sister's. How good a friend are you, Daniel Flynn? His laugh was low and rumbling. Sexy as hell. Daniel's me old man, and a mean son of a bitch he was. Call me Danny. I notice you didn't answer my question, Danny. 4.5 years. Give or take. And she never mentioned you or brought you home? More's the pity, eh? Well, it was grand talking to you, Meredith, but your sis has given me the evil eye, so I'd best hand her the phone. As Meredith said goodbye, she heard a rustling sound, as if Danny and Nina were fighting over the phone. Nina answered, sounding a little breathless, laughing. Hey, Mir. What's up? How's Mom? Honestly, Neens, that's why I'm calling. She's not good. She's confused lately. Calls me Olga half the time and recites that damn fairy tale as if it means something. What does Doc Burns say? He thinks it's ordinary grief, but thank God. I wouldn't want her to end up like Aunt Dora, stuck in that pathetic nursing home, eating old Jell-O and watching game shows. Meredith flinched at that. She fell and sprained her ankle. Luckily, I was there to help, but I can't always be there. You're a saint, Mir. Really? No, I'm not. That's what Mother Teresa said to me, too. I'm no Mother Teresa, Nina. Yes, you are. The way you're taking care of Mom and running the orchard. Dad would be proud. Don't say that, she whispered, unable to put any power in her voice. She wished now that she hadn't called. Look, Mir. I really can't talk now. We're just on our way out. Do you have something important? This was her moment. She could blurt out the truth and be judged, Saint Mir, cramming Mom in a home, or she could say nothing. And what if Nina disagreed? Meredith hadn't thought about that possibility before, but now she saw it clearly. Nina would not support her, and that would only make matters worse. To be called selfish by Nina was more than she could bear. No, nothing important. I can handle it. Good. I'll be home for Dad's birthday, don't forget. Okay, Meredith said, feeling sick. See you then. Nina said goodbye and their conversation broke. Meredith hung up the phone. With a sigh, she turned off the lights and went back upstairs, where she crawled into bed with her husband. Stuck in that pathetic nursing home. St. Mere. She lay there a long time in the dark, trying not to remember those wretched, long-ago visits to Aunt Dora. She was certain she had never fallen asleep, but at 7 a.m., the alarm clock jolted her awake. Jeff stood by the bed with a cup of coffee. You okay? She wanted to say no, to scream it, maybe even to burst into tears, but what good would that do? The worst part of all was that Jeff knew it. He was giving her his sad look again, his I'm waiting for you to need me look. If she told him the truth, he'd hold her hand and kiss her and tell her she was doing the right thing. And then she'd really lose it. I'm fine. I thought you'd say that, he said, stepping back. We need to go in about an hour. I've got an appointment at 9. She nodded and shoved the hair out of her face. Okay. For the next hour, she got ready as if this were any ordinary day, but when she climbed into the driver's seat of her big SUV, she suddenly lost the ability to pretend. The truth of her choice swept through her, chilling her. In front of her, Jeff started up his truck, and together they drove in their separate cars to Noche. Inside, she found Mom in the living room, standing at her holy corner. Dressed in a black woolen sheath, with a white silk scarf around her throat, she managed to look both elegant and strong. Her back was straight, her shoulders firm. Her snow-white hair had been drawn back from her face, and when she turned to look at Meredith, there wasn't a drop of confusion in those Arctic blue eyes. Meredith's resolve slipped. Doubt surged up in its place. I want the holy corner brought to my new room, Mom said. The candle must be kept burning. She reached over for the crutches Dr. Burns had brought her. Settling them in place under her arms, she limped slowly toward Meredith and Jeff. You need help, Meredith said as she approached. I can't be here all the time. If Mom heard or cared, there was no sign of it. She limped past Meredith and went to the front door. My bag is in the kitchen. Meredith should have known better than to seek absolution from her mother. How well she knew that whatever she needed from Mom, she wouldn't get it. Maybe this most of all. She walked past her mother and went into the kitchen. It was the wrong bag. Meredith had packed the big red suitcase only last night. She bent down and opened this one. Her mother had packed it full of butter and leather belts. 8. Nina woke to the sound of gunfire. Rounds exploded just outside her window. The dingy, peeling walls of her hotel room shuddered. A shower of plaster and wattle rained down on the floor. Somewhere a window shattered and a woman screamed. Nina got out of bed and crawled over to the window. Tanks were rolling down the rubble-strewn street. Men in uniforms, boys, really walked alongside, shooting their machine guns, laughing as people tried to find shelter. She turned around and leaned against the rough wall, then slid down to a sit on the powdery floor. A rat scurried along the floorboards and crept into the shadows along her so-called closet. God, she was tired of this. It was the end of April. Only a month ago she'd been in Sudan with Danny, but it felt like a lifetime. Her cell phone rang. She crawled across the dirty floor and sat against the side of the bed. Reaching up to the nightstand, she found the checkbook-sized phone and flipped it open. Hello? Nina? Is that you? I can barely hear you. Gunfire. Hey, Sylvie, what's up? We're not using your photos, Sylvie said. There's no way to sugarcoat it. They're not good enough. She couldn't believe what she'd just heard. Shit. You've got to be kidding me. I'm better on my worst day than most of the assholes you use. These are worse than your worst day, kiddo. What's going on? Nina pushed the hair out of her eyes. She hadn't had a haircut in weeks, and her hair was so dirty that when she pushed it aside, it stayed. The water in her hotel and the whole block had been out for days. Ever since the fighting had escalated. I don't know, Sylvie, she finally said. You shouldn't have gone back to work so quickly. I know how much you loved your father. Is there anything I can do to help? Getting the cover always makes me feel better. Sylvie's silence said it all. A war zone is no place to grieve, Nina. Maybe you've lost your edge because there's somewhere else you need to be. Yeah. Well, good luck, Nina. I mean that. Thanks, she said, and hung up. She looked around the dark, dingy room, feeling the echo of machine gun fire along her spine, and she was tired of all of it. Exhausted. It was hardly surprising that her latest photos were crap. She was too tired to concentrate, and when she did finally fall asleep, dreams of her father invariably wakened her. His last words nagged at her lately, the promise he'd elicited. Maybe that was her problem. Maybe that was why she couldn't concentrate. She'd failed to keep that promise. No wonder she'd lost her mojo. It was back in Velai Nochi, in the hands of a woman she'd promised to get to know. In the first week of May, only a few days earlier than she'd planned at, just past 7 in the morning, Nina drove into the Wenatchee Valley. The jagged Cascade mountain range was still covered in snow, but everything else was dressed for spring. At Velai Nochi, the orchard was in full bloom. Acres of apple trees boasted bright flowers. As she drove toward the house, she imagined her father there, walking proudly between the rows with a small, black-haired girl beside him, asking questions. Are they ready yet, Daddy? I'm hungry. They're ready when they're ready, Neener Beener. Sometimes you have to be patient. She'd matured alongside those trees, learning along the way that she wasn't patient, and that farming didn't interest her, that her father's life's work would never be hers. In the driveway, she pulled up in front of the garage and parked. The orchard was alive with workers who moved through the trees, checking for bugs or rot or whatever it was they looked for. Nina slung her camera bag over her shoulder and headed for the house. The yard was a vibrant green, so bright it was almost hard to look at. All along the fence line and on either side of the walkway, white flowers grew in clumps. At the house, she didn't bother knocking. Mom, she called out, flipping on the entryway light and taking off her boots. There was no answer. She went into the kitchen. The house smelled musty, vacant. Upstairs it was as quiet and empty as below. Nina refused to feel disappointed. She knew when she'd decided to surprise Mom and Meredith that it might be a little dicey. She went back out to the rental car and drove up the road toward her sister's house. At the V in the road, a truck came toward her. She pulled over, waiting. The truck slowed down and stopped beside her, and Jeff rolled down his window. Hey, Neens. This is a surprise. You know me, Jeff. I move like the wind. Where's Mom? Jeff glanced in his rearview mirror as if someone were coming up on his tail. Jeff? What's wrong? Meredith didn't tell you? Tell me what? He finally looked at her. She had no choice. Jeff, Nina said sharply. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Where's my mom? Parkview. The nursing home? Are you kidding me? Don't rush to conclusions, Nina. Meredith thought. Nina gunned the engine and spun the car around in the dirt and drove off. In less than 20 minutes, she pulled into the nursing home's gravel driveway and parked. She grabbed her heavy canvas camera bag off the passenger seat and marched across the parking lot and into the building. Inside, the lobby was defiantly cheery and obscenely bright. Fluorescent bulbs stretched like glowworms along the beige ceiling. To the left was a waiting room with primary-colored chairs and an old RCA television. Directly in front of her was a big wooden desk. Behind it, a woman with tightly permed hair talked animatedly on the phone, clacking her polka-dot fingernails on the fake wood surface of the desk. I mean it, Margine. She has really packed on the pounds. Excuse me, Nina said tightly. I'm looking for Anya Whitson's room. I'm her daughter. The receptionist paused long enough to say, room 146. To your left, and then went back to her conversation. Nina walked down the wide hallway. On either side of her were closed doors. The few that were open revealed small hospital-like rooms inhabited by elderly people in twin beds. She remembered when Aunt Dora had been here. They'd visited her every weekend, and Dad had hated every second. Death on the layaway plan, he used to say. How could Meredith have done this? And how dare she not tell Nina about it? By the time she reached room 146, Nina was in a rage. It felt good. It was the first real fire she'd felt since Dad's death. She knocked sharply. A voice said, "Come in," and she opened the door. Her mother sat in an unattractive plaid recliner, knitting. Her white hair was unkempt and her clothes didn't match, but her blue eyes were bright. At Nina's entrance, she looked up. "Why the hell are you here?" Nina said. "Language, Nina," her mother said. "You should be at home." "You think so? Without your father?" The reminder was delivered softly, like a drop of acid. Nina moved forward woodenly, feeling her mother's gaze on her. She saw the recreated holy corner set up on an old oak dresser. Behind her, the door opened again and her sister walked into the small room, carrying a tote bag bulging over with Tupperware containers. "Nina," she said, coming up short. Meredith looked flawless as usual, her chestnut hair styled in a classic bob. She was wearing crisp black pants and a pink shirt that was tucked in at the waist. Her pale face was expertly made up, but even so, she looked tired. And she'd lost too much weight. Nina turned on her. "How could you do this? Was it easier to just dump her here?" "Her ankle." "Who gives a shit about her ankle?" "You know Dad would hate this," Nina said sharply. "How dare you?" Meredith said, her cheeks flushing with anger. "I'm the one who—" "Stop it," Mom hissed. "What is wrong with you two?" "She's an idiot," Meredith responded. Ignoring Nina completely, she moved toward the table, where she set down a big grocery bag. "I brought you some cabbage pierogies and okroshka, Mom. And Tabitha sent you some new yarn. It's in the bottom of the bag, along with a pattern she thought you'd like. I'll be back again after work." "As usual." Mom nodded, but said nothing. Meredith left without another word, shutting the door firmly behind her. Nina hesitated a moment and then followed. Out in the hallway, she saw Meredith hurrying away, her heels clattered on the linoleum floor. "Meredith." Her sister flipped her off and kept going. Nina went back into the pathetic little room with its twin bed and its ugly recliner and its battered wood dresser. Only the Russian icons and candle gave a hint about the woman who lived here. The woman whom Dad had thought was so broken. And whom he'd loved. "Come on, Mom. You're getting the hell out of here. I'm taking you home." "You?" "Yeah," Nina said firmly. "Me." "That bitch. How could she say those things to me? And especially in front of Mom?" Meredith was in the small, cramped office from which her husband oversaw the newspaper's city beat. Not that there was much city or much beat either. A stack of paper by his computer reminded her that he'd been working hard on his novel. The one she hadn't yet found time to read. She continued pacing, chewing her thumbnail until it hurt. "You should have told her the truth." "I told you that. This is not the time for I told you so's." "But you talked to her, what? 2 or 3 times since you put your mom in Parkview." Of course Nina's pissed. "You would be, too." He leaned back in his chair. "Let Nina spend time with her. By tomorrow night, she'll understand why you made the choice you did. Your mom will dish up a big pile of crazy and Nina will fall all over herself to apologize." Meredith stopped pacing. "You think?" "I know. You didn't stick your mom there because it was hard on you to care for her, although it was. You put her there to keep her safe. Remember?" "Yeah," she said, wishing she felt stronger about it. "But she's been better in the nursing home. Even Jim said that. No walking in the snow barefooted or peeling off wallpaper or cutting her fingers. She saved the good stuff for me. Maybe she's ready to come home, then," he said, but she could tell that he wasn't really engaged in the conversation anymore. Either he had something on his mind, or he'd heard it too many times. Probably the latter. She'd spent a lot of time in the last month worrying about her mother, and Jeff had heard it all. Actually, it was the only thing she could remember talking to him about lately. "I've got to run," he said. "Interview in 20 minutes. "Oh, okay." She let him walk her out of the newspaper's grungy, crowded office and to her car. She climbed into the driver's seat and started the engine. It wasn't until she was at her desk, looking over the orchardist's pruning report, that she realized Jeff hadn't kissed her goodbye. As she drove toward Balai Nochi, Nina glanced sideways at her mother, who sat in the passenger seat of the rental car, knitting. They were in foreign terrain now, she and her mother. Their togetherness implied a kind of partnership, but such a connection had never before existed, and Nina didn't really believe that mere proximity could give rise to a new kind of relationship. "I should have stayed," she said. "Made sure you were okay." "I hardly expected that from you," her mother said. Nina didn't know if it was a put-down, with the emphasis on you, or a simple statement of fact. Still, she didn't know what to say next. Once again, she was a kid, hovering in her mother's orbit, waiting for something to look, a nod, some gratitude or grief. Anything but the click-click-click of those needles. At the house, she watched her mother gather up her knitting, grab the bag of icons from her holy corner, and open the car door. With the bearing of a queen, she walked across the grassy lawn, up the stone path, and into her home, closing the door behind her. "Thanks for springing me, Nina," Nina muttered, shaking her head. By the time she made it into the house with the luggage, the holy corner was set up again, the candle was burning, and her mother was nowhere to be found. Nina went upstairs, dragging the suitcase behind her. Pausing at her mother's open bedroom door, she listened, hearing the clatter of knitting needles and a soft, sing-songy voice. Mom was either talking to herself or she was on the phone. Either way, apparently it was better than talking to her daughter. She dropped her mom's suitcase on the floor and then put her own backpack and camera gear in her old bedroom and went downstairs again. On her dad's favorite ottoman bed, she spread out, fluffed up the pile of pillows behind her to make a headrest, and turned on the TV. In seconds, she was asleep. It was the best, most dreamless sleep she'd had in months, and when she awoke, she felt refreshed and ready to take on the world. She went upstairs and knocked on the bedroom door. "Mom? Come in." Nina opened the door and found her mother in the wooden rocking chair by the window, knitting. "Hey, Mom. Are you hungry? I was last night and again this morning, but I made sandwiches. Meredith has asked me not to use the stove. I slept for a whole day? Shit. Promise me you won't tell Meredith." Mom looked at her sharply. "I do not make promises to children." At that, she went back to her knitting. Nina left the bedroom and took a long, hot, only in America shower. Afterward, even though she was dressed in her crumpled, ancient khakis, she felt human. Downstairs, she meandered around the kitchen, trying to figure out what to make for lunch. In the freezer, she found dozens of containers of food, each one marked and dated in black ink. Her mother had always cooked for a platoon instead of a family, and nothing from the Whitson table was ever thrown away. Everything was packed up, dated, and frozen for later use. If Armageddon ever came, no one at Balai Nochi would go hungry. Her eye went straight to the stroganoff and homemade noodles. Comfort food. Exactly what they needed. She put some water on to boil for the noodles and popped the sauce in the microwave to thaw it. She was about to set the table when a blast of sunlight caught her attention. At the window, she looked down and saw the orchard in full bloom. She ran for her camera bag, chose one, and went outside, where she immediately lost herself in the choices presented. She took pictures of everything, the trees, the blossoms, the smudge pots, and with every click of the shutter, she thought of her dad and how much he loved this time of year. When she finished, she covered her lens and walked idly back toward the house, passing her mother's so-called winter garden. On this surprisingly sunny day, the garden was a riot of white blossoms upheld by lush green stems and leaves. Something sweet-smelling was in bloom, and its perfume mixed with the fecund smell of fertile soil. She sat down on the ironwork bench. She'd always thought of this garden as solely her mother's domain, but just now, with the apple trees blooming all around her, she felt her father's presence as keenly as if he were sitting beside her. She picked up her camera again and began taking pictures. A pair of ants on a green leaf, a flawless, pearlescent magnolia blossom, the copper column that had always been center stage in this garden, with its blue-green patina. Nina lowered the camera. There were 2 columns now. The new one was bright, shiny copper with an elegant scroll stamped into it. She brought the camera to her eye again and focused on the new column. In the upper half there was an ornate etching, scrollwork, leaves, ivy, flowers, and the letter E. She turned slightly and faced the other column. Pushing the vines and flowers aside, she studied the scrollwork. She'd seen it dozens of times in her life, but now, for the first time, she studied it closely. There were Russian letters entwined in the scrollwork. An A and what appeared to be the P symbol, a circle which might be an owned something that looked like a spider. There were also a few she didn't recognize. She was just about to reach for it when she remembered the water she'd put on to boil. Shit. Nina grabbed her camera and ran for the house. 9. Meredith came up with a plan and stuck to it. She'd decided that 2 afternoons and an evening with Mom would be enough time for Nina to understand the nursing home decision. Yes, Mom had gotten better in the past few weeks, but Meredith didn't believe for a second that she was well enough to care for herself yet. And it was crucial, even that Nina understood the situation. Meredith didn't want to carry the burden of this decision alone any longer. Mom had been in the home for almost 6 weeks and her ankle was fully healed. Soon a permanent choice would have to be made, and Meredith refused to do it alone. At 4:30, she left the office and drove to the nursing home. Once there, she waved at Sue Ellen, the receptionist, and sailed past, her head held high, her keys in one hand, her handbag in the other. At Mom's room, she paused just long enough to tell herself she didn't really have a headache, and then she opened the door. Inside, a pair of blue coverall-clad men were cleaning. One was mopping the floor, the other was wiping down the window. All of Mom's personal items were gone. On the bed, instead of the brand-new bedding Meredith had bought, there was a plain blue mattress. "Where's Mrs. Whitson?" "She moved out," one of the men said without looking up. "Didn't give us much warning." Meredith blinked. "Excuse me?" "Moved out." Meredith spun on her heel and walked back to the front desk. "Sue Ellen," she said, pressing 2 fingertips to her left temple. "Where's my mother?" "She left with Nina." "Moved out, just like that. No notice or nothing." "Well, this is a mistake. My mother will be back." "There's no room now, Meredith. Mrs. McGutcheon is taking her place. We never know for sure, of course, but we don't expect to have a room available again until after July." Meredith was too mad to be polite. Saying nothing, she marched out of the building and got in her car. For the first time in her life, she didn't give a shit about the posted speed limit, and in 12 minutes she was at Balai Nochi and out of her car. Inside, the whole house reeked of smoke. In the kitchen, she found dirty plates piled in the sink and an open pizza box on the counter. More than half of the pizza was left in the box. But that wasn't the worst of it. A misshapen pot sat slumped over the front burner. Meredith didn't need to reach for it to know that it had melted to the burner. She was about to charge up the stairs when she glanced out at the side yard. Through the wood-paned French doors, she saw them. Mom and Nina were sitting together on the iron bench. Meredith opened one of the French doors so hard it clattered against the wall. As she crossed the yard, she heard her mother's familiar story voice and knew immediately that the bouts of confusion weren't over. She mourns the loss of her father, who is imprisoned in the Red Tower by the Black Knight, but life goes on. This is a terrible, terrible lesson that every girl must learn. There are still swans to be fed in the ponds of the castle garden, and white summer nights when the lords and ladies meet at 2 in the morning to stroll the riverbanks. She doesn't know how hard one winter can be, how roses can freeze in an instant and fall to the ground, how girls can learn to hold fire in their pale white hands. "That's enough of the story, Mom," Meredith said, trying not to sound as pissed off as she was. "Let's go inside." "Don't stop her," Nina said. You're an idiot, Meredith said to Nina, helping Mom to her feet, leading her into the house and up the stairs, where she got her settled in the rocker with her knitting. Back downstairs, she found Nina in the kitchen. What in the hell were you thinking? Did you hear the story? What? The story. Was that the peasant girl and the prince? Do you remember? Meredith took her sister by the wrist and pulled her into the dining room, switching on the lights. It looked exactly as it had on the day Mom fell off the chair. Strips of wallpaper were gone. The blank valleys looked like old wounds next to the vibrant color of what remained. Here and there, reddish-black smears stained both the wallpaper and the vacant strips. Outside, somewhere in the fields, a truck backfired. Meredith turned to Nina, but before she could say anything, she heard footsteps thundering down the stairs. Mom ran into the kitchen, carrying a huge coat. Did you hear the guns? Downstairs. No. Meredith took her mother by the arm, hoping her touch would help. That was just a truck backfiring, Mom. Everything is fine. My lion is crying, Mom said, her eyes glassy and unfocused. He's hungry. There's no hungry lion here, Mom, Meredith said in an even, soothing voice. Do you want some soup? She asked quietly. Mom looked at her. We have soup. Lots of it. And bread and butter and kasha. No one is hungry here. Meredith gently took the coat from her mother. Tucked inside the pocket, she found 4 bottles of glue. The confusion left as quickly as it had come. Mom straightened, looked at her daughters, and then walked out of the kitchen. Nina turned to Meredith. What the fuck? You see, Meredith said. She goes crazy sometimes. That's why she needs to be someplace safe. You're wrong, Nina said, still staring at the doorway through which Mom had just passed. You're so much smarter than I am, Nina. So tell me, what am I wrong about? That wasn't nuts. Oh, really? And just what was it? Nina finally faced her. Fear. Nina was hardly surprised when Meredith started cleaning the kitchen and with a martyr's zeal. She knew her sister was pissed. She should have cared about that, but she couldn't. Instead, she thought about the promise she'd made to her father. Make her tell you the story of the peasant girl and the prince. At the time it had seemed pointless, really, impossible. A dying man's last desperate hope to make 3 women sit down together. But Mom was falling apart without him. He'd been right about that. And he'd thought the fairy tale could help her. Meredith banged a pot down on one of the remaining burners and then swore. We can't use the damn stove until we can get rid of this pot you melted. Use the micro, Nina said distractedly. Meredith spun around. That's your answer? Use the micro. That's all you have to say. Dad made me promise. Meredith dried her hands on a towel and threw it on the counter. Oh, for God's sake. We aren't going to help her by making her tell us fables. We'll help her by keeping her safe. You want to lock her away again. Why? So you can have lunch with the girls. How do you say that to me? You. Meredith moved closer, her voice lowering. He used to pore through magazines, looking for his little girl's pictures. Did you know that? And he checked the mail and messages every day for calls that hardly ever came. So don't you dare call me selfish. Enough. Mom was standing in the doorway, dressed in her nightgown, with her hair uncharacteristically unbound. Her collarbone stuck out prominently beneath her veinous skin. A small 3-tiered Russian-style cross hung from a thin gold strand coiled around her neck. With all that pallor-white hair, pale skin, white gown, she looked almost translucent. Except for those amazing blue eyes. Now they were alight with anger. Is this how you honor him, by fighting? We're not fighting, Meredith said, sighing. We're just worried about you. You think I have gone crazy, Mom said. I don't, Nina said, looking up. I noticed the new column in the winter garden, Mom. I saw the letters. What letters? Meredith demanded. It is nothing, Mom said. It's something, Nina said. Her mother made no sign of having heard. No sigh. No flinch. No looking away. She simply walked over to the kitchen table and sat down. We don't know anything about you, Nina said. The past does not matter. It's what you've always said, and we let you. Or maybe we didn't care. But now I do, Nina answered. Mom looked up slowly, and this time there was no mistaking the clarity in her eyes, nor the sadness. You will keep asking me, won't you? Of course you will. Meredith will try to stop you because she is afraid, but there is no stopping you. Dad made me promise. He wanted us to hear one of your fairy tales all the way to the end. I can't let him down. I know better than to make promises to the dying. Now you have learned this lesson, too. She stood up, her shoulders only a little stooped. It would break your father's heart to hear you two fighting. You are lucky to have each other. Act like it. Then she walked out of the room. They heard her door slam shut upstairs. Look, Nina, Meredith said after a long silence. I don't give a shit about her fairy tales. I'll take care of her because I promised Dad and because it's the right thing to do. But what you're talking about trying to get to know her, it's a kamikaze mission, and I've crashed once too often. Count me out. You think I don't know that? Nina said. I'm your sister. I know how hard you tried with her. Meredith turned abruptly back to the stove, attacking the melted pot as if treasure lay beneath it. Nina got up and went to her sister. I understand why you put her in that terrible place. Meredith turned. You do? Sure. You thought she was going Looney Tunes. She is Looney Tunes. Nina didn't know what to say, how even to frame her opinion so that it made sense. All she knew was that she'd lost some essential piece of herself lately, and maybe fulfilling the promise to her father would help her get it back. I'm going to get her to tell me that fairy tale all of Ida or die trying. Do what you want, Meredith said finally, sighing. You always do. At work, Meredith tried to lose herself in the everyday minutiae of running the orchard and the warehouses, but nothing she did was right. It felt as if there were a valve in her chest tightening with every breath she took. The pressure building up behind it was going to blow any minute. After the third time she yelled at an employee, she gave up and left before she could do more damage. She tossed a packet of papers on Daisy's desk, said tensely, "File this, please," and walked away before Daisy could ask a question. She got in her car and just drove. At first she had no idea where she was going. Somewhere along the way, she found herself following an old forgotten road. In some ways, it led back to her youth. She parked in front of the Belai Nochi gift shop. It was a lovely little building set back from the highway and ringed by ancient, flowering apple trees. Long ago, it had been a roadside fruit stand. Here, Meredith had spent some of the best summers of her life, selling their ripe, perfect apples to tourists. She stared through the windshield at the white clapboard building, its eaves strung with white lights. Come summer, there would be flowers everywhere in planters by the door, in baskets on the porch, twined up the fence line. It had been her idea to convert this fruit stand into a gift shop. She still remembered the day she'd approached Dad with the plan. She'd been a young mother with a baby on each hip. It'll be great, Dad. Tourists will love it. That's a killer idea, mere doodle. You're going to be my shining star. She'd poured her heart and soul into this place, choosing every item they sold with exquisite care. And it had been a rousing success, so much so that they'd added on twice and still they didn't have enough room to sell all the beautiful souvenirs and crafts made in this valley. When she'd quit the gift shop and moved into the warehouse, it had been to make her father happy. Looking back on it now, that was when it had begun, this life of hers that seemed to be about everyone else. She put the car in reverse and drove away, wishing vaguely that she hadn't stopped by. For the next hour, she just drove, seeing the changes spring had made on the landscape. By the time she pulled into her own driveway, it was dusk, and the view was slowly darkening. Inside the house, she fed the dogs and started dinner, and then took a bath, lying in the water so long it grew cold. She was still so confused and upset by today's events that she didn't know what to do or what to want. All she really knew for sure was that Nina was screwing everything up, making Meredith's life harder. And there was no doubt in her mind that it would all collapse into a big fat mess that Meredith would have to clean up. She was sick to death of being where the buck stopped. She dried off and slipped into a pair of comfortable sweats and left the bathroom. As she was toweling off her hair, she glanced at the big king-sized bed along the far wall. She remembered, with a sharp longing, the day she and Jeff had bought that bed. It had been too expensive, but they'd laughed about the expense and paid for it with a credit card. When the bed had been delivered, they'd come home from work early and fallen onto it, laughing and kissing and christening it with their passion. That was what she needed now, passion. She needed to rip off her clothes and fall into bed and forget all about Nina and Mom and nursing homes and fairy tales. The second she had the thought, it calcified into a plan. Feeling excited for the first time in months, she changed into a sexy nightgown and went downstairs, where she made a fire and poured herself a glass of wine and waited for Jeff to get home from work. At 11 o'clock that night, she was still waiting. And that sense of excitement had slowly melted into anger. Where in the hell was he? By the time he finally walked into the living room, she'd had 3 glasses of wine and dinner was ruined. "Where the hell have you been?" she said, rising. He frowned. "What?" "I made a romantic dinner. It's ruined now. You're pissed that I'm home late? You've got to be kidding me. Where were you?" "Researching my book." "In the middle of the night?" "It's hardly the middle of the night. But, yeah. I've been doing it since January, Mir. You just haven't noticed. Or cared." He walked away from her and went into his office, slamming the door behind him. She followed him, throwing the door open. "I wanted you tonight," she said. "Well, pardon me all to hell for not giving a shit. You've ignored me for months. It's been like living with a goddamn ghost, but now all of a sudden, because you're horny, I'm supposed to change gears and be here for you? It doesn't work that way. Fine. I hope you're comfortable here tonight. It'll be a hell of a lot warmer than your bed." She walked out of the office and slammed the door behind her, but with that crack of sound, the anger left her, and without it, she felt lost. Lonely. She should say she was sorry, tell him about her shitty day. She was about to do that when she saw the pale bluish light slide along beneath the door. He'd turned his computer on and started writing. She turned from the door and went upstairs, crawling into their bed. In 20 years of marriage, it was the first time he'd slept on the sofa after a fight, and without him, she couldn't sleep. At 5 o'clock, she finally gave up trying and went downstairs to apologize. He was already gone. That morning, Meredith went for a run, 6 miles this time. She was feeling particularly stressed out, called both of her daughters, and still got to work before 9. As soon as she was at her desk, she called Parkview and spoke to the director, who was none too happy about Mom's sudden exit. She learned again that they didn't expect an opening in the near future. Things could change, of course, which meant someone could die, someone else's family could be shattered, but there was no way to guarantee a spot. Nina would never stay long enough to actually help. In the past 15 years, Meredith couldn't remember her sister staying at Belai Noche longer than a week, 10 days at most. Nina might be world famous and renowned in her field, but she was not reliable. She'd even bailed as Meredith's maid of honor at the last minute, with no time to get a replacement because of some assassination in Central America. Or Mexico. Meredith still didn't know. All she knew was that 1 minute Nina was there for her, trying on bridesmaid dresses, and the next minute she was gone. There was a knock at the door. Meredith looked up just in time to see Daisy waltz in carrying a manila folder. "I've got the field and orchardist reports here." "Great," Meredith said. "Just leave them on my desk." Daisy hesitated and Meredith thought, oh no. Here it comes. She'd known Daisy since childhood, and hesitant she was not. "I heard," Daisy said, closing the door behind her. "About Nina kidnapping your mom." Meredith smiled tiredly. "That's a bit overly dramatic. I'll handle it." "Of course you will, but honey, should you?" Daisy put the folder down on the desk. "I can run this place, you know," she said quietly. "Your dad trained me. All you have to do is ask for help." Meredith nodded. It was true, although she'd never really thought about it before. Daisy did know the orchard and its operation better than anyone except Meredith herself. She'd worked here for 29 years. Thanks. But you don't really know how to do that, do you, Meredith? Meredith fought the urge to roll her eyes. It was what Jeff said to her all the time. Was that really such a flaw? To do what needed to be done? Can you get Dr. Burns on the phone for me, Daisy? Of course. Daisy headed for the door. A moment later, Daisy put through the call and Jim answered. Hey, Jim, she said. It's Meredith. I expected you to call. I heard from Parkview today. He paused. Nina? Naturally. She's seen The Great Escape one too many times. They don't know when they'll have another opening, and there's no way we can afford live-in help. Can you recommend another nursing home? It was a moment before Jim said, I've spoken to her doctor at Parkview, and with the physical therapist who worked with her. I also visited Anya once a week. Meredith felt herself tensing up. And? None of us witnessed any significant confusion or dementia. The only time she got a little rattled was when that storm hit last month. Apparently the thunder scared her, and she told everyone she needed to get to the roof. But a lot of the residents were upset by the noise. He drew in a deep breath. Your dad used to say that Anya battled depression every winter. Something about the cold and the snow bothering her. That, plus the grief. Anyway, bottom line, I don't believe she is suffering from Alzheimer's or even severe dementia. I can't diagnose what isn't visible to me, Meredith. Meredith felt as if a huge weight had suddenly been placed on her shoulders. Now what? How can I take care of her and keep her safe? I can't run Noche and my own home and be there for Mom all the time. She was cutting herself, for God's sake. I know, he said gently. I've made some calls. There's a senior complex in Wenatchee that's really nice. It's called Riverton. She would have an apartment with a backyard that's big enough for some gardening. She has the choice of cooking her meals or going to the complex's dining room. There's an opening in mid-June for a one-bedroom. I asked the manager to reserve it for you, but they'll need a deposit quickly. Ask for Junie. Meredith wrote it all down. Thank you, Jim. I really appreciate your help. No problem. He paused. How are you, Meredith? You didn't look so good the last time I saw you. Thanks, document. She tried to laugh. I'm tired, but that's to be expected. You do too much. The story of my life. Thanks again. She hung up before he could say more. Reaching down to the floor, she picked up her purse and headed out of her office. At Noche, she found Nina in the kitchen, reheating a pot full of goulash. Nina smiled at her. I'm watching it, see? No fire yet. I need to talk to you and Mom. Where is she? Nina cocked her head toward the dining room. Guess. The winter garden? Of course. Damn it, Neens. Meredith walked through the damaged dining room and went out to Mom, who was sitting on the iron bench. At least she was dressed for the cool weather this time. Mom? Meredith said. I need to talk to you. Can we go inside? Mom straightened. Only then did Meredith realize how soft and rounded she'd looked before. Together, neither touching nor speaking, they walked back into the house. In the living room, Meredith got Mom settled in a chair and then built a fire. By the time she was finished, Nina was with them, sprawled out on the sofa, with her stockinged feet propped on the coffee table. What's up, Mir? She asked, flipping through an old National Geographic. Hey, here's my shot. The one that won the Pulitzer, she said, smiling, showing off the 2-page spread. I spoke with Dr. Burns today. Nina set the magazine aside. He agrees with me that the nursing home isn't the right place for Mom. Duh, Nina said. Meredith refused to rise to the bait. She kept her gaze on Mom. But we both think this house is too much for you to handle alone. Jim found a nice place in Wenatchee. A senior condominium-like complex. He says you could have a lovely little one-bedroom unit that would have its own kitchen. But if you didn't feel like cooking, there's a dining room, too. It's right downtown. You could walk to the stores and the knitting shop. What about my winter garden? Mom asked. There's a backyard with the unit. You could build a winter garden there. The bench, the fencing, the columns, everything. She doesn't need to move, Nina said. This is her home and I'm here to help out. Meredith finally snapped. Really, Nina? How long can we count on you? Or will this be like my wedding? There was an assassination that week, Nina said, looking uncomfortable suddenly. Or like Dad's 70th birthday. What happened that time? A flood, wasn't it? Or was that the earthquake? I'm not going to apologize for my work. I'm not asking you to. I'm just saying that you might have the best intentions in the world, but if something terrible happened in India tomorrow, all we'd see of you is your ass as you walked out of the door. I can't be with Mom every second, and she can't be alone all the time. And this would make it easier on you, Mom said. Meredith searched her mother's face for sarcasm or judgment, or even confusion, but all she saw was resignation. It had been a question, not an indictment. Yes, she said, wondering why the affirmation made her feel as if she'd failed her father. Then I will go. I do not care where I live anymore, Mom said. I'll pack up everything you need, Meredith said. So you're ready to go next month? You won't have to do a thing. Mom stood up. She looked at Meredith, her blue eyes soft with emotion. It was a look that lasted a heartbeat and then was gone. Turning on her heel, she went upstairs. The bedroom door slammed shut behind her. She doesn't belong in some glorified nursing home, Nina said. Meredith honestly hated her sister for that. What are you going to do about it? What do you mean? Are you going to pay for a live-in companion, someone who can do all the shopping and cleaning and bill paying? Or maybe you're going to promise to stick around for years. Oh, wait. Your promises don't mean shit. Nina slowly stood, faced Meredith. I'm not the only one who breaks promises in this family. You promised him you'd take care of Mom. And that's what I'm doing. Oh, really? What if he were here right now, listening to you talk about moving the winter garden and packing up her things and moving her into town? Would he be proud of you, Meredith? Would he say, well done? Thanks for keeping your word? I don't think so. He'd understand, Meredith said, wishing her voice were stronger. No, he wouldn't, and you know it. Fuck you, Meredith said. You have no idea how hard I tried. How much I wanted to. Her voice broke and tears gathered in her throat. Fuck you, she said again, whispering it this time. She spun around and practically ran for the front door, noticing that the goulash was burning as she yanked the door open and went outside. In her car, she slammed the door shut and clutched the steering wheel. It's easy to be self-righteous when you're gone, she muttered, starting up the car. The drive home took less than 2 minutes. The dogs greeted her exuberantly and she knelt down to pet them both, letting their enthusiasm at her return be a balm on her rattled nerves. Jeff, she called out. Getting no answer, she took off her coat and poured herself a glass of wine. In the living room, she turned on the gas fireplace and sat on the marble hearth, letting the real heat from a fake fire warm her back. For years, she'd tried to love her mother in the same unconditional way she had loved her father. That desire to love and be loved was the cornerstone of her youth, and its first true failure. Nothing she'd done had ever been right in her mother's eyes, and for a girl who desperately wanted to please, this failure had left scars. The worst of them besides the night of the Christmas play had come on a sunny spring day. Meredith didn't recall how old she was exactly, but Nina had just started her swimming lessons, so maybe 10, and Dad had taken her sister to the pool, so Meredith was alone with Mom in that big, rambling house. She'd snuck out after lunch, with tools in her hand and a packet of seeds in her pocket. Alone in the winter garden, humming with excitement, she'd pulled out all the ivy that grew over everything and dragged away the old verdigris copper column that gave the garden a jumbled, messy look. Attacking the muddy black earth with her trowel, she'd carefully planted flower seeds in neat and tidy rows. She could picture how they would grow and bloom, how they'd give a bright and pretty order to the messy green and white so-called garden. She'd been pleased with herself for coming up with the idea and executing it so well. As she worked the dirt and divided up the seeds and carefully placed them in the ground, she imagined her mother coming out here, seeing this gift, and finally hugging her. So intent was she on the dream that she didn't hear the house door slam shut or footsteps on the stepping stones. The first notice she'd had that she wasn't alone was when Mom yanked her to her feet so hard and fast that Meredith stumbled and fell sideways. "What have you done to my garden?" "I wanted to make it pretty for you." Meredith would never forget the look on her mother's face as she dragged her across the yard and up the porch steps. All the way into the house, Meredith was crying, saying she was sorry, asking what she'd done that was so bad, but her mother said nothing, just pushed her into the house and slammed the door shut. Meredith stood at the dining room window after that, crying, watching her mother attack the dirt, throwing the seeds away as if they held some kind of poison. Mom worked like a mad person, in a frenzy. She brought all the ivy back, cradling it in her hands with a gentleness she'd never shown her children, and when that was all returned to its place, she went for the column, dragging it back, muscling it into its place. When the winter garden looked as it had, she dropped to her knees in front of the column and stayed there all afternoon, with her head bowed as if in prayer. She was still there when night fell and rain started. When she finally came back into the house, her hands black with dirt, her fingers bleeding, her face streaked by mud and rain, she didn't even look at Meredith, just walked up the stairs and closed her bedroom door. They never spoke of that day again. And when Dad came home, Meredith threw herself into his arms and cried until he said, "What is it, Meerdoodle?" Maybe if she'd said something, told him the truth, it would have changed things, changed her, but she couldn't do it. "I just love you, Daddy," she'd said, and his booming laugh had grounded her once again. "And I love you," he'd said. She wanted that to be enough, prayed for it to be enough, but it wasn't, and she felt her own sense of failure blossom, take over, until all she could do was try to stop loving her mother. She closed her eyes, rocking just a little. Nina was wrong. Dad would understand. A thump sounded nearby, and she looked up, expecting to see Luke or Leia in the room, tail thumping a quiet greeting, begging for a little attention. Jeff stood in the doorway, still dressed in the worn Levi's and blue crewneck sweater he'd put on yesterday morning. "Oh, you're home." "I'm going," he said quietly. She didn't know whether to be relieved or disappointed that they wouldn't be together tonight. "Do you want me to hold dinner?" He took a deep breath and said, "I'm leaving." "I heard you." "I don't." It sunk in suddenly and she looked up. "Leaving? Me? Because of last night? I'm sorry about that." "Really? I shouldn't have. We need some time apart, Mir." "Don't do this," she whispered, shaking her head. "Not now. There's never a good time. I waited because of your father, and then because of your mother. I told myself you still loved me, that you were just busy and overwhelmed, but I just don't believe it anymore. There's a wall around you, Mir, and I'm tired of trying to climb it. It'll be better now. In June." "No more waiting," he said. "We only have a few weeks before the girls come home. Let's use the time to figure out what the hell we want." She felt herself falling apart, but the thought of giving in to that scared her to death. For months now she'd been burying her emotions, and God knew what would happen if she ever stopped. If she let herself cry, she might wail like a banshee and turn to stone like one of her mother's fairy tale characters. So she held it together and nodded, said in as even a voice as she could muster, "Okay." She saw the way he looked at her then, the disappointment, the resignation. His gaze said, "Of course that's what you'd say." It hurt her almost more than she could stand, letting him go, but she didn't know how to stop him, what to say, so she stood up and walked past him, past the suitcase at the front door, the thump she'd heard, and went into the kitchen. Her heart was actually missing beats as she stood at the sink, staring at nothing. It was hard to catch her breath. Never in all their years of marriage had it occurred to her that Jeff would leave her. Not even last night when he'd let her sleep alone. She'd known he wasn't happy and neither was she, really, but that seemed separate somehow, an ordinary bad patch. But this. He came up behind her. Do you still love me, Mir? He asked quietly, turning her by the shoulders until they were facing each other. She wished he'd asked her that an hour ago, or yesterday, or last week. Any time except now, when even the ground beneath her felt unreliable. She'd thought his love was a bulkhead that could hold back any storm, but like everything else in her life, his love was conditional. All at once she was that 10-year-old girl again, being dragged out of the garden, wondering how she'd gone so wrong. He let go of her and started for the door. Meredith almost called out for him, almost said, "Of course I love you. Do you love me?" But she couldn't make her mouth open. She knew she should grab the suitcase from him or throw her arms around him. Something. But she just stood there, dry-eyed and uncomprehending, staring at his back. At the last minute, he turned to look at her. You're like her, you know that, don't you? Don't say that. He stared at her a moment longer, and she knew it was an opening, a chance he was giving her, but she couldn't take it, couldn't make herself move or reach out or even cry. Goodbye, Mir, he finally said. She stood there a long time, was still there, at her sink, staring out at the dark nothingness of her yard, long after he'd driven away. You're like her, he'd said. It hurt so much she couldn't stand it, as he must have known it would. He'll be back, she said to no one except herself. Couples take breaks sometimes. It will all be okay. She had to figure out how to fix it, what needed to be done. She went to the closet and grabbed the vacuum and dragged it into the living room and turned it on. The sound drowned out the voices in her head and the erratic beating of her heart. 10. When Nina finished showering and unpacking, she went downstairs. In the kitchen, she found her mother already seated at the table where a cut crystal decanter waited. I thought we'd have a drink. Vodka, her mother said. Nina stared at her. It was one of those moments when you glimpse something unexpected, like a face in the shadows. In all her 37 years, Nina had never been offered a drink by her mother. She hesitated. If you'd rather not. No. I mean yes, Nina said, watching as her mother poured 2 shot glasses full of vodka. She tried to see something in her mother's beautiful face, a frown, a smile, something. But the blue eyes revealed nothing. The kitchen smells of smoke, Mom said. I burned the first dinner. Too bad you never taught me to cook, Nina said. It is reheating, not cooking. Did your mother teach you to cook? The water is boiling. Put in the noodles. Nina went to the stove and poured some of her mother's homemade noodles into the boiling water. Beside them, a saucepan bubbled with stroganoff sauce. Hey, I'm cooking, she said, reaching for a wooden spoon. Danny would laugh his ass off right now. He'd say, watch it, love. People re-goin' to eat that. She waited for her mom to ask who Danny was, but all that rebounded was silence and then a slow tapping. She looked back, saw her mother tapping a fork on the table. Nina returned to the table, took a place opposite her mother. Cheers, she said, lifting her glass. Mom lifted the small heavy glass, clinked it against Nina's, and downed the vodka in a swallow. Nina did the same. Minutes passed in silence. So what do we do now? Noodles, was Mom's reply. Nina rushed back to the stove. They're floating, she said. They're done. Another cooking lesson. This is awesome, Nina said, pouring the noodles and water into a strainer in the sink. Then she dished up 2 plates, grabbed the salad, and returned to the table, carrying a bottle of wine with her. Thank you, Mom said. She closed her eyes in prayer for a moment and then reached for her fork. Have you always done that? Nina said. Prayed before dinner? Quit studying me, Nina. Because that's the kind of thing a parent generally passes on to their children. I don't remember praying before dinner except at the big holidays. Mom began to eat. Nina wanted to keep questioning her mother, but the savory scent of the stroganoff-rich beef chunks, perfectly browned and then simmered for hours in a sauce of sherry wine, fresh thyme, heavy cream, and mushrooms wafted up to her. And her stomach growled in anticipation. She practically dived into this meal that so represented her childhood. Thank God you have enough food in the freezer to feed a starving nation, she said, pouring them both some wine. When silence answered her, she said, Thank you, Nina, for saying so. Nina tried to concentrate on the food, but the silence got to her. She had never been a patient woman. It was strange. She could sit still for hours waiting for the perfect shot, but without a camera in her hand, she needed something to do. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore. Enough, she said so sharply that Mom looked up. I'm not Meredith. I am aware of that. You were too tough for us when we were girls, and Mir, well, she stuck around and she never changed much. I left. And you know what? You don't scare me or hurt me so much anymore. I'm here now to take care of you. If Mir has her way, I'll be here until you move into senior world, and I'll be damned if I'll eat every meal under a cone of silence. What? We must have talked at dinner when I was a kid. I remember talking. Even laughing. That was the three of you. How come you never really look at me or Meredith? You're imagining things now. Mom took a drink of wine. Eat. Okay, I'll eat. But we're going to talk, and that's that. Since you are a lemon in the conversation game, I'll start. My favorite movie is Out of Africa. I love watching giraffes move across the sunset in the Serengeti, and I'm surprised to admit that sometimes I miss the snow. Mom took another drink of her wine. I could ask about the fairy tales instead, Nina said. I could ask about how it is that you know the stories word for word, or why you only told them to us with the lights out, or why Dad. My favorite author is Pushkin. Although Anna Akhmatova reads my mind. I miss The True Belai Nochi, and my favorite movie is Dr. Zhivago. Her accent softened on the Russian words, turned them into a kind of music. So we have something in common after all, Nina said, reaching for her wine, watching her mother. What is that? We like big love stories with unhappy endings. Her mother pushed back from the table suddenly and stood up. Thank you for dinner. I am tired now. Good night. I'll ask again, you know, Nina said as she passed her. For the fairy tale. Mom paused, took a slowed step, and then kept going, around the corner and up the stairs. When her bedroom door thudded closed, Nina stared up at the ceiling. You're afraid, aren't you? She mused aloud. Of what? Bundled up in her old terry cloth robe, Meredith sat out on her porch, rocking in a wicker chair. The dogs lay beside her feet, tangled together. They appeared to be sleeping, but every now and then one of them whined and looked up. They knew something was wrong. Jeff was gone. She couldn't believe he'd done this to her now, in the wake of her father's death and in the midst of her mother's meltdown. She wanted to latch onto that anger, but it was ephemeral and hard to hold. She kept imagining one scene, over and over and over. They would be at the dining room table, she and Jeff and the girls. Jillian would have her nose buried in a book. Maddie would be tapping her foot, asking when they could go. All of that teenage impatience would disappear when Jeff said, "We're breaking up." Maybe that wasn't exactly how he would say it, or maybe he'd chicken out and let Meredith say the poisonous words. That had certainly been their parenting pattern. Jeff was the fun one. Meredith laid down the law. Maddie would burst into uncontrollable sobbing. Jillian's tears would be the silent, heartbreaking type. Meredith drew in a deep, shuddering breath. She knew now why unhappily married women stayed in their marriages. It was because of the scene she'd just imagined and the pain of it. In the distance, she could see the first copper glimmer of dawn. She'd been out here all night. Tightening her robe around her, she went inside, milled throughout the house, picking up objects and putting them down. The Crystal Award Jeff had won last year for investigative journalism. The reading glasses he'd recently begun to use. The picture of them at Lake Chelan last summer. Before, when she'd looked at that photo, all she'd seen was that she was getting older. Now she saw the way he was holding her, the brightness of his smile. She put the picture down and went upstairs. Though bed beckoned her, she didn't even go close to it, not to that king-sized mattress where his shape lingered and his scent. Instead, she put on her running clothes and ran until she couldn't breathe without pain and her lungs felt like jelly. At home, she went straight to the shower, where she stayed until the water turned cold. When she was dressed, she knew that no one would be able to look at her and know that her husband had left her in the night. She was holding her car keys, standing in her kitchen, when she realized it was Saturday. The warehouse would be dark and freezing. Closed. Oh, she could go to work anyway, try to lose herself in the minutiae of insect and pruning reports, of crop projections and sales quotas. But she would be alone, in the quiet, with only her own thoughts to distract her. No way. She went out to the car and started it up, but instead of driving to town, she drove to Balai Nochi and parked. The living room light was on. A plume of smoke rose from the chimney. Of course Nina was up. She was still running on Africa time. Meredith felt a wave of self-pity. With all her heart, she wished she could talk to her sister about this, that she could hand her pain off to someone else who might find the words to soften or reshape it. But Nina was not that person. Neither would Meredith tell her friends. It was humiliating and painful enough without the addition of becoming a bit of town gossip. And besides, she wasn't the kind of woman who talked about her problems. Wasn't that part of the reason she was alone now? She yanked open the car door and got out. Inside the house, she noticed the lingering smell of smoke. Then she saw the dirty dishes piled in the sink and the open decanter of vodka on the counter. It pissed her off. Suddenly. Sharply. Disproportionately. But it felt good, this anger. She could hold on to it, let it consume her. She attacked the dishes so loudly that pans clanged together as she threw them in the soapy water. "Whoa," Nina said, coming into the room. She was wearing a pair of men's boxer shorts and an old Nirvana t-shirt. Her hair stuck out like a black chia pet and her face crinkled in a smile. She looked like Demi Moore in Ghost, almost impossibly pretty. "I didn't think pot tossing was your sport. Do you think I have nothing better to do than clean up your messes? It's a little early for high drama." "That's right. Make a joke. What's it to you?" "Meredith, what's wrong?" Nina said. "Are you okay?" Meredith almost gave in. The softness of her sister's voice, the unexpected question. She almost said, "Jeff left me." "And then what?" She drew in a deep breath and folded the hand towel in precise thirds before draping it over the oven's handle. "I'm fine." "You don't act fine." "Honestly, Nina, you don't know me well enough to say that." "How was Mom last night?" "Did she eat?" "We drank vodka together." "And wine. Can you believe it?" Meredith felt a sharp pang at that. It took her a moment to realize she was jealous. "Vodka? I know. Shocked the shit out of me, too. And I found out her favorite movie is Dr. Zhivago. I don't think alcohol is her best bet these days, do you? I mean, she doesn't know where the hell she is half the time. But does she know who she is? That's what I want to know. If I could just get her to tell us the fairy tales." "Screw the fairy tales," Meredith said, more sharply than she should have. At Nina's surprised look, she realized she might even have yelled it. "I'm going to start packing her things for the move next month. I think she'll be more comfortable there if she has her stuff around her." "She won't be comfortable," Nina said, and now she looked angry. "It doesn't matter how neat and tidy and organized you are. You're still putting her away. You going to stay, Nina? Forever? Because if you are, I'll cancel the reservation." "You know I can't do that." "Yeah. Right. You can criticize, but you can't solve. I'm here now." Meredith glanced at the sink full of soapy water and the now clean dishes in the strainer. "And what a help you've been to me. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to get some boxes from the garage. I'll start in the kitchen. You're more than welcome to help. I'm not going to pack her life into boxes, Mir. I want to open her up, not close her away. Don't you get it? Don't you care?" "No," Meredith said, pushing past her. She left the house and walked over to the garage. While she waited for the automatic door to open, she had trouble breathing. It swelled up in her, whatever the feeling was, until her chest ached and her arm tingled and she thought, "I'm having a heart attack." She doubled over and sucked in air. In and out, until she was okay. She started into the darkness of the garage, glad that she'd controlled herself and that she hadn't lost it in front of Nina, but when she turned on the light, there was Dad's Cadillac. The 1956 convertible that had been his pride and joy. Frankie's his name, after Sinatra. I stole my first kiss in Frankie's front seat. They'd gone on a dozen family road trips in Old Frankie. They'd gone north to British Columbia, east to Idaho, and south to Oregon, always in search of adventure. On those long, dusty drives, with Dad and Nina singing along to John Denver, Meredith had felt all but invisible. She didn't like exploring roads or making wrong turns or running out of gas. It had always seemed to end up that way, too, with Dad and Nina laughing like pirates at every escapade. "Who needs directions?" Dad would say. "Not us," Nina would reply, bouncing in her seat and laughing. Meredith could have joined in, could have pretended, but she hadn't. She'd sat in the back, reading her books and trying not to care when a hubcap flipped off or the engine overheated. And whenever they stopped for the night and camp was set up, Dad would always come for her. While he smoked his pipe, he'd say, "I thought my best girl would like to take a walk." Those 10-minute walks were worth 1,000 miles of bad road. She touched the shiny cherry red hood, felt its smoothness. No one had driven this car in years. "Your best girl would like to take a walk," she whispered. He was the one person she would have told about what happened last night. With a sigh, she went to his workbench and looked around until she found 3 big cardboard boxes. She carried them back into the kitchen, set them down on the hardwood floor, and opened the cupboard closest to her. She knew it was too early to start packing, but anything was better than being alone in her empty house. "I heard you and Nina fighting." Meredith slowly closed the cupboard and turned around. Her mother stood in the doorway, dressed in her white nightgown with a black woolen blanket draped like a cape around her shoulders. Light from the entryway shone through the cotton fabric, outlining her thin legs. "I'm sorry," Meredith said. "You and your sister are not close." It was a statement rather than a question, as it certainly should be, but Meredith heard something sharp in her mother's voice, a judgment, perhaps. Her mother wasn't looking past Meredith for once, or beside her. She was staring right at her, as if seeing her for the first time. "No, Mom. We're not close. We hardly ever see each other. You will regret this." "Thank you, Yoda." "It's fine, Mom. Can I make you some tea? When I am gone, you will only have each other." Meredith walked over to the samovar. That was the last thing she wanted to think about to her mother's death. "It will be hot in a moment," she said without turning around. After a while, she heard her mother walk away, and Meredith was alone again. Nina planned to wear her mother down. If Meredith the martyr's performance in the kitchen had proven anything, it was that time was of the essence. With every rip of newspaper or clang of a pot, Nina knew that another piece of her mother's life was being wrapped up and put away. If Meredith had her way, there would soon be nothing left. Dad had wanted something else, though, and now Nina wanted it, too. She wanted to hear The Peasant Girl and The Prince in its entirety. In truth, she couldn't remember ever wanting anything more. At breakfast, she'd gone into the kitchen, stepping carefully around her ice-cold sister. Ignoring Meredith, she made Mom a cup of sweetened tea and a piece of toast and carried them upstairs. Inside her mother's bedroom, she found Mom in bed, her gnarled hands folded primly on the blanket over her stomach, her white hair a bird's nest that hinted at a restless night. With the door open, they could both hear Meredith packing up the kitchen. "You could help your sister." "I could, if I thought you should move." "I don't." She handed her mother the tea and toast. "You know what I realized when I made your breakfast?" Mom sipped tea from the delicate silver-encased glass cup. "I suppose you will tell me. I don't know if you like honey or jam or cinnamon. All are fine. The point is, I don't know." That is the point, Mom said, sighing. You're not looking at me again. Mom said nothing, just took another sip of tea. I want to hear the fairy tale. The peasant girl and the prince. All of it. Please. Mom set the tea down on the bedside table and got out of bed. Moving past Nina as if she were invisible, she walked out the room, across the hall, and went into the bathroom, closing the door behind her. At lunch, Nina tried again. This time, Mom picked up her sandwich and carried it outside. Nina followed her out to the winter garden and sat beside her. I mean it, Mom. Yes, Nina. I know. Please leave me. Nina sat there another 10 minutes, just to make her point, then she got up and went inside. In the kitchen, she found Meredith still packing pots and pans into a box. She'll never tell you, she said at Nina's entrance. Thanks for that, Nina said, reaching for her camera. Keep boxing up her life. I know how much you want everything to be neat and labeled. You're a barrel of laughs. Honest to God, Mir, how can your kids and Jeff stand it? Nina came back into the house at just past 6. In the last bit of copper-colored evening light, the apple blossoms glowed with a beautiful opalescence that gave the valley an otherworldly look. The kitchen was empty except for the carefully stacked and labeled cardboard boxes that were tucked neatly into the space between the pantry and fridge. She glanced out the window and saw that her sister's car was still here. Meredith must be in another room, knee-deep in boxes and newsprint. Nina opened the freezer and burrowed through the endless rows of containers. Meatball soup, chicken stew with dumplings, pierogies, lamb and vegetable moussaka, pork chops braised in apple wine, potato pancakes, red pepper paprikash, chicken Kiev, stroganoff, strudels, ham and cheese rolls, homemade noodles, and dozens of savory breads. Out in the garage, there was another freezer, equally full, and the basement pantry was chock full of home-canned fruit and vegetables. Nina chose one of her favorites, a delicious slow-cooked beef pot roast stuffed with bacon and horseradish. She defrosted the roast in the microwave, with all the root vegetables and rich beef broth, then ladled it to a baking dish and put it in the oven. She set the oven for 350 degrees, figuring it couldn't be too far wrong, and then filled a pot of water for homemade noodles. There were few things on the planet better than her mom's noodles. While dinner was in the oven, she set the table for 2 and then poured herself a glass of wine. With this meal, the aroma would bring Mom to her. Sure enough, at 6:45, Mom came down the stairs. You made dinner? I reheated it, Nina said, leading the way into the dining room. Mom looked around at the ravaged wallpaper, still smeared with streaks of blood that had dried black. Let us eat at the kitchen table, she said. Nina hadn't even thought about that. Oh, sure. She scooped up the 2 place settings and put them down on the small oak table tucked into the nook in the kitchen. There you go, Mom. Meredith walked in then. She noticed the 2 place settings and her face scrunched in irritation. Or maybe relief. With Meredith, it was hard to tell. Do you want to eat with us? Nina asked. I thought you'd need to get home, but there's plenty. You know Mom. She always cooked for an army. Meredith glanced through the window, up in the direction of her house. Sure, she finally said. Jeff won't be home tonight. Until late. Good, Nina said, watching her sister closely. It was odd that she'd stay for dinner. Usually she all but ran for home when she had the chance. Great. Here. Sit. The minute her sister was seated, Nina quickly set another place at the table and then got the crystal decanter. We start with a shot of vodka. What? Meredith said, looking up. Mom took the decanter and poured 3 shots. It does no good to argue with her. Nina sat down and picked up her glass, holding it up. Mom clinked hers to it. Reluctantly, Meredith did the same. Then they drank. We're Russian, Nina said suddenly, looking at Meredith. How come I never thought about that before? Meredith shrugged, clearly disinterested. I'll serve, she said, getting to her feet. She was back a few moments later with the plates. Mom closed her eyes in prayer. Do you remember that? Nina asked Meredith. Mom praying. Meredith rolled her eyes this time and reached for her fork. Okay, Nina said, ignoring the awkward silence at the table. Meredith, since you're here, you have to join in a new tradition Mom and I have come up with. It's revolutionary, really. It's called dinner conversation. So we're going to talk, are we? Meredith said. About what? I'll go first so you can see how it goes. My favorite song is Born to be Wild. My best childhood memory is the trip to Yellowstone where Dad taught me how to fish. She looked at her sister. And I'm sorry if I make my sister's life harder. Mom put down her fork. My favorite song is Somewhere Over the Rainbow. My favorite memory is a day I watched children making snow angels in a park, and I'm sorry that you two are not friends. We're friends, Nina said. This is stupid, Meredith said. No, Nina said. Staring at each other in silence is stupid. Go. Meredith gave a typically long-suffering sigh. Fine. My favorite song is Candle in the Wind, the Princess D version, not the original. My favorite childhood memory is when Dad took me ice skating on Miller's Pond. And I'm sorry I said we weren't close, Nina. But we aren't. So maybe I'm sorry for that too. She nodded, as if in saying it, she checked something off her to-do list. Now, let's eat. I'm starving. 11. Nina wasn't even finished eating when Meredith got to her feet and began clearing the table. The second her sister was up, Mom followed suit. I guess dinner is over, Nina said, reaching for the butter and jam before Meredith snatched it away. Mom said, "Thank you for dinner," and left the kitchen. Her footsteps on the stairs were quick for a woman of her age. She must have been practically running. Nina couldn't really blame Meredith. As soon as their little conversational jumper cables had been used, the so-called new tradition, they had fallen into their familiar silence. Only Nina had even tried to make small talk, and her amusing stories about Africa had been met with a lukewarm response from Meredith and nothing at all from Mom. Nina left the table just long enough to get the decanter of vodka. Thumping it down on the table, she said, "Let's get drunk." Meredith, elbow deep in soapy water, said, "Okay." Nina must have misheard. "Did you say?" "Don't make a lunar mission out of it." Meredith walked over to the table, plucked up Nina's plate and silverware, and went back to the sink. "Wow," Nina said. "We haven't gotten drunk together since." "Have we ever gotten drunk together?" Meredith dried her hands on the pink towel that hung from the oven door. "You've gotten drunk while I was in the room. Does that count?" Nina grinned. "Hell, no, that doesn't count. Pull up a chair." "I'm not drinking vodka, though." "Tequila it is." Nina got up before Meredith could change her mind. She ran into the living room, grabbed a bottle of tequila from the wet bar, and then snagged salt, limes, and a knife on her way back through the kitchen. "Aren't you going to mix it with something?" "No offense, Mir, but I've seen you drink. If I mix it with anything, you'll just sip it all night, and I'll end up drunk, and you'll be your usual cool, confident self." She poured 2 shots, sliced a lime, and pushed the glass toward her sister. Meredith wrinkled her nose. "It's not heroin, Mir. Just a shot of tequila. Take a walk on the wild side." Meredith seemed to decide all at once. She reached out, grabbed the shot, and downed it. When her eyes bulged, Nina handed her the lime. "Here, bite down on this." Meredith made a whooshing sound and shook her head. "One more." Nina drank her own shot and poured them each another, which they drank together. Afterward, Meredith sat back in her chair, pushing a hand through her perfectly smooth hair. "I don't feel anything." "You will." "Hey, how do you manage to keep looking so neat all the time? You've been packing boxes all day, but you still look ready for lunch at the club. How does that happen?" "Only you can make looking nice sound like an insult." "It wasn't an insult. Honestly. I just wonder how you stay so." "I don't know. Forget it." "There's a wall around me," Meredith said, reaching for the tequila, pouring herself another shot. "Yeah, like a force field. Nothing reaches your hair." Nina laughed at that. She was still laughing when Meredith drank her 3rd shot, but when her sister gulped it down and glanced sideways, Nina saw something that made her stop laughing. She didn't know what it was, a look in Meredith's eyes, maybe, or the way her mouth kind of flitted downward. "Is something wrong?" Nina asked. Meredith blinked slowly. "You mean besides the fact that my father died at Christmas, my mom is going crazy, my sister is pretending to help me, and my husband is gone tonight?" Nina knew it wasn't funny, but she couldn't help laughing. "Yeah, besides that. And anyway, you know your life rocks. You're one of those Wonder Women who do everything right. That's why Dad always counted on you." "Yeah, I guess," Meredith said. "It's true," Nina said with a sigh, thinking suddenly about her dad again and how she'd let him down. She wondered how long it would last, this sudden bobbing up of her grief. Would it ever just submerge? "You can do everything right," Meredith said quietly, "and still end up in the wrong. And alone." "I should have called Dad more from Africa," Nina said. "I knew how much my phone calls meant to him. I always thought there was time. Sometimes the door just slams shut, you know? And you're all by yourself. There's something we can do now to help him," she said. Meredith looked startled. "Help who?" "Dad," Nina said impatiently. "Isn't that who we're talking about?" "Oh, is it?" "He wanted us to get to know Mom," he said. "Not the fairy tales again," Meredith said. "Now I know why you're so successful. You're obsessive. And you aren't?" Nina laughed at that. "Come on. We can make her tell us the story. You heard her tonight. She said there was no point arguing with me. That means she's going to give up fighting." Meredith stood up. She was a little unsteady on her feet, so she clutched the back of the chair for support. "I knew better than to try to talk to you." Nina frowned. "You were talking to me? How many times can I say it? I am not listening to her stories. I don't care about the Black Knight, or people who turn into smoke, or the handsome prince. That was your promise to Dad. Mine was to take care of her, which I'm going to do right now. If you need me, I'll be in the bathroom, packing up her things." Nina watched Meredith leave the kitchen. She couldn't say she was surprised her sister was nothing if not consistent, but she was disappointed. She was certain that this task was something Dad had wanted them to do together. That was the point, wasn't it? Being together. What else but the fairy tales had ever accomplished that? "I tried, Dad," she said. Even getting her drunk didn't help. She got to her feet, not unsteady at all. Tucking the decanter of vodka under one arm and grabbing Mom's shot glass, she went upstairs. At the bathroom's half-open door, she paused, listening to the clink and rattle that meant Meredith was back at work. "I'll leave Mom's door open," she said, "in case you want to listen in." No answer came from the bathroom, not even a pause and crinkling of newspaper. Nina walked across the hallway to her mother's room. She knocked on the door but didn't wait for an invitation. She just walked in. Mom sat up in bed, propped up on a mound of white pillows, with the white comforter drawn up to her waist. All that white, her hair, her nightgown, her bedding, her skin contrasted sharply with the black walnut headboard and bed. Against it, she looked ethereal, otherworldly, an aged Galadriel with intense blue eyes. "I did not invite you in," she said. "Nope. But here I am. It's magic." "And you thought I would want vodka?" "I know you will." "Why is that?" Nina moved to the side of the bed. "I made a promise to my dying father." She saw the effect of her words. Her mother flinched as if she'd been struck. "You loved him." "I know you did. And he wanted me to hear your fairy tale about the peasant girl and the prince. All of it. On his deathbed, he asked me. He must have asked you too." Her mother broke eye contact. She stared down at her blue-veined hands, coiled together atop the blankets. "You will give me no peace." "None. It is a child's story." "Why do you care so much? Why did he?" Mom didn't answer. Nina stood there waiting. Finally, Mom said, "Pour me a drink." Very calmly, Nina poured her mother a shot and handed it to her. Mom drank the vodka. "I will do it my way," she said, setting the empty glass aside. "If you interrupt me, I will stop. I will tell it in pieces and only at night." We will not speak of it during the day. Do you understand? Yes. In the dark. Why always? The look Mom gave her was so sharp Nina stopped abruptly. Sorry. She went to the light switch and turned it off. It was a moonless night, so no silver blue glow came through the glass. The only light was from the crack of the open door. Nina sat on the floor, waiting. A rustling sound filled the room, her mother getting comfortable in the bed. Where should I begin? In December, you ended when Vera was going to sneak out to meet the prince. A sigh. And then came her mother's story voice, sweet and mellifluous. After she comes home from the park, Vera spends the rest of that day in the kitchen with her mother, but her mind is not on the task at hand. She knows her mama knows this, that she is watching her carefully, but how can a girl concentrate on straining goose fat into jars when her heart is full of love? Veronica, pay attention, her mama says. Vera sees that she has spilled a big blob of fat on the table. She wipes it up with her hand and throws it into the sink. She hates goose fat anyway. She prefers rich, homemade butter any day. And you throw it away? What is wrong with you? Her sister giggles. Maybe she is thinking of boys. Of a boy. Of course she is thinking of boys, Mama says, wiping the moisture from her brow as she stands at the stove, stirring the simmering lingonberries. She is 15. Almost 16. Her mama pauses in her stirring and turns around. They're in the kitchen, in the last days of summer, preserving food for winter. The tables are full of berries to be turned into jam, onions, mushrooms, potatoes, and garlic to be put in the cellar, cucumbers to be pickled, and beans to be canned in brine. Later, Mama has promised to teach them how to make blini with a sweet cherry filling. You are almost 16, Mama says, as if it had not occurred to her before. 2 years younger than I was when I met Peter. Vera puts down the slippery pot of goose fat. What did you feel when you first saw him? Mama smiles. I have told this story many times. You always say he swept you away. But how? Mama wipes her brow again and reaches out for the wooden chair in front of her. Pulling it back a little, she sits down. Vera almost makes a sound. That's how shocked she is by this. Her mother is not a woman who stops working to talk. Vera and Olga have grown up on stories of responsibility and duty. As peasants beholden to the imprisoned king, they have been taught their place. They must keep their heads down and their hands working, for the shadow of the Black Knight falls with the swiftness of a steel blade. It is best never to draw attention to oneself. Still, her mother is sitting down now. He was a tutor then, and so good-looking he took my breath away. When I told your Baba this, she scared and said, Zoya, be careful. You will need your breath. Was it love at first sight? Vera asks. I knew when he looked at me that I would take his hand, that I would follow him. I say it was the mead we drank, but it wasn't. It was just Peter. My Petia. His passion for knowledge and life swept me away, and before I knew it, we were married. My parents were horrified, for the kingdom was in turmoil. The king was in exile then, and we were afraid. Your father's ambition scared them. He was a per-country tutor, but he dreamed of being a poet. Vera sighs at the romance of it. Now she knows she must sneak out tonight to meet the prince. She even knows that her mother will understand if she finds out. All right, her mother says, sounding tired again. Let's get back to work, and Veronica, be careful with that goose fat. It is precious. As the hours pass, Vera finds her mind more and more distracted. While she prepares the beans and cucumbers, she imagines an entire love story for her and Sasha. They will walk along the edge of the magic river, where images of the future can sometimes be seen in the blue waves, and they will pause under one of the street lamps, as she has often seen lovers do. It will not matter that he is a prince and she a poor tutor's daughter. Vera. She hears her name being called out, and the sound of it is impatient. She can tell that it is not the first time she had been spoken to. Her father is standing in the room, frowning at her. Papa, she says. He looks tired and a little nervous. His black hair, usually so neatly combed, stands out in all directions, as if he has been rubbing his head repeatedly, and his leather jerkin is buttoned crookedly. His fingers, stained blue with ink, move anxiously. "Where's Zoya?" he asks, looking around. She and Olga went for more vinegar. By themselves. Her father nods distractedly and chews on his lower lip. "Papa? Is something wrong?" No, nothing." Taking her in his arms, he pulls her into an embrace so tight that she has to wiggle out of it or gasp for breath. In the years to come, Vera will replay that embrace 1,000 times in her mind. She will see the jewel-toned jars in the candlelight, smell the dusty, sun-baked leather of her father's jerkin, and feel the scratch of his stubbly jaw against her cheek. She'll imagine herself saying, "I love you, Papa." But the truth is that she has romance and sneaking out on her mind, so she says nothing to her father and goes back to work. That night, Vera cannot lie still. Every nerve ending in her body seems to be dancing. Sounds float in through her open window, people talking, the distant patter of hooves on cobblestone streets, music from the park. Someone is playing a violin on this warm, light night, probably to woo a lover, and upstairs, someone is moving around, maybe dancing. The floorboards creak with every step. "Are you scared?" Olga asks for at least the 5th time. Vera rolls over onto her side. Olga does the same. In their narrow bed, they are face to face. When you are older, you'll see, Olga. There is a feeling in your heart when you meet the boy you'll love. It's like drowning and then coming up for air. Vera hugs her sister and plants a kiss on her plump cheek. Then she throws back the covers and springs out of bed. With a small hand mirror, she tries to check her appearance, but she can see herself only in pieces, long black hair held away from her face with leather strings, ivory skin, pink lips. She is wearing a plain blue gown with a lace collar girl's costume, but it is the best she has. If only she had a beret or a pin or, best of all, some perfume. "Oh, well," she says, and turns to her sister. "How do I look?" "Perfect." Vera smiles broadly. She knows it is true. She is a pretty girl, some even say beautiful. She goes to her bedroom door and listens. No sound reaches her ear. "They are in bed," she says. Moving cautiously, she tiptoes over to her window, which is always left open in the summer. She blows her sister a kiss and climbs out onto the tiny ironwork grate. With every careful step, she is sure that someone from the street below will look her way and point and shout out that a girl is sneaking out to meet a boy. But the people on the street are drunk on light and mead, and they barely notice her climbing down from the building's 2nd floor. When she jumps the last few feet and lands on the small patch of grass, she cannot contain her excitement. It spills over in a giggle, which she stifles with her hand as she runs across the cobblestone street. There he is, standing by the street lamp at this end of the Fontanka Bridge. From here, everything about him is golden, his hair, his jerkin, his skin. "I didn't think you'd come," he says. She cannot seem to talk. The words, like her breath, are trapped in her chest. She looks at his handsome lips, and it is a mistake. In a flash, she is closing her eyes, leaning toward him, and still it is a surprise when he kisses her. She gasps a little, feels herself start to cry, and though her tears turn into tiny stars and embarrass her, there is nothing she can do to stop them from falling. Now he will know that she is a silly peasant girl who has fallen in love over nothing and cried at her first kiss. She starts to make an excuse. She is not even sure what it will be, but before she can speak, Sasha pulls her down into a crouch and says, "Be quiet," in a voice so sharp she feels stung by it. Look. A shiny black carriage, drawn by 6 black dragons, is moving slowly down the street. Silence falls all at once. People freeze in their tracks, retreat into shadows. It is the Black Knight. The carriage moves like a hunting animal, the dragons breathing fire. When it stops, Vera feels a chill move through her. "That is where I live," she says. Three hulking green trolls in black capes get out of the carriage and come together on the sidewalk, talking for a moment before they go to the front door. "What are they doing?" she whispers as they go inside the building. "What do they want?" The minutes tick by slowly until the door opens again. Vera sees it all in some kind of slow motion. The trolls have her father. He is not fighting, not arguing, not even talking. Her mama stumbles down the steps behind them, sobbing, pleading. Windows in the building above her are slamming shut. "Papa!" Vera cries out. Across the street, her father looks up and sees her. It is as if he alone heard her cry out. He shakes his head and holds out his hand as if to say, "Stay there," and then he is shoved into the carriage and he is gone. She elbows Sasha one last time and he lets her go. Without a backward glance, she runs across the street. "Mama, where have they taken him?" Her mother looks up slowly. For a second, she seems not to recognize her own daughter. "You should be in bed, Vera." The trolls. "Where are they taking Papa?" When her mother doesn't answer, she hears Sasha's voice behind her. "It's the Black Knight, Vera. They do what they want." "I do not understand," Vera cries. "You're a prince. My family has no power anymore. The Black Knight has imprisoned my father and my uncles. You must know that. It is dangerous to be a royal in the Snow Kingdom these days. No one can help you," he says. "I am sorry." She starts to cry, and this time her tears are not starlight. They are tiny black stones that hurt when they form. "Veronica," her mother says. "We need to get inside. Now." She grabs Vera's hand and pulls her away from Sasha, who just stands there watching her. She is 15 years old, Mama says to him, putting an arm around Vera, holding her close as they climb the steps to the door. When Vera looks back out to the street, her prince is gone. From then on, Vera's family is changed. No one smiles anymore, no one laughs. She and her mother and her sister try to pretend that it will get better, but none believes it. The kingdom is still beautiful, still a white, walled city filled with bridges and spires and magical rivers, but Vera sees it differently now. She sees shadows where there had been light, fear where there had been love. Before, the sound of students laughing on a warm white night could make her cry with longing. Now she knows what is worth crying over. Days melt into weeks and Vera begins to lose all hope that her father will return. She turns 16 without a celebration. "I hear they are looking for workers at the castle," her mother says one day while they are eating supper. "In the library and in the bakery." "Yes," Vera says. "I know you wanted to go to university," her mother says. Already that dream is losing substance. It is something her father had dreamed for her, that one day she, too, would be a poet. Finally, she is the grown-up she'd longed to be, and she has no choices now. Not a peasant girl like her. She understands this at last. Her future has been changed by this arrest, fixed. There will be no schooling for her, no handsome boys carrying her school books or kissing her under street lamps. No Sasha. "I do not want to smell like bread all day." She feels her mother's nod. They are connected like that now, the three of them. When one moves, they all feel it. Ripples in a pond. "I will go to the Royal Library tomorrow," Vera says. She is 16. How can she possibly understand the mistake she has just made? Who could have known that people she loved would die because of it? 12. "What do you mean, people will die?" "What's her mistake?" Nina said when her mother fell silent. "We've never heard that part of the story before." "Yes, you have." "It scared Meredith, so I sometimes skipped it." Nina got up and went to the bed, turning on the lamp. In the soft light, her mother looked like a ghost, unmoving, her eyes closed. "I am tired. You will leave me now." Nina wanted to argue. She could sit in the dark and listen to her mother's voice for hours. About that, her father had been right. The fairy tale connected them somehow. And her mother might be feeling it, too. Nina was certain Mom was elaborating, going deeper into the story than ever before. Did she, like Nina, want to keep it going? Had Dad asked that of her? "Can I bring you anything before I go?" Nina asked. "My knitting." Nina looked around, saw the bulging bag stuffed alongside the rocking chair. Retrieving it, she went back to the bed. In no time, Mom's hands were moving over the coil of blue-green mohair yarn. Nina left the room, hearing the click-click-click of the needles as she closed the door. She stopped by the bathroom and pushed the door open. The room was empty. Alone, she went downstairs and put a log on the dwindling fire. She poured herself a glass of wine and sat down on the hearth. "Wow," she said. "Wow." It was a hell of a story, worth listening to, if for no other reason than to hear her mother speak with such passion and power. The woman who told that story was someone else entirely, not the cold, distant Anya Whitson of Nina's youth. Was that the secret her father wanted her to glimpse? That somewhere, buried beneath the silent exterior, lay a different woman? Was that her father's gift? A glimpse of finally at the woman with whom he had fallen in love? Or was there more to it? The story was so much richer and more detailed than she remembered. Or maybe she hadn't really listened before. The story had always been something she'd taken for granted, like a picture you saw so often you never wondered who it was that had taken it, or who that was standing in the background. But once you'd noticed the oddity, it threw everything else into question. Meredith hadn't intended to listen to her mother's fairy tale, but as she sat in the ridiculously overstocked bathroom, going through drawers full of over-the-counter and prescription medications dating back to 1980, she heard the voice. That was how she'd always thought of it, even as a girl. Without making a conscious decision, she finished packing the box, marked it bathroom, and dragged it into the hallway. There she heard the words from her childhood float through the open door. Maybe she is thinking of boys. Of a boy. Meredith felt a shiver. She recognized her own longing. It was familiar to her, that feeling of wanting something from her mother. She had known it all of her life. She knew she should leave the bathroom and walk down the hallway and out of the house, but she couldn't do it. The lure of Mom's voice, as sweet and honeyed as any fairy tale witch's, snared her as it always had, and before she really thought about it, she found herself crossing the hallway, standing at the partially open door, listening. It wasn't until she heard Nina's sharp voice say, "What do you mean? People will die," that the spell broke. Meredith backed away from the door quickly. She definitely did not want to be caught eavesdropping. Nina would take it as interest and pounce. Hurrying down the stairs, she was home in no time. The dogs greeted her with dizzying enthusiasm. She was so relieved to have been missed that when she let them inside, she dropped to her knees on the mudroom floor and hugged them both, letting their nuzzling and face-licking substitute for the sound of her husband's voice. "Good puppies," she murmured, scratching the soft hair behind their ears. Getting tiredly to her feet, she went to the closet beside the washer and dryer and got the giant bag of dog food. Jeff's job. And poured some into their silver bowls. After a quick check that they had plenty of fresh water, she went into the kitchen. The room was empty, quiet, with no lingering scents. She stood there in the darkness, paralyzed by the thought of the night to come. No wonder she'd stayed for the story. Anything was better than facing her empty bed. She called each of her daughters, left "I love you" messages, and then made herself a cup of tea. Grabbing a heavy blanket, she went outside to sit on the porch. At least the quiet out here felt natural. She could lose herself in the endless starlit sky, in the smell of rich black earth, in the sweet scent of new growth. In this month that was a pause between spring and summer, the first tiny apples were out on the trees. In no time, the orchards would be full of fruit and workmen and pickers. It was her dad's favorite time of year, this moment when everything was possible and he could still hope for the best crop ever. She had tried to love Bilai Nochi as her father had. She loved him, so she tried to love what he had loved, and what she'd ended up with was a facsimile of his life, lacking the passion he had brought to it. She closed her eyes and leaned back. The wicker swingback bit into her neck, but she didn't care. The rusty old chains on either side squeaked as she pushed off with her feet. "You're like her." That was what Jeff had said. Wrapping the blanket more tightly around her, she finished her tea and went upstairs, letting the dogs come up the stairs behind her. In her room, she took a sleeping pill and crawled into bed, pulling the covers up past her chin. Curling into a fetal position, she tried to focus on the chuffing sound of the dog's breathing. Finally, somewhere past midnight, she fell into a troubled, fitful sleep until her alarm went off at 5:47. Batting the off button, she tried to go back to sleep, but it was a wasted effort, so she got up, dressed in her running clothes, and ran for 6 miles. When she got home, she was exhausted enough to climb back into bed, but she didn't dare take that route. Work was the key. Keeping busy. She thought about going into work, although on the beautiful sunny Sunday, someone was liable to see her car, and if Daisy found out that Meredith had come in on a Sunday, the Inquisition would begin. She decided to go to Balai Nochi and make sure Nina was taking good care of Mom. There was still plenty of packing to be done. An hour later, dressed in an old pair of jeans and a navy blue sweatshirt, she showed up at Mom's house, calling out, "Hello," as she came into the kitchen. Nina was at the kitchen table, wearing the same clothes she'd been in yesterday, with her short black hair spiked out in all directions. There were several books open on the table and pieces of paper lay scattered about, with Nina's bold scrawl covering most of the sheets. "You look like the Unabomber," Meredith said. "Good morning to you, too. Have you slept at all?" "Some." "What's wrong?" "I know you don't care, but it's the fairy tale. I can't get it out of my head." Nina looked up. She mentioned the Fontanka Bridge last night. It was always the Enchanted Bridge before, wasn't it? Does that seem odd to you? "The fairy tale," Meredith said. "I should have known. Listen to this. The Fontanka is a branch of the river Neva, which flows through the city of Leningrad." Meredith poured herself a cup of coffee. "She's Russian. The story takes place in Russia." "Stop the presses. You should have been there, Mir. It was amazing. Last night was all new." "No, it wasn't. Maybe you were just too young to remember. I am not getting sucked into this. How can you not be interested? We've never heard the end of it." Meredith turned around slowly, looking at her sister. "I'm tired, Neens. I don't know if you know how that feels, really. You're always so in love with everything you do. But I've spent most of my life on this piece of property, and I've tried to get to know Mom. She won't let it happen. That's the answer, the end. She'll lure you in, make you think there's something more. You'll see sadness in her eyes sometimes, or a soft eating in her mouth, and you'll seize on it and believe in it because you want it so much. But it's all a lie. She just doesn't love us. And frankly, I've got problems of my own right now, so I'll have to say a polite no, thank you, on your fairy tale quest." "What problems?" Meredith looked down at her coffee. She'd forgotten for a split second that it was Nina to whom she was speaking. Nina, with her journalist's knack for getting to the heart of a thing instantly and her fearlessness in asking questions. "Nothing. It was just an expression." "You're lying." Meredith gave a tired smile and went to the table, sitting down across from her sister. "I don't want to fight with you, Neens. So talk to me. You'd be the last person who would understand, and I'm not being a bitch. It's just the truth." "Why do you say that?" "Danny Flynn. You've been with him for more than 4 years, but none of us ever even heard of him. I know about the places you've been and the photographs you've taken, even the beaches you like, but I don't know anything about the man you love." "Who said I loved him?" "Exactly. I don't know if you've ever been in love. It's stories that matter to you. Like this thing with Mom. Of course you're hooked." She made a sweeping gesture with her hand, indicating the books spread out on the table. "Just don't expect all of this to mean anything, because it doesn't. She won't let it, and please, please quit trying to make me care. I can't. Not like that about her. Not again." "Okay." Nina stared at her. The pity in her eyes was almost unbearable. "Okay." Meredith nodded and got to her feet. "Good. Now I'm going to run to the grocery store, and then I'll come back and do some more packing." "You need to keep busy," Nina said. Meredith ignored the knowing tone in her sister's voice. It doesn't look like I'm the only one. I'll see you in a few hours. Make sure Mom eats a good meal. Smiling tightly, she headed for her car. Nina spent the rest of the day alternately taking pictures of the orchard and surfing the internet. Unfortunately, the dial-up connection at Balai Nochi was impossibly slow, so it took forever to look things up. Not that there was much to find. What she'd learned was that Russia had a rich fairy tale tradition that was different in many ways from the Grimm's type of stories that were more familiar to Americans. There were literally dozens of peasant girl and prince stories, and often they ended unhappily to teach a lesson. None of it illuminated the story Nina was being told. Finally, as night fell outside, Meredith opened the study door and said, "Dinner's ready." Nina winced. She'd meant to quit earlier and help with dinner. But as usual, once she started researching something, time fell away from her. "Thanks," she said, and closed down the computer. Then she went into the kitchen, where she found Mom seated at the table. There were 3 place settings. Nina looked at her sister. "You're staying for dinner again? Should we call Jeff down and invite him?" "He's working late," Meredith said, taking a casserole out of the oven. "Again?" "You know news. The stories happen at all hours." Nina got the decanter of vodka and 3 shot glasses and brought them to the table. She sat down next to Mom, poured. Her hands in puffy, insulated gloves, Meredith carried the hot casserole dish to the table and set it down on a pair of trivets. "Chinaki," Nina said, leaning close, breathing in the savory aroma of the lamb and vegetable casserole. It had come out of Mom's freezer, so it would taste exquisite, even reheated. The vegetables would be perfectly tender, their flavors merged into a silken tangle of tomatoes, sweet peppers, string beans, and Walla Walla sweet onions, all of it swimming in a rich garlic and lemon-tinged lamb broth with big chunks of succulent meat. It was one of Nina's favorites. "Great choice, Meredith." Meredith pulled up a chair and sat down between them. Nina handed her a straight shot of vodka. "Again?" Meredith said, frowning. "Wasn't last night enough? It's a new tradition." "It smells like pine needles," Meredith said, wrinkling her nose as she smelled it. "The taste is quite different," Mom said. Nina laughed at that and raised her shot glass. They dutifully clinked the glasses together and drank. Then Nina reached for the serving spoon. "I'll dish up." "Meredith, why don't you start?" "The 3 things again? You can do as many as you want. We'll follow your lead." Mom said nothing, just shook her head. "Fine," Meredith said as Nina ladled the casserole into her sister's white china bowl. "My favorite time of day is dawn. I love sitting on my porch in the summer, and Jeff thinks I run too much." While Nina was figuring out her response to that, Mom surprised her by saying, "My favorite time of day is night. Balai Nochi. I love cooking. And your father thinks I should learn to play the piano." Nina heard the word thanks and it made her look up. For a moment they all looked at each other. Mom was the first to glance away. "He thought this." "Do not rush me to the doctors, Meredith," she said. "I know he is not here." Meredith nodded but said nothing. Nina filled in the awkward silence. "My favorite time of day is sunset. Preferably in Botswana. In the dry season." "I love answers. And I think there's a reason Mom hardly ever looks at us." "It is meaning you want?" Mom said. "You will be disappointed. Now eat. I hate this dish when it is cold." Nina recognized her mother's tone. It meant that the frivolity of their little tradition had come to an end. The rest of the meal proceeded in silence. The only sounds were spoons scraping on fine china and wine glasses being set down on the wooden table, and when dinner was over, Meredith rose to her feet and went to the sink. Mom walked gracefully away. "I'm going to hear more of the story tonight," Nina said to Meredith, who was drying the silverware. Her sister didn't turn around, neither did she answer. "You could." "I need to go through Dad's study," Meredith said. "I need some of his files at the office." "Are you sure?" "I'm sure. I've been putting it off." There were places in every home that belonged to a single individual. No matter how many family members might use a space or come and go through it, there was one in the group to whom it truly belonged. In Meredith's home, the porch was hers. Jeff and the girls used it on occasion, but rarely, summertime parties and such. Meredith loved that porch and sat in the wicker rocker throughout the year. In Villa Noci, almost every room belonged to her mom. Her damaged eyesight was reflected in all the decorations and furniture, from the kitchen with its pale walls and white tile counters to its antique wooden table and chairs. Where there was color in this house, it came in splashes: the nesting dolls in the windowsill, the gilded icons in the holy corner, the painting of the troika. Of all the rooms in Villa Noci, only one could truly be called her father's, and it was this room, his study. Meredith stood in the doorway. She didn't have to close her eyes to imagine him at this desk, laughing, talking to the two little girls at play on the floor at his feet. The echo of his voice was strong in here. She could almost smell the sweet tang of his pipe smoke. "Don't tell your mom. Now, you know she hates it when I smoke." She went to the center of the room and knelt on the thick forest green carpet. A pair of blackwatch plaid club chairs stood cocked toward each other, facing the giant mahogany desk that dominated the room. The walls were a rich cobalt blue with black trim, and everywhere she looked was a family photograph, framed in forest green leather. She sat back on her heels, overcome for a moment at the idea of what she was to do in here. Only his clothes would be more difficult to go through. But it had to be done, and she was the one to do it. She and Mom would both need documents from this room in the coming months and years. Insurance information, bill records, tax records, and banking information, just to name a few. So Meredith took a deep breath and opened his file drawer. For the next hour, as night fell outside, she carefully picked through the paper trail of her parents' lives, sorting everything into 3 piles: keep, maybe, and burn. She was grateful for the concentration it took to do the sorting. Only rarely did she find her mind wandering into the swamp of her own broken marriage. Like now, as she stared down at a picture that had somehow fallen into the property tax file. In the photograph, Dad, Nina, Jeff, Jillian, and Maddie were playing catch in the front yard. The girls were small, barely taller than the mailbox, and dressed in matching pink snowsuits. Christmas lights and evergreen boughs decorated the fences, and everyone was laughing. But where was she? She'd probably been in the dining room, setting the table with Martha Stewart-level obsessiveness, or wrapping gifts or rearranging the decorations. She hadn't been where it mattered, making memories with her husband and children. Maybe she thought time was more elastic or love more forgiving. She set the picture on the file and opened another drawer. As she reached inside, she heard footsteps, the thump of the front door, and the sound of Nina's voice in the living room. Of course, night had fallen and driven Nina back into the house, where her sister would undoubtedly exchange one obsession her camera for another. The fairy tale. Meredith grabbed a file and pulled it out, seeing that the label had been partially ripped. The part she could make out read, Bepa Poba. She was pretty sure that the letters were Russian. Inside, she found a single letter, postmarked 20 years ago from Anchorage, Alaska, and addressed to Mrs. Evan Whitson. Dear Mrs. Whitson, thank you for your recent reply to my query. While I am certain that you could provide invaluable insight into my Leningrad study, I certainly understand your decision. If, however, you ever change your mind, I would welcome your participation. Sincerely, Vasily Adamovich, Professor of Russian Studies, University of Alaska. Behind her, and through the open door, she heard Nina say something to Mom. Then there was a long, drawn-out silence. Finally, her mother said something, and Nina answered, and her mother began to speak again. The fairy tale. There was no mistaking the sound of it. Meredith hesitated, telling herself to stay where she was, that none of this mattered to her, that it couldn't matter, that Mom wouldn't let it. But when she heard Vera, she folded the strange letter, put it back in its envelope, and dropped it onto the keep pile. Then she got to her feet. 13. Nina put her camera on the coffee table and walked over to her mother, who sat in Dad's favorite chair, knitting. Even on this warm May evening, a chill hung in the living room, so Nina built a fire. "Are you ready?" she asked her mother. Mom looked up. Her face was pale, her cheeks a little drawn, but her eyes were as bright and clear as ever. "Where did we leave off?" "Come on, Mom. You remember." Mom stared at her for a long time and then said, "The lights." Nina turned off all the lights in the living room and entryway. The fire gave the darkness a blazing heart, and she sat on the floor in front of the sofa. For a moment the house was almost preternaturally silent, as if it, too, were waiting. Then the fire crackled and somewhere a floorboard creaked. The house settled in for the story. Her mother began slowly. In the year following her father's imprisonment in the Red Tower, Vera becomes somebody, and in the Snow Kingdom, in these dark times, that is a dangerous thing to be. She is no longer just an ordinary peasant girl, the daughter of a poor country tutor. She is the eldest daughter of a banned poet, a relative of an enemy of the realm. She must be careful. Always. The first weeks without Papa are strange. Their neighbors will no longer make eye contact with Vera. When she comes up the stairs at night, doors clap shut in a sound like falling cards. The black carriages are everywhere these days, as are the whispered stories of arrest, of people being turned to smoke and lost forever. By the time she is 17, Vera can recognize other families of criminals. They move like victims, with their shoulders hunched and their eyes cast downward, trying to make themselves smaller, unremarkable, unnoticeable. This is how Vera moves now. No more does she spend time in front of a mirror, trying to be pretty for boys. She just tries to get by. She wakens early every morning and dresses in a black, shapeless dress. Clothes do not matter to her anymore. Neither does it matter that her shoes are ugly and her socks do not match. Like this, she makes kasha in the morning for her sister, who has become a pale shadow of Vera, and for her mother, who rarely speaks anymore. The sound of her crying can be heard most nights. For months, Vera tried to comfort her mother, but it was a wasted effort. Her mother cannot be comforted. None of them can. So they go on, doing what they must to survive. Vera works long days at the castle library. In rooms scented by dust, leather, and stone, she turns in the last of her father's dreams for her that she will become a writer. She hands it in like an overdue book and takes joy in the words of others. Whenever she has time, she disappears into a corner and pores through stories and poems, but she cannot do this often or for long. Vera can never forget that she is being watched always. Lately, even children are being arrested. In this way are parents made to confess. Vera is terrified that one day the black carriages with the 3 trolls will arrive at her building again, and that they will have come for her. Or worse for Olga or Mama. It is only when she is truly alone in her bed at night with Olga snoring gently beside her that she allows herself to even remember the girl she'd once imagined herself to be. It is then, in the quiet darkness, with cold winter air sweeping through the thin glass of her closed window, that she thinks of Sasha and how his kiss made her cry. She tries to forget about him, but even as months pass with no word from him, she cannot forget. "Vera," her sister whispers in the dark. "I'm awake," she answers. Olga immediately snuggles closer to her. "I'm cold." Vera puts her arms around her younger sister and holds her close. She knows she should say something comforting. As the older sister, it is her job to lift Olga's spirits, and it is an obligation she takes seriously, but she is so tired. She hasn't enough of herself left to share. Finally, Vera gets out of bed and dresses quickly. Hiding her long hair beneath a kerchief, she goes into the cold kitchen, where a pot of water-thin kasha sits on the stove. Mama is gone already. Earlier than usual, even. She leaves every morning well before dawn for her job at the Royal Food Warehouse. When she finally comes home at night, she is too tired to do more than kiss her girls and go to bed. Vera reheats the kasha for her sister, sweetening it with a big dollop of honey, and takes it to her. Sitting together on the bed, they eat breakfast in silence. "Today again?" Olga finally says, scraping the bowl for the last speck of food. Today, Vera confirms. It is the same thing she has said to her sister every Friday since their papa was taken away. She has no words to add to it. Olga knows this. Hope is a fragile thing, easily broken if handled too much. So, saying no more, they dress for work and leave the building together. Outside, winter is gnashing its teeth. Vera lifts her collar upward and walks briskly forward, her body angled into the wind. Snowflakes scald her cheeks. On the frozen river, she sees scores of fishermen hunched around holes in the ice. At the corner, she and Olga go their separate ways. Moments later, Vera hears the distant roar of a dragon and sees a black carriage turning onto the street, its color vivid amid the falling snow and the white stone of their walled kingdom. She dives into the shadowy snowbank beneath a crystal tree. Someone is being arrested, someone's family is being ruined, and all Vera can think is, thank God it is not my family this time. She waits until the carriage is gone and gets back to her feet. In the slicing snow, she takes the trolley across town to a place that has become as familiar to her as her own arm. At the entrance to the Great Hall of Justice, she pauses just long enough to square her shoulders. She opens the huge stone door and goes inside. The first thing she sees is a queue of woolen-clad women wearing felt boots and clapping their mittened hands together to keep warm. They move forward, always forward, people in line, waiting for their turn. The next 2 hours pass in a gray blur, until at last Vera is at the front of the line. She gathers her courage and straightens as she walks up to the gleaming marble desk where a goblin sits in a tall chair, his face as pale and shapeless as melting wax, his golden eyes opening and closing like those of a serpent. "Name," he says. She answers in as even a voice as she can. "Your husband," he says, his voice a hiss in the quiet. "Father, give me your papers." She slides her papers across the cold desk, watching his slim, hairy hand close over them. It takes courage to stand there while he studies her paperwork. What if he has her name on a list? Or if they've been waiting for her? It is dangerous to keep coming here, or so her mother tells her. But Vera cannot stop. Coming here is the only hope she has now. He hands her papers back to her. "The case is being studied," he says, and then yells, "Next." She stumbles away from the window quickly, hearing an old woman come up beside her and ask about her husband. It is good news. Her father is alive. He has not been sentenced and sent to the barrens. Or worse. Soon, the Black Knight will realize his error. He will learn that her father is no traitor. She flips her collar up and goes back out into the cold. If she hurries, she can be to work by noon. Friday after Friday, Vera goes to see the goblin. Each time the answer is the same. The case is being studied. Next. And then her mother tells her they must move. There is nothing to be done about it, Vera, her mother says, sitting slumped in a chair at the kitchen table. The past year has taken a toll on her, left its mark in wrinkles. She smokes a cheap cigarette and seems hardly to care that ashes flutter to the wood floor. "My wages at the storehouse have been cut. We cannot pay the bills here anymore." Vera would like to argue with her mother as she used to, but there is not enough money for firewood at night, and they are cold. "Where will we go?" Vera asks. Beside her she hears Olga whine. "My mother offered." Vera is actually surprised by this. Even Olga looks up. "We don't even know her," Vera says. Her mother takes another long drag on the cigarette and exhales the thin blue smoke. "My parents did not approve of your father. Now that he is gone." "He's not gone," Vera says, deciding right then that she will never like this grandmother, let alone love her. Though her mother says nothing, the look in her dark eyes is easy to read. He is gone. Olga touches Vera, whether for support or in comfort. Vera is unsure. "When do we move?" "Tonight. Before the landlord comes to collect the rent." Once, Vera would have talked back or argued. Now she sighs quietly and goes into her room. There is little enough to pack up. A few clothes, some blankets, a hairbrush, and her old felt boots, which she has almost outgrown. In no time, They are outside, dressed in layers that represent almost all of their clothing. They trudge through the snow toward their new home. At last they arrive. The building is small and it looks unkempt. A stone facade on the stoop is crumbling away. Cheap fabric curtains hang at odd angles in several of the windows. Up the stairs they go, to the last apartment on the second floor. The woman who answers is heavy and sad-looking, wearing a floral housecoat that has seen better days. Her gray hair is covered by a pale green kerchief. She is smoking a cigarette, and her fingers are discolored where it rests between them. "Zoya," the woman says. "And these are my grandchildren. Veronica and Olga. Which is which?" "I am Vera," she says, standing tall beneath her new grandmother's scrutiny. The woman nods. "There will be no problem with you, yes? We do not need the trouble you have had." "There will be no trouble," Mama says quietly, and they are shown inside. Vera stops dead. Olga bumps into her and giggles. But her laughter stops abruptly. The apartment is a single room with a small wood-burning stove and a sink, a wooden table with 4 mismatched chairs, and a narrow bed pushed against the wall. A curtainless window stares out at the brick wall across the alley. In the corner, a half-open door reveals an empty closet. There is no bathroom. It must be a communal one for the building. How can they all live here, crammed together like rats in a shoebox? "Come," her grandmother says, grinding out the butt of her cigarette in a saucer overflowing with ashes. "I will show you where to put your things." Hours later, on this first night in their new home, in the room that smells of boiled cabbage and too many people, Vera makes a bed of blankets on the floor and snuggles close to her sister. "A man from work will bring our furniture over tomorrow," Mama says tiredly. Olga begins to cry. They all know that furniture will not matter much. Vera takes hold of her sister's hand. Outside, a cart crashes into something. A man yells out a curse, and Vera can't help thinking that they're the sounds of a dying dream. After that, Vera is angry all of the time, and although she tries to hide her displeasure with life, she knows she fails to do so. She is sharp-tempered and quick to criticize. She and her mother and Olga sleep together in their narrow bed, crammed so close that they must turn in unison or not at all. She works from dawn until dark, and when she gets back to the apartment, it is more of the same. She cooks dinner with her mother and grandmother, then carries firewood to the stove for the night and washes the dishes. Working, working, working. Only on Fridays is it different. "You should quit going there," her mother says as they leave the apartment. It is 5 in the morning and dark as jet in the streets. As they pass a cafe, a group of drunken young noblemen stumble out, laughing and hugging one another, and Vera feels an ache in her chest at the sight of them. They are so young, so free, and yet they are older than she, who trudges along beside her mother and sister going to work at dawn instead of drinking coffee and arguing politics and writing important words. Her mother reaches out and takes Vera's hand. "I'm sorry," she says quietly. Rarely do they touch on the truth of their lives or the loss. Vera squeezes her mother's hand. She wants to say, "I know," or "It's okay," but she is afraid she'll cry, so she just nods. "Well, goodbye," then, her mother finally says, turning toward her trolley stop. "See you tonight." The 3 of them go their separate ways to work. Alone, Vera walks the last few blocks to the Great Hall of Justice. She enters the long queue and waits her turn. "Name," says the goblin at the desk when it is her turn. At her answer, he takes her papers and reads them. Abruptly, he gets up from his chair and leaves. Down the hall, in a great glass chamber, she can see him talking to other goblins and then to a man in long black robes. Finally, the goblin returns, takes his seat, and pushes the papers back to her. "There is no one of that name in our kingdom. You are mistaken. Next. But you do have him, my lord. I have been coming here for more than a year. Please check again. No one of that name is known here." "But he's not here," the goblin says, sneering. "Gone. Get it? Now move on." He cranes his head to look around her. "Next." Vera wants to sink to her knees and cry out, but it is not good to draw attention to oneself, so she wipes the tears from her eyes and straightens her shoulders and heads for work. Her father is gone. There one moment and disappeared the next. The truth is that he is dead, that they have killed him, whoever they are. The trolls in their shiny black carriages and the Black Knight for whom they work. Questions cannot be asked, though, not even the ordinary questions of a grieving family. They cannot beg to bury him or visit his gravesite or dress his body for burial. All of that would draw attention to them and to this execution that the Black Knight wants to deny. In the library, she goes about her work and says nothing about her father. On her walk home, no trolleys for her today. She wants this journey to last. It seems as if winter is rising from the ground itself. Brittle black leaves fall from the trees and hang suspended in the chilly air. From a distance, there are so many of them it looks like a flock of crows flying too low. Beneath a leaden sky, buildings look drab and hunkered down. Even the mint-green castle looks forlorn in this weather. By the time she gets home, the snow is accumulating on the cobblestone street and on the bare tree limbs. At her door, she pauses just long enough to catch her breath. In that instant, she imagines the conversation she will have and exhaustion presses down on her. Still, she straightens her spine and walks inside. The room is crowded with furniture from their old life. Her grandmother's bed is pushed up to the wall and stacked with quilts. Their own narrower bed abuts the closet. When they want to open the closet door, they must move the bed. A bureau that her mother has hand-painted and a pair of lamps line the wall beneath the window that won't open. The only beautiful piece of furniture in the apartment, a gorgeous mahogany writing desk that was her father's, covered with jars of pickles and onions. She finds her mother at the stove. Olga is at the table, peeling potatoes. Her mother takes one look at her and moves the pot off the stove, then wipes her hands on the apron tied about her waist. Although her dress is baggy and old, and her hair is unkempt after a day at the food storehouse, her eyes are keen and the look in them is knowing. "It is Friday," she says at last. Olga rises from her chair. In a dress that is too tight, she looks like a flower sprouting from a seed shell. Vera can't help thinking that her sister is a child at 15, and yet she remembers it as the age when she met Sasha. She had thought she was full-grown then. A woman standing on a bridge with a man she intended to love. "Did you learn something?" Olga asks. Vera can feel the color draining from her face. "Come, Olga," Mama says briskly. "Put on your coat and your valenki. We are going for a walk." "But my boots are too small for me," Olga whines. "And it is snowing." "No argument," her mother says, walking over to the big rounded wood and leather chest by their bed. "Your grandmother will be home soon from work." Vera stands back, saying nothing while her mother and sister dress for the cold. When everyone is ready, they go outside, into the blurry white world. The hush of the falling flakes mutes everything around them. Even the whine and clatter of the trolley sounds distant. In this whispered world, they seem isolated, separate. They are even more alone as they enter the Grand Park. By the time they arrive, street lamps are lit throughout the square. There are no people out here on this cold, early evening, only the gilded row of noble houses in the distance. They come to the centerpiece of the park, the giant bronze statue of a winged horse. It rises up from the snow in defiance, dwarfing everyone who looks upon it. "These are dangerous times," Mama says when they are in front of the statue. "There are things. People that cannot be spoken of in the closeness of an apartment or the confines even of a friendship. We will speak of it." She pauses, draws in a breath, and softens her voice. "Him. Now and not again." "Yes." Olga stamps her foot in the snow. "What is going on?" Mama looks to Vera for the answer. "I went to the Great Hall today to ask about Papa," she says, feeling tears sting her eyes. "He is gone." "What does that mean?" Olga says. "Gone? Do you think he escaped?" It is Mama who has the strength to shake her head. "No, he has not escaped." She glances around again and moves closer so that the three of them are touching each other, huddled together in the shadow of the statue. "They have killed him." Olga makes a terrible sound like she is choking, and Vera and Mama hug her tightly. When they draw back, all are crying. You knew, Vera says, not bothering to wipe her eyes, although her tears are freezing instantly, sticking her eyelashes together until she can hardly see. Mother nods. When they took him away? She nods again. You let me go every Friday, Vera says. If I had known. You had to learn in your way, her mother says. And I hoped. Of course. I do not know what to do now, Vera says. She feels disconnected from herself, from her own life. I have been waiting for you to ask me this, Mama says. You both have been waiting. Hoping. Now you know, this is our life. Our Petya will not come back. This is who we are now. What does that mean? Asks Olga. Live, Mama says quietly. And Vera understands. It is time for her to quit marking time and start doing something with it. I do not know what to dream about, Vera says. It all seems so impossible. Dreams are for men like your father. They are the reason we mourn him now, in private and secretly, as if we are criminals. He planted in your head all kinds of fantasies. Let that go. Quit being his children and become women of this kingdom. There are things to do out there, I promise you this. Their mother pulls them into a fierce hug and kisses both their cheeks. When they are close, she whispers, he loved you too, more than his words, more than his own breath. That will never die. I miss him, Olga says, starting to cry again. Yes, Mama says in a throaty voice. Forever. That's how long we'll have an empty place at the table. She draws back at last. But we will not speak of him again. Not ever. Not even to each other. But you cannot just stop your feelings, Vera says. Perhaps, her mother says, but you can refuse to express them, and that is what we will do. She puts her hand into the big pocket of her wool coat and pulls out a cloisonne butterfly. Vera has never seen anything so beautiful. This is not the kind of piece their family can own. It is something from the kings or the wizards at least. Peter's father made this, her mother says, revealing a family history they knew nothing about. It was to be for the little princess, but the king thought it shoddy work, so your grandfather was fired and learned to make bricks of clay instead of pieces of art. He gave it to your father on our wedding day. And now it is what we have to remember, someone in our family who is lost to us. Sometimes, if I close my eyes when I hold it, I can hear our Petya's laugh. It's just a butterfly, Vera says, thinking it is not so lovely as she'd thought. Certainly it is not a substitute for her papa's laughter. It is all we have, her mother says gently. Vera wraps herself in grief as only a teenage girl can, but as the winter wanes and spring blooms across the kingdom, she begins to feel burdened by her melancholy. It is not fair that I cannot go to university, she whines to her mother one warm summer day, many months after their makeshift funeral at the park. They are kneeling in the black earth weeding their small garden. Both have already worked a full day in the city. This is their summertime routine. A day's labor in the kingdom and then a 2-hour cart ride beyond the walled city to the countryside, where they rent a small patch of ground. You're too old to be whining about fairness, and obviously you know better, her mother says. I want to study the great writers and artists. Her mother sits back on her heels and looks at Vera. In the syrupy golden light that falls at 10 o'clock at night, she looks almost pretty again. Only her brown eyes remain stubbornly old. You live in the Snow Kingdom, she says. I think I know this. Do you? You work in the greatest library in the world. There are 3 million books at your fingertips each day. The Royal Museum is on your way home. And your sister works there. Anytime you wish you can see the master's paintings. Galina Ilanova is dancing this season, and do not forget the opera. She makes a sking sound. Do not tell me that a young woman of this kingdom needs to go to university to learn. If you believe such a thing, you are not, her voice lowers, his daughter. It is the first time her mother has mentioned father, and it has the intended effect. Vera slides sideways off her own heels and sits in the warm dirt, looking down at the fragile green rosette of a baby cabbage beside her. I am Peter Andreevich's daughter, she thinks, and in that reclamation, she remembers the books her father had read to her at night, and the dreams he'd encouraged her to dream. For the remainder of that week, Vera contemplates the discussion in the garden. At work, she wanders around the library, walking amid the stacks with the ghost of her father beside her. She knows that all she needs is someone to help her understand the words she reads. It is as if she is a seedling with a tender green strand pushing up through earth that resists her movement. The sun is up there, though, if only one keeps growing upward. And then one day she is at the counter organizing parchment rolls when a familiar face appears. It is an aged man, walking with a cane across the marble floor, his tattered brown cleric's robes trailing along behind him. At a table near the wall, he sits down and opens a book. Vera approaches him slowly, knowing that her mother would not approve of her plan, but a plan it suddenly is. "Excuse me," she says softly to the man, who looks up at her through rheumy eyes. "Veronica," he says after a long moment. "Yes," she says. This man used to come by the house in older, better days. She does not think to mention her father, but he is here between them, as surely as the dust. "I am sorry to bother you, but I seek a tutor. I haven't much money." The cleric removes his glasses. It takes him a while to speak, and when he does, his voice is barely more than a whisper. "I cannot help you myself. It is the times in which we live. I should stop writing." He sighs. "As if I could. But I know some students perhaps who are not so afraid as an old man. I will ask." "Thank you. Be careful, young Veronica," he says, putting on his glasses. "And tell no one of this conversation. This secret is safe with me." The cleric doesn't smile. No secret is safe. 14. It was almost midnight when Meredith finally got home. Exhausted by the length of the day and yet captivated by tonight's story, she fed the dogs, played with them for a while, then changed into a comfortable pair of sweats. She was in the kitchen making herself a cup of tea when a car drove up. Jeff. Who else would it be at 12:30? She stood there, her hands gripping the sink's porcelain rim, her heartbeat going crazy as the front door opened. Nina walked into the kitchen, looking vaguely pissed off. Meredith felt a rush of disappointment. "It's past midnight. What are you doing here?" Nina walked over to the counter, grabbed a bottle of wine, found 2 coffee mugs in the sink, rinsed them out, and poured 2 glasses full. "Well, I'd like to talk about the story, which is becoming pretty damn detailed for a fairy tale, but since you're afraid of it, I'll say what I came for. We need to talk. Tomorrow is. Now. Tomorrow you'll be armored up again, and I'll be intimidated by your competence. Come on." Then she took Meredith by the arm and led her into the living room, where she got a fire going by pressing a button. Whoosh went the gas flames, and on came the heat and light. "Here," she said, handing Meredith a cup of wine. "Don't you think it's a little late for wine?" "I'm not even going to answer that. You're lucky it's not tequila, the way I'm feeling." Nina. Always the drama. Meredith sat on one end of the sofa, her back tilted against the armrest. Nina sat on the opposite end. In the middle, their toes brushed against each other. "What do you want, Nina?" Meredith asked. "My sister." "I don't know what you mean. You were the one who took me trick-or-treating when Dad was working, remember? You always made my costume. And remember, when I tried out for cheerleader, you helped me with my routine for weeks, and when I made it you were happy for me, even though you hadn't made the squad when you tried out? And when Sean Bowers asked me to the prom, you were the one who told me not to trust him. We might not have had much in common, but we were sisters." Meredith had forgotten all of that, or at least, she hadn't thought of it in years. "That was a long time ago. I went away and left you." "I get it. And Mom is not an easy person to be left with. And we don't know each other very well, but I'm here now, Mir. I see you. Do you? Because frankly, you've been a bitch the last few days. Or maybe not a bitch, just kind of mopey, and one woman who won't talk to me at dinner is pretty much my quota." Nina leaned forward. "I'm here and I miss you, Mir. It's like you don't want to look at me or talk to me at all, I think. Jeff left me." Nina sat back abruptly. "What?" Meredith couldn't say it again. She shook her head, felt the sting of tears. "He's living at the motel by his office." That prick, Nina said. Meredith actually laughed. Thanks for not assuming it was my fault. The look Nina gave Meredith was caring and compassionate, and Meredith knew suddenly why so many strangers opened up to her sister. It was that look, the one that promised to comfort and care, but not to judge. What happened? Nina asked quietly. He asked me if I still love him. And? I didn't answer, Meredith said. I didn't answer. And I haven't called him yet, haven't gone after him or written him a passionate letter, or even begged him to come back. No wonder he left me. He even said. What? That I was like Mom. So now I think he's a prick and an asshole. He loves me, Meredith said. And I've hurt him. I could tell. That's why he said it. Who gives a shit about his feelings? That's your problem, Mir. You care too much about everyone else. What do you want? She hadn't asked herself that question in years. She'd gone to the college they could afford, not the one she'd wanted. She'd married younger than planned because she'd gotten pregnant. She'd come home to Belai Nochi because Dad needed her. When had she ever done what she wanted? Strangely, she thought about the early days at the orchard, when she'd started the gift shop and stocked it with things she loved. You'll figure it out, Mir. I promise. Nina came over and hugged her. Thanks. I mean it. You helped. Nina sat back. Remember that the next time I burn the hell out of the stove or leave a mess in the kitchen. I'll try, Meredith said, leaning forward to clink her glass against Nina's. To new beginnings. I'll drink to that, Nina said. You'll drink to anything. Indeed, I will. It's one of my best traits. For the next 2 days, Mom shut down, turned from quiet into stone-like, even refusing to come down for dinner. Nina would have been upset by it and maybe even done something about it, but the reason was obvious. All of them were feeling the same way. As the days turned to night and moved forward, Nina found herself unable even to think about the fairy tale. Dad's birthday was approaching. The day of it dawned bright and sunny with a cloudless blue sky. Nina pushed the covers back and got out of bed. Today was the day she'd come home for. None of them had mentioned it, of course, they being the kind of women who didn't talk about their pain, but it had been between them always in the air. She went to her bedroom window and looked out. The apple trees seemed to be dancing, millions of green leaves and white blossoms shimmied in the light. She grabbed her clothes from a heap on the floor, dressed quickly, and left the bedroom. She wasn't entirely sure what she'd say to her mother on this tenderest of days. She just knew that she didn't want to be alone with her thoughts. Her memories. Across the hall, she knocked on Mom's door. Are you up? Sunset, Mom said. I'll see you and Meredith then. Disappointed, Nina went down to the kitchen. After a quick breakfast, she set off up the driveway to Meredith's house, but all she found there were the huskies, sleeping in sunny patches on the porch. Of course, Meredith had gone to work. Shit. Since the last thing she wanted to do was roam through this quiet house on Dad's birthday, she returned to Belai Nochi, plucked her car keys from the bowl on the entry table, and set off for town, looking for anything to occupy her time until sunset. Along the way she stopped now and then to take photographs, and at noon she ate greasy American food at the diner on Main Street. Before the day ended, though, she was back at Belai Nochi. She slung her camera bag over her shoulder and went inside, where she found Meredith in the kitchen, putting something into the oven. Hey, Nina said. Meredith turned to her. I made dinner. And set the table. I thought. Afterward. Sure, Nina said, walking over to the French doors, looking out. How do we do this? Meredith came up beside her, putting an arm around her shoulders. I guess we just open the urn and let the ashes fall. Maybe you could say something. You're the one who should say something, Mir. I let him down. He loved you so much, Meredith said. And he was proud of you. Nina felt tears start. Outside, the sky seemed to fold across the orchard in ribbons of salmon pink and the palest lavender. Thanks, she said, leaning against her sister. She had no idea how long they stood there, together, saying nothing. It is time, Mom finally said behind them. Nina eased away from Meredith, steeling herself for whatever was to come. As one, she and her sister turned. Mom stood in the doorway, holding a rosewood box inlaid with ivory. She was practically unrecognizable in a purple chiffon evening blouse and canary yellow linen pants. A red and blue scarf was coiled around her neck. He liked color, Mom said. I should have worn more of it. She smoothed the hair from her face and glanced out the window at the setting sun. Then she drew in a deep breath and walked toward them. Here, she said, holding out the box to Nina. It was just a box full of ashes, not really her dad, not even all she had left of him, and yet, when she took it from her mother, the grief she'd been suppressing rolled over her. She heard Mom and Meredith leave the kitchen and walk out through the dining room. She followed slowly behind them. A cool breeze came through the open French doors, brushing her cheek, bringing with it the scent of apples. Come on, Nina, Meredith called from outside. Nina repositioned the camera strap around her neck and headed for the garden. Meredith and her mother were already there, standing stiffly by the iron bench beneath the magnolia tree. The last bit of sunlight illuminated the new copper column and turned it into a vibrant flame. Nina hurried across the grass, noticing a second too late that it was slippery out here. It all happened in an instant. Her toe caught on a rock and she started to fall, and she reached out to stop it, and suddenly the box was flying through the air. It crashed into one of the copper columns and shattered. Nina hit the ground hard enough to taste blood. She lay there, dazed, hearing Meredith's "oh, no" repeat over and over. And then her mother was pulling her to her feet, saying something in Russian. It was the gentlest voice she'd ever heard from her mother. I dropped it, Nina said, wiping her face, smearing the grit across her cheek, and at the thought of that she started to cry. Do not cry, Mom said. Just think if you were here. He would say, what the hell did you expect, Anya, waiting until dark? Her mother actually smiled. We'll call it an ash tossing, Meredith said, her mouth quirking up. Some families scatter. We fling, Nina said. Mom was the first to laugh. The sound was so totally foreign that Nina gasped, and then she started to laugh too. They stood there, the three of them, laughing together in the middle of the winter garden, with the apple trees all around them, and it was the best tribute to him they could have made. And later, when Mom and Meredith had gone inside, Nina stood there alone, in the quiet, staring down at a velvety white magnolia blossom dressed in gray ash. Did you hear us laughing? We've never done that before, not the three of us, not together. We laughed for you, Dad. She would have sworn she felt him beside her then, heard his breathing in the wind. She knew what he would have said to her tonight. Nice trip, Neener Beener. See you in the fall. I love you, Dad, she whispered as a single apple blossom floated on the breeze and landed at her feet. Meredith took the chicken Kiev out of the oven and set the pan on the cold stove to cool. Drying her hands on a plaid towel, she took a deep breath and went into the living room to be with her mom. Hey, she said, sitting down beside her on the sofa. The look her mother gave her was staggering in its sadness. It connected them for a moment, enough that Meredith reached out and touched her mother's hand. For once, her mother didn't pull away. Meredith wanted to say something, just the right thing to ease their pain, but of course there were no such words. We should eat now, Mom said at last. Go get your sister. Meredith nodded and went out to the winter garden where Nina was photographing the ash-dusted magnolia blossom. Meredith sat down on the bench beside her. The bronze sky had darkened so that all they could really see were white flowers, which looked silver in the fading light. How are you doing? Nina asked. Shitty. You. Nina recapped her lens. I've been better. How's Mom? Meredith shrugged. Who knows? She's better lately, though. I think it's the fairy tale. You would think that. Meredith sighed. How the hell would we know? I wish we could really talk to her. I don't think she's ever really talked to us. We don't even know how old she is. How come we didn't think that was weird when we were kids? I guess you get used to what you're raised with. Like those feral kids who actually think they're dogs. Only you could find a way to work feral children into a conversation like this. Come on, Meredith said. They went back into the house and found Mom at the table with dinner served. Chicken Kiev with au gratin potatoes and a green salad. There was a decanter of vodka and 3 shot glasses in the center of the table. That's my kind of centerpiece, Nina said, taking a seat while Mom poured 3 shots of vodka. Meredith sat down beside her sister. A toast, her mother said quietly, raising her shot glass. There was a moment of awkward silence as they looked at one another. Meredith knew that each of them was thinking about what to say, how to honor him without either making it hurt more or sound sad. He wouldn't have wanted that. To our Evan, Mom said at last, clinking her glass against the others. She downed the alcohol in one swallow. Your father loved it when I drink. It's a good night for alcohol, Meredith said. She drank her vodka and held her empty glass out for more. The second shot burned down her throat. I miss hearing his voice when I come into the house, she said. Mom immediately poured herself another shot. I miss the way he kissed me every morning. I got used to missing him, Nina said quietly. Pour me another. By the time she finished her third shot of vodka, Meredith felt a buzzing in her blood. He would not want us speaking about him in this way, Mom said. He would want. In the silence that followed, they all looked at each other. Meredith knew they were thinking the same thing. How did you just go on? You just do, she thought, and so she said, my favorite holiday is Thanksgiving. I love everything about it, though my kids look forward to it, the decorations, hearing the first Christmas album, the food. And I'll say it now, I hated those damn family road trips we used to take. Eastern Oregon was the worst. Remember the time we stayed in teepees? It was 100 degrees and Nina sang, I Think I Love You, for 400 miles. Nina laughed. I loved those camping trips because we never knew where we were going. Christmas is my favorite holiday because I can remember the date. And the thing I miss most about Dad is that he was always waiting for me. Meredith had never known that sometimes Nina felt alone, that for all her gallivanting about the globe, she liked to know that someone was waiting for her. I loved your father's adventurous spirit, Mom said. Although those camping trips were hell. Nina, you should never sing in front of people if they cannot leave. Huh, Meredith said. I knew I wasn't crazy. Your singing was like listening to a dental drill. Yeah? Well, David Cassidy wrote me a letter. His signature was stamped. Meredith smiled at the coup de grace. Across the table, Mom sighed as if she were hardly listening to them. He always promised to take me to Alaska. Did you know that? To see again the Bali Noche and the Northern Lights. That is the thing I remember most about Evan. He saved me. She looked up suddenly, as if realizing all at once that she'd shown something of herself. She pushed back from the table and stood up. I always wanted to go to Alaska, too, Meredith said. She didn't want her mother to leave the table, not now. I am going to my room, Mom said. Meredith rushed forward to take her arm. Here, Mom. Mom pulled away. I am not an invalid. Meredith stood there, watching Mom walk out of the kitchen and disappear. She confuses the hell out of me. You said a mouthful there, sister. That night, Meredith and Nina stayed up late, talking about Dad and trading childhood memories. Both were trying in their way to hold on to the day, to really celebrate his birthday, and afterward, when Meredith lay in her lonely bed, she began what she knew would be a new life habit, talking to her dad in the quiet times. She couldn't get advice from him, perhaps, but somehow just saying the words aloud helped. She told him about Jeff and her confusion and her inability to say what her husband wanted to hear. And she knew what her dad would have asked her. It was the same question Nina had posed. What do you want? It was something she hadn't thought seriously about in years. She'd spent the last decade considering what she would make for dinner, where the girls should go to school, how to package apples for the foreign markets. She'd thought fruit production and college entrance essays, house repairs, and how to save for tuition and taxes. The minutiae had consumed the whole. But all the next day, as she tried to concentrate on work, the question came back to her until finally she had an answer of sorts. She didn't know exactly what she wanted, but she knew suddenly what she didn't want. She was tired of running too fast and hiding behind a busy schedule, tired of pretending problems didn't exist. After work, she drove across town to the Wenatchee World Building. "Hey," she said from the doorway of Jeff's office. He looked up from the paperwork on his desk. She could tell that he hadn't been sleeping well, and his shirt was in need of washing. His unshaven jaw made him look different, younger, hipper, someone she didn't know. He ran a hand through his sandy blonde hair. "Meredith. I should have come sooner. I expected you to." She glanced out the window at the cars rolling past. "You were right to leave. We need to figure out where to go from here. Is that what you came to tell me? Was it?" Even now she wasn't sure. He got up from the desk and came toward her. She felt his gaze on her face, searching her eyes for something. "Because that's not what I'm waiting to hear." "I know." She hated to disappoint him, but she couldn't give him what he wanted, even though it would be easier to say the words and get her life back and think about it later. "I'm sorry, Jeff. But you changed things and you got me thinking. For once, I don't want to do what's expected. I don't want to put everyone's happiness above my own. And right now I don't know what to say to you. Can you say you don't love me?" "No." He thought about that, not quite frowning. "Okay." He sat down on the edge of his desk, and she felt the distance between them suddenly in a way she hadn't before. "Maddie said you sent her a care package last week. Jillian got hers the week before." He nodded, looked at her. "And your dad's birthday? I got through it. I'll tell you about it someday. There's a funny Nina story in it." Someday. She was about to ask him about his book when there was a knock at his door. A beautiful young woman with messy blonde hair poked her head in his office. "You still up for pizza and beer, Jeff?" she asked, curling her fingers around the doorframe. Jeff looked at Meredith, who shrugged. For the first time, she wondered about what he was doing while they were apart. It had never occurred to her that he might forge a new life, make new friends. She smiled a little too brightly and said goodbye in a steady voice. Nodding briefly to Miss Journalism USA in the tight jeans and V-neck sweater, she left the office and drove home. There, she fed the dogs and paid some bills and put in a load of wash. Dinner was a bowl of raisin bran, which she ate while standing in front of the sink. Afterward, she called each of the girls and heard about the classes they were taking and the boys they thought were hot. It was Jillian who asked about Jeff. "What do you mean, how's Dad?" Meredith said, stammering, realizing a second too late that it had been an innocent question. "You know, his allergies. He was coughing like crazy last night." "Oh, that. He's fine. You sound weird." Meredith laughed nervously. "Just busy, baby. You know how the Applebiz gets this time of year. What does that have to do with Dad?" "Nothing." "Oh. Well, tell him I love him, okay?" The irony of that was not lost on Meredith. "Sure." She hung up the phone and stared out her kitchen window at the darkness. On the wall beside her, the kitchen clock ticked through the minutes. For the first time, she felt the truth of the situation. She and Jeff were separated. Separate. Apart. She should have realized that before, of course, but somehow she hadn't really owned it until now. There'd been so much going on at Belai Nochi that the problems in her own marriage had taken a back seat. And suddenly she didn't want to be here alone, didn't want to watch some sitcom and try to be entertained. "Come on, puppies," she said, reaching for her coat. "We're going for a walk." 10 minutes later she was at Belai Nochi. She settled the dogs on the porch and went inside, calling out for Nina. She found Mom in the living room, knitting. "Hey, Mom." Her mother nodded but didn't look up. "Hello." Meredith tried not to feel disappointed. "I'm going to start packing again. Do you need anything? Have you eaten?" "I am fine." Nina made dinner. "Thank you. Where is she?" "Out." Meredith waited for more, got nothing, and said, "I'll be upstairs if you need me." Dragging boxes upstairs, she went into her parents' closet. The left side was Dad's, a row of brightly colored cardigans and golf shirts. She touched them gently, let her fingers trail across the soft sleeves. Soon his clothes would have to be packed up and given away, but the thought of that was more than Meredith could bear right now. So she faced Mom's side. This was where she would start. She went to the stack of sweaters on the shelf above the dresses. Scooping them up, she dropped the heap onto the carpeted floor. Kneeling, she began the arduous task of choosing, culling, and folding. She was so intent on her job that she barely noticed the passing of time and was surprised when she heard Nina's voice. "Are you comfortable, Mom?" Nina said. Meredith moved to the closet door, opening it just a crack. Mom was in bed, with the bedside lamp on beside her. Her white hair was unbound, tucked behind her ears. "I am tired." "I've given you time," Nina said, sitting on the floor in front of the cold black hearth. Meredith didn't move. Instead, she flicked off the closet light and stayed where she was. Mom sighed. "Fine," she said, turning off the bedside light. "Belai noche," Mom said, turning the words into liquid magic, full suddenly of passion and mystery. It is a season of light in the Snow Kingdom, where fairies glow on bright green leaves and rainbows swirl through the midnight sky. The street lamps come on, but they are decorations only, golden oases positioned along streets burnished beneath them, and on the rare days when rain falls, everything is mirrored in the light. On such a day is Vera cleaning the glass cases in the elves' Great Lost manuscript chamber. She has asked for this work. The rumor is that sometimes the elves appear to those who believe in them, and Vera wants to believe again. Alone in the manuscript room, in these dangerous new times, few scholars dare to ask about the past anymore. She hums a song that her father taught her. The library is to be quiet. Vera is so startled by the voice that she drops her rag. The woman facing her is stork-like, tall and rail-thin, with a beak of a nose. "I am sorry, ma'am. No one ever comes in here." "I thought." "Do not. You never know who is listening." Vera cannot tell if the words are a warning or a rebuke. It is difficult to recognize such nuances these days. "Again, I apologize, ma'am." "Good. Madame Dufours tells me that a student from the college requests your assistance. Cleric Nevin has sent him. Help him, but do not neglect your duties." "Yes, ma'am," Vera says. On the outside she is calm, but inside she is like a puppy leaping to be let outside. The cleric has found a student who will teach her. She waits for the librarian to leave and then puts away her cleaning supplies. Moving too quickly, she tries to slow down but cannot. It has been so long since she felt this excited. She barely touches the wooden railing as she hurries down the wide marble steps. Downstairs, the main hall of the library is full of tables and people moving about. A queue snakes back from the head librarian's desk. "Veronica." She hears her name and turns slowly. He looks exactly as she remembers, with his shock of golden hair that is too long and curly. His wide jaw has been freshly shaven. A tiny red nick on his neck attests to a hurried job. But it is his green eyes that capture her once again. "Your Highness," she says, trying to sound casual. "It is good to see you. How long has it been?" Don't what?" "You know what happened on the Fontanka Bridge?" Her smile slips. She tries to find it again. She will not show herself to be naive and silly. "Not again. That was just a night. Years ago." "It was no ordinary night, Vera. Please, don't tease me, Your Highness." To her horror, her voice breaks just a little. "And you never came back." "You were 15, he says." "I was 18. "Yes," she says, frowning. Still, she does not understand what he is trying to say. "I have been waiting for you." For the first time in her life, Vera pretends to be ill. She goes to the librarian and complains about gnawing pains in her stomach and begs to be allowed to go home early. It is a terrible thing to do and dangerous. If Mama knew of it, Vera would be in trouble, both for the lie and for the choices that will inevitably follow the lie. What if Vera is seen outside when supposedly she is ill? But a girl her age cannot act out of fear when love is at hand. Still, she is smart enough to go directly home when she is let go from work. On the trolley, she stands at the brass pole, holding tightly as the car lurches and sways. At the apartment, she opens the door slowly and peers inside. Her grandmother stands in front of the stove, stirring something in a big black cauldron. "You're home early," she says, using the back of her plump hand to push the damp gray hair away from her eyes. The sweet smell of simmering strawberries fills the apartment. On the table, at least a dozen glass jars stand clustered in readiness, their metal tops spread out alongside. The library was not busy, Vera says, feeling her face redden at the lie. "Then you can." "I'm going out to the country," Vera says. At her grandmother's sharp look, she adds, "I will pick some cucumbers and cabbage." "Oh!" "Very well, then." Vera stands there a moment longer, looking at her grandmother's stern profile. Her baggy dress is ragged at the hem and her stockings are pocked with tears and snags. A tattered blue kerchief covers her frizzy gray hair. "Tell Mama I will be out late. I will not be home in time for supper, I am sure." "Be careful," her grandmother says. "You are young." And his daughter. It does not do well to be noticed. Vera nods to conceal the flushing of her cheeks again. She goes to the corner of the apartment, where their rusted old bicycle stands propped against the wall. She carries the bike to the door and leaves the apartment. Never has she flown so on her rickety bicycle down the streets of her beloved Snow Kingdom. Tears blur her eyes and disappear into her waving hair. When people move in front of her, she pings the bell on her handlebars and darts around them. All the way through the city, along the river, and over the bridge, she can feel the rapid beating of her heart, and his name repeats in her head. Sasha, Sasha, Sasha. He has been waiting for her, just as she has been waiting for him. The luck of this seems impossible, a bit of gold found in the dirty road of her life. At the intricate black scrollwork entrance of the summer garden, she eases to a stop and slips off her bike. The beauty of the castle grounds amaze her. Bordered on three sides by water, the park is a magnificent green haven in the walled city. The air smells of limes and hot stone. Exquisite marble statues line the well-groomed paths. She does as they have planned. She walks her bike down the path, trying to look calm, as if this is an ordinary early evening stroll through a place where peasants rarely go. But her pulse is racing and her nerve endings feel electrified. And then he is there, standing beside a lime tree, smiling at her. She misses a step and stumbles, hitting her bike. He is beside her in an instant, holding her arm. "This way," he says, leading her to a spot deep in the trees, where she sees he has laid out a blanket and a basket. At first they sit cross-legged on the warm plaid wool, their shoulders touching. Through the green bower, she can see sunlight dappling the water and gilding a marble statue. Soon, she knows, the paths will be full of lords and ladies and lovers eager to walk outside in the warm light of a June night. "What have you been doing since I last saw you?" she asks, not daring to look at him. He has been in her heart for so long it is as if she knows him already, but she doesn't. She does not know what to say or how to say it, and suddenly she is afraid that there is a wrong way to move forward, a mistake that once made cannot be undone. "I am at the clerics' college, studying to be a poet. But you're a prince. And poetry is forbidden. Do not be afraid, Vera. I am not like your father. I am careful." He said the same thing to my mother. "Look at me," Sasha says quietly, and Vera turns to him. It is a kiss that, once begun, never really ends. Interrupted, yes. Paused, certainly. But from that very moment onward, Vera sees the whole of her life as only a breath away from kissing him again. On that night in the park, they begin the delicate task of binding their souls together, creating a whole comprising their separate halves. Vera tells him everything there is to know about her and listens rapturously to his own life story, how it was to be born in the northern wilds and left in an orphanage and found later by his royal parents. His tale of deprivation and loneliness makes her hold him more tightly and kiss him more desperately and promise to love him forever. At this, he turns a little until he is lying alongside her, their faces close. "I will love you that long, Vera," he says. After that, there is nothing more to be said. They walk hand in hand through the pale purple glow of early morning. The alabaster statues look pink in the light. Out in the city, they are among people again, strangers who feel like friends on this white night when the wind blowing up from the river rustles through the leaves. Northern lights dance across the sky in impossible hues. At the end of the bridge, beneath the street lamp, they pause and look at each other. "Come tomorrow night. For dinner," she says. "I want you to meet my family. What if they do not like me?" There is no cracking in his voice, no physical betrayal of his emotions, but Vera sees his heart as clearly as if it were beating in the pale white cup of her hands. She hears in him the pain of a boy who'd been abandoned and claimed so late that damage was done. "They will love you, Sasha," she says, feeling for once as if she is the older of the two. "Trust me." "Give me one more day," he says. "Do not tell anyone about us. Please. But I love you." "One more day," he says again. She supposes it is little enough to agree to, although he is being foolish. And yet, she smiles at the thought of another magical night like this, where there is nothing but the two of them. She can certainly feign illness one more time. "I'll meet you tomorrow at 1 o'clock. But do not come inside the library. I need my job. I'll be waiting on the bridge over the castle moat. I want to show you something special." Vera lets go of him at last and walks across the street, with her bike clattering along beside her. Heaving it up the stairs, she tries to be quiet as she goes up to the second floor and opens the door. The old hinges squeak, the bike rattles. The first thing she notices is the smell of smoke. Then she sees her mother, sitting at the table, smoking a cigarette. An overflowing ashtray is near her elbow. "Mama," Vera cries. The bicycle clangs into the wall. "Hush," her mother says sharply, glancing over at the bed where grandmother lies snoring. Vera puts the bicycle away and moves toward the table. There are no lights on, but a pale glow illuminates the window anyway, giving every hard surface in the room a softer edge. This is especially true of her mother's face, which is clamped tight with anger. "And where are your vegetables from the garden?" "Oh!" "I hit a bench with my bike and fell into the street. Everything was lost." As the lie spills out, she grabs onto it. "And I was hurt. Oh, my side is killing me. That is why I am so late. I had to walk all the way home." Her mother looks at her without smiling. 17 is very young, Vera. You are not so ready for life and love as you believe. And these are dangerous times. You were 17 when you fell in love with Papa. "Yes," her mother says, sighing. It is a sound of defeat, as if she already knows everything that has happened. "You would do it again, wouldn't you?" "Love Papa, I mean." Her mother flinches at that word love. "No," her mother says softly. "I would not love him again, not a poet who cared more for his precious words than his family's safety. Not if I had known how it would feel to live with a broken heart." She puts out her cigarette. "No, that is my answer. But I know you don't understand," her mother says, turning away. "I hope you never do. Now come to bed, Vera. Allow me to pretend you are still my innocent girl." "I am," Vera protests. Her mother looks at her one last time and says, "Not for long, though, I think. For you want to be in love. You make it sound as if falling in love is like catching some disease." Her mother says nothing, just climbs into the narrow bed with Olga, who makes a snoring sound and flings an arm across her. Vera wants to ask more questions, explain how she feels, but she sees that her mother isn't interested. Is this the reason Sasha asked for one more day? Did he know that Mama would resist? She brushes her teeth and dresses for bed, plaiting her long hair. Climbing in next to her mother, she eases close, finds warmth in her mother's arms. "Be careful," her mother whispers into Vera's ear. "And do not lie to me again." 15. The next morning, Vera wakes early enough to wash her hair in the kitchen sink and painstakingly brushes it dry. "Where are you going?" Olga says sleepily from the bed. Vera presses a finger to her lips and makes a shushing sound. Her mother angles up on one elbow in the bed. "There is no need to shush your sister, Veronica. I can smell the rosewater you used in your hair." Vera considers lying to her mother, perhaps saying that someone important is expected in the library today, but in the end she simply says nothing. Her mother throws back the flimsy covers and gets out of the narrow bed. She and Olga peel sideways like synchronized swimmers and stand together in their ragged white nightgowns. "Bring your young man here on Sunday," Mama says. "Your grandmother will be out." Vera throws her arms around her and hugs her tightly. Then, as they have done each day for more than a year, the three of them eat breakfast and then leave together. When Mama turns toward the warehouse and walks away, Olga sidles up to Vera. "Tell me." Vera links arms with her sister. "It is Prince Alexander. Sasha. He has been waiting for me to grow up, and now that I have, he is in love with me." "The prince," Olga says in awe. "I am seeing him again tonight. So tell Mama I am fine and I will be home when I can." "I don't want her to worry. She'll be mad." "I know," Vera says. "But what can I do?" "I love him, Olga." At the corner, Olga stops. "You will be home, though?" "I promise." "Okay, then." Olga gives her a kiss on each cheek and heads down the street toward her own job at the museum. Vera catches a trolley on the next street and rides it for several blocks. She is busy thinking of ways to sneak out of work early when she enters the library. The librarian is standing in the magnificent foyer, with her arms crossed and her right foot tapping on the marble floor impatiently. Vera skids to a stop. "Madame Plotkin. I am sorry to be late." The librarian looks at the clock on the wall. 7 minutes, to be precise. "Yes, ma'am." Vera tries to appear contrite. "You were seen yesterday in the park." "Oh, no." "Madame Plotkin, please. Do you value this employment?" "Yes, ma'am. Very much. And I need it. For my family. If I were the child of a criminal of the kingdom, I would be careful." "Yes, ma'am." "Of course." The librarian brushes her hands together, as if they'd gathered dirt somehow during this conversation, and now she wants to be clean. "Good. Now go to the storeroom and unpack the boxes there." "Yes, ma'am." "I trust you will not be sick again." Trapped all day in the dark, dusty storage room, Vera feels like a bird banging against a glass window. She imagines Sasha on the bridge, waiting first with a smile and then with a frown. She is desperate to run out of this oppressive quiet, but her fear is greater than her love, it seems, and that shames her even more. She is the daughter of a criminal of the kingdom, and she cannot draw attention to herself. Her family is barely making it as things are. The loss of this employment would ruin them, and so she stays, moving so erratically sometimes that her fellow workers snap at her to be careful and pay attention. Hour after hour she stares at the clock, willing the black hand to move. To click forward, and when her shift is finally over, she drops what she is doing and races for the door, emerging into the bright light of the stairwell. She hurries down the wide marble steps. In the lobby, she forces herself to slow down and moves as casually as she can across the marble floor. Outside, she runs, down the steps, across the street to the trolley stop. When the car jangles to a halt in front of her, she squeezes into the crowd. There are so many people on board, she doesn't need to hold on to the brass pole. At her stop, she jumps off and runs for the corner. The street is empty. Then she sees the black carriages. 2 of them, parked in front of the moat bridge. Vera does not move. It is as if her knees have forgotten how to bend, and it takes all her courage just to breathe. They know she is a peasant girl, sneaking out to meet a royal, and they have come for her. Or maybe they came for him. Even a prince is not safe from the Black Knight's reach. "You shouldn't be here." She hears the words as if from far away, and then someone is grabbing her, forcing her to turn. A man is beside her. They've taken him away. "You shouldn't be here." But no buts. Whoever he was to you, you should forget him and go home. But I love him. The man's fleshy face softens in sympathy. Forget about your young man, he says. And go. He pushes her with a firmness that makes her stumble sideways. In the old days, perhaps such a shove would be rude, but now it is a kindness, a reminder that this is no place to stand and cry. Thank you, sir, she says quietly as she moves away from him. Tears sting her eyes, and she wipes them away reluctantly. Her eyes are burning when she looks up and sees a wavery image of a young man standing beneath a darkened street lamp. From here, it looks like Sasha, with his unruly hair and broad smile and strong jawline. Even as she picks up her pace, she tells herself she is being a fool, that he is gone, and from now on all handsome blonde-haired young men will remind her of Sasha. Still, within a meter or so she is running. A split second before he begins to move toward her, she knows this is no mistake. It is her Sasha, now running toward her. Vera, he says, pulling her into his arms, kissing her so deeply she has to push him away to breathe. You waited all day? A day? You think that is all I would wait? He pulls her close. Together they cross the street. The Royal Theatre rises up from the concrete like a green and white spun sugar confection, its roof adorned with a lyre and crown. A queue is beginning to form along the sidewalk. Vera notices how beautifully the people are dressed in furs and jewels and white gloves. Sasha takes her around to a door in the back of the theater. She follows him into a dark hallway and up a flight of stairs. They skirt the main hall and slip into a private box. Vera stares across the darkened hall in awe, seeing the gilt decor and crystal chandeliers. In this box obviously being repaired, even the tools and disarray can't hide the exquisite detail. Plush mohair seats line the box's front. In the back, tucked in the shadows, is an ottoman bed draped in dusty velvet. As she is standing alongside it, she hears the doors open below her and well-dressed patrons stream into the theater. The buzz of conversation rises to the rafters. She turns to Sasha. We have to leave. I do not belong here. He pulls her into the shadows. Blue velvet curtains cushion their bodies as they lean against the wall. This box won't be used tonight. If someone comes in, we'll say we are cleaners. There are brooms. The lights flicker and a hush falls over the audience. On stage, gold and blue velvet curtains part. Music begins with a high, pure note and then sweeps into a symphony of radiant sound. Vera has never heard anything as beautiful as this music, and then Galina Ulanova, the great ballerina, leaps across the stage like a ray of light. Vera leans forward, as close to the velvet curtains of the box as she dares. For more than 2 hours, she doesn't move as the romantic story of a princess kidnapped by an evil wizard plays out across the intricately staged set. And when the wizard is brought to his knees by love, Vera finds herself crying for him, for her, for all of it. My papa would have loved this, she says to Sasha. He kisses her tears away and leads her to the ottoman bed. She knows what is going to happen now. She can feel passion coming to life between them, uncoiling. She wants him, there's no doubt about that. She wants him the way a woman wants a man, but she doesn't know much more than that. He lies down on the soft cushion, pulling her down on top of him, and when he slides his hand under her dress, she starts to shake a little. It is as if her body is taking charge of itself. Are you sure of this, Verushka? He whispers, and the endearment makes her smile, reminds her that this is Sasha beneath her. She will be safe. I am sure. By Sunday, Vera is an entirely different girl. Or perhaps she is a woman. She and Sasha have met secretly after work every day since the ballet, and Vera has fallen so deeply in love with him that she knows there will never be a way out of it. He is the other half of her. Are you sure about this, Verushka? He asks her now as they climb the steps to her front door. She takes his hand. She is sure enough for the both of them. Yes, but when she reaches for the door, he grabs her hand. Marry me, he says, and she laughs up at him. Of course I will. Then she kisses him and tells him to come inside. The hallway is dark and cluttered with boxes. They climb the narrow wooden stairs to the second floor. At the door to the apartment, she pauses just long enough to kiss him, and then she opens the door with a flourish. The small apartment is shabby but spotlessly clean. Her mother has been cooking all day, and the sweet, savory scent of boar stew fills the room. "This is my prince, Mama." Her mother and Olga stand on the other side of the table, pressed together, their hands on the chairs in front of them. Both are dressed in pretty floral blouses with plain cotton skirts. Mama has put on a pair of worn, sagging stockings and heels for this meeting. Olga is in her stockinged feet. Vera sees them through Sasha's eyes, her tired, once beautiful mother, and Olga, who is ready to burst into womanhood. Her sister is smiling so brightly her big, crooked teeth seem ordinary-sized. Her mother comes around the table. "We have heard much about you, Your Highness. Welcome to our home." Olga giggles. "I've really heard a lot about you." She can't shut up. Sasha smiles. "She talks to me of you also." "That is our Veronica," Mama says. She is a talker. She shakes Sasha's hand firmly, gazing up at him. When she seems satisfied, she lets go and moves toward the samovar. "Would you like some tea?" "Yes." "Thank you," he says. "You attend the clerics' college, I hear," Mama says to him. "This must be exciting." "Yes." "I'm a good student, too. I will make a good husband." Her mother flinches a little but pours the tea. "And what are you studying?" "I hope to be a poet someday like your husband." Vera sees it all as if in slow motion. Her mother hears the terrible words together, poet and husband, and she stumbles. The fragile glass cup in her hand falls slowly, crashes to the ground. Hot tea sprays Vera's bare ankles, and she cries out in pain. "A poet?" her mother says quietly, as if none of it has happened, as if a treasured family heirloom does not lie broken at her feet. "I thought a prince was dangerous enough, but this?" Vera cannot believe that she forgot to warn Sasha of this. "Don't worry, Mama. You needn't." "You say you love her," Mama says, ignoring Vera, "and I can see in your eyes that you do, but you will do this to her anyway, this dangerous thing that has been done to our family already." "I wouldn't endanger Vera for anything," he says solemnly. "Her father promised me the same thing," Mama says bitterly. Simply the use of the word father underscores how angry her mother is. "You can't stop us from marrying," Vera says. This time her mother looks at her, and in those eyes she loves is a nearly unbearable disappointment. Vera feels her confidence ebbing. 10 minutes ago it would have been inconceivable that she should have to choose between Sasha and her family. Yet wasn't that exactly what her mother had done? Mama had chosen her poet and run away with him, only to come back home in shame. And now, though her mother accepts her, there is little love left between them. Vera places a hand on her stomach, rubbing it absently. In the months to come, she will remember this moment and understand that already his child is growing inside of her, but all she knows then is that she is afraid of. "Stop." Meredith pushed the closet door open and stepped out of her hiding place. The bedroom was blue with moonlight, and in it, Mom looked exhausted. Her shoulders had begun to round, and her long, pale fingers had started to tremble. Worse than all of that, though, was the sudden pallor of her skin. Meredith walked over to the bed. "Are you okay?" "You were listening," Mom said. "I was listening," she admitted. "Why?" Mom asked. Meredith shrugged. Honestly, she had no answer for that. "Well, you are right," Mom said, leaning back into the pillows. "I am tired." It was the first time Mom had ever said she was right about something. "Nina and I will take care of you. Don't worry." She almost reached out to stroke her mother's hair, as she would have done to a child who looked as worn out as Mom did. Almost. Nina came up to the bedside and stood beside Meredith. "But who will take care of you too?" Mom asked. Meredith started to answer and stopped. It dawned on her both that this was the most caring thing Mom had ever said to them, and that she was right to ask it. Mom would be gone someday, and only they would be left. Would they take care of each other? "So," Nina said when they went out into the hallway, "how much of the story have you secretly been listening to?" Meredith kept moving. All of it. Nina followed her down the stairs. Then why in the hell did you stop her? In the kitchen, Meredith put water on to boil. I don't get you, she said to her sister. When you look through a piece of glass the size of my thumbnail, you see everything. Yeah. So, tonight you sat in the room with Mom for all that time and didn't notice that she was fading right in front of you. Says you. Meredith almost laughed at the immaturity of that. Look, it's been a hell of a day and I can tell you're itching for a fight, which I definitely don't want to have. So I'm going to go home to my empty bed and try to sleep through the night. Tomorrow we can talk about the fairy tale, okay? Okay, but we will talk about it. Fine. Long after Meredith had gone, Nina remained alone in the kitchen, thinking about what her sister had said. You didn't notice that she was fading right in front of you. It was true. If Mom had been fading, Nina hadn't noticed. She could blame it on her interest in the words, or the darkness of the room, but neither answer was quite the truth. Long ago, Nina had mastered a simple survival skill. She'd learned how to look at her mother without really seeing her. She still remembered the day it had begun. She'd been 11 years old and still trying to love her mother unconditionally. Her softball team had won a spot in the statewide tournament to be held in Spokane. She'd been so excited, unable to talk about anything else for weeks. She'd thought foolishly, now she'll be proud of me. Nina was surprised by how much it hurt to remember that day. Dad had been at work, so Mom was in charge of getting her to the train. They had ridden with Mary Kay and her mom, both of whom talked excitedly all the way to the station. There, Nina remembered slinging her backpack over her shoulder and running forward in a herd of girls, giggling all the way, yelling, "Bye, Mom." Away from the train. Once on board, all the girls clustered at the windows to wave goodbye to their parents, who stood on the platform. Nina's gaze searched the crowd, but her mother wasn't there, wasn't standing with all the other parents. She hadn't even cared enough about Nina to wave goodbye. From then on, Nina became like Meredith, a daddy's girl who hardly spoke to her mother and expected nothing of her. It was the only way she'd found to protect herself from pain. Now that habit would have to be reconsidered. For years, she'd seen her mother without really looking at her, just as she and Meredith had heard the fairy tale without really listening. They had taken for granted that it was a lovely bit of fiction. They'd listened only to hear their mother's voice. But everything was different now. To fulfill the promise she'd made to her father, Nina would have to do better. She'd have to really see and really listen to her mother. Every word,